What's up, old bag? In case I did not know, it's you, all right? It is you. All right, let's get into. I see that you and Callie commented. I just I don't have time. I was doing stuff, all right? Let's get into day 3. Let us get into day 3. Collin, Griffith. Let's see. I forgot to put up a what is this? Day 3. I forgot to put up a thumbnail, but I'll do that later on. All right. What's up, old bag, though? I started off my day. My day is a little rough. I started off with my kid telling me that I have wrinkles. I'm taking offense. I am taking offense. Apparently, I have wrinkles. All right. So, am I sharing? I am. Let's get into it. I would recap day 2, but day 2. I need my notepad. Hold on. Day 2 was fantastic. It was really good. So far, I like the prosecution. I like the defense. Uh, they're both, advocating for their different interests, and it's fantastic to see. I'm not sure if I'll be live tomorrow on Friday. I want to, I'm taking my daughter out. She's going to Dollar Tree, taking on a trip to Dollar Tree. Why is there no sound? You see, look at this. They're talking to their clients, smiling and everything. These are the type of interactions I'm used to. I don't know why there's no sound. Maybe it comes, maybe it doesn't. Not that you're chatting, smiling. I like all public defenders. All right, let's go. Let's not over scrutinize this kid. Oh, there we go.
You may be seated. Good morning.
Okay, day 3. Yes, loud.
Let's just a second. My computer is black. That's not a good sign.
Uh-oh.
Is here for the state. The jury is on the way up. Mr. Hertel tells me, but before that, do either of you have any authority on the issue that we were discussing yesterday?
I do, Your Honor. I found a couple of cases that seem quite illuminating.
Okay, who found it? Okay, so Mr. Levine, I think. All right,
we were discussing yesterday.
I do, Your Honor. I found a couple of cases that seem quite illuminating.
Quite what? Yeah, in defense, why aren't you talking? Why isn't you talking? All right, Mr. Levine, what you find? Yeah, look at the court reporter. She's matching her blazer to her little kitten heels.
Your Honor, beginning with Tallman v. State, for the record, that's 120 Southern 3rd, 593. Tallman is spelled Tallman. And on page 1 and 2, it mentions that a juvenile does not have the right to exclude a parent from access or control over his or her personal belongings. To hold as such would undermine the inherent authority of a parent. The second case, State v. SD.
Okay.
And for the record, that is 758 Southern 2nd, 1253. Has a similar holding, including we hold that by virtue of his parental authority, the father's consent overrides the juvenile's objection. And then it talks about some of the rationale behind that, including a father has the responsibility and authority for the discipline, training, and control of his children. In the exercise of his parental authority, a father has full access to the room set aside for his son for purposes of fulfilling his right and duty to control his son's social behavior and obtain obedience. When a parent basically, the parent can, like the first case said, can do as they see fit. The parent is exercising his or her parental authority and control over the unemancipated minor child. So I would submit that those two cases coincide with one of the court's inquiry regarding that subject matter, Your Honor, that would further support the finding that the text message in conjunction with the attorney-client privilege law and argument and subject matter we discussed, that should be admissible, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense? I mean, the judge is not even listening.
And did you place the case names on the record yet?
Yes, Your Honor.
You did? All right. Ms. Thornhill?
I have a response,
Okay.
as well as some cases, but I'll get to them if that's all right.
All right.
First, I found no authority that talks about a parent's unlimited right to go through everything. I understand the cases that Mr. Levine cited in connection with the Fourth Amendment issue, but of course, we're dealing with different issues. So
I need to do that, old bag.
parental rights assume that the parent is acting in the best
Yep,
interest of the
let's see.
child. I think that's the foundation. But the
Yes,
child
it's
also
fantastic.
has rights vis-a-vis the parents, and those rights change over time with the age of the child, right?
Okay.
So a 2-year-old
Yeah,
or a
make-
4-year-old, obviously a
Get to
parent
the
has
point.
much
I
more
wanna get into
control and much more ability and authority to
So they argue
intervene,
for quite some
in
time.
their child's behavior, their belongings. As the child gets older, the child's rights increase in relation to their parents. At any rate,
Okay.
even if you find that this mother, Kathy Griffith, had the right to snoop or right to go through Collin's cell phone, I still have arguments that relate to his right under the Fifth Amendment and his Sixth Amendment and his privilege to communicate privately with his attorney. So first, the privilege is only waived if at the time the communication was made, Collin intended it to be disclosed. And you mentioned, should he known or should have known that his mom might look. That's possible, but
Right, Ms. Thornhill.
we still have to look at his intent and then what the mother did with her, I'm gonna call it snooping, looking. When we talk about people who are in jail, inmates, even though they have very restricted liberties and their right to privacy is severely curtailed, there is still a means by which they can communicate privately with their lawyer, right? So we have attorney booths at our jail that are private, are not monitored. So they have that ability to exercise their privilege. If an inmate makes a choice to call their attorney from the monitored line,
Mhm.
say just call on the phone, they are warned at the outset. This is being recorded and monitored, anything you say is not private. And if they choose to use that phone, then shame on them and the privilege is waived. But the important thing is that they have a feasible option to exercise their confidentiality privilege.
All right.
But what choice did Collin have? We talked about this. Could he have made a phone call? As you pointed out, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the house that could have picked it up. Could he have gone to his attorney's office? He didn't drive, he didn't have a license. Could he have called his grandmother in another county? Possibly, but is that reasonable?
Okay.
A child has restricted agency by virtue of them being a child. He didn't have any other feasible options. And I don't think a child should have to give up a privilege because they are a child,
Okay.
which is essentially what the state's wanting you to find, is that unless the child can somehow on their own, or if their parent's not willing to cooperate, can get to their attorney's office and go inside the office without their parent, then they can't exercise their privilege. It's like putting the burden on the child to do something extra to preserve a privilege that other people have easier access to, which seems unfair. But in addition to that, Judge, I may have been wrong in how I deal with parents who want to be present in privileged conversations.
Okay. Well,
Because the case law indicates that due to parental authority, but that also includes duty. Because parents are close advisors, and it's natural that a child would seek advice from a parent, and that a parent would want to be
Old bag said Susan was too busy hanging out with Miss Jones from across the road.
involved to some extent in making sure that their child is represented adequately. Also to facilitate the communications, so driving the child to the
Yeah, I noticed that positioning in day 2. They pretty much, I think that's intentional. That's intentional.
office, providing the phone by which the child could call their attorney. There is a case that I found, nothing in Florida that's directly on point with this particular issue. It's Doe versus Town of Greenwich. It's 473 Federal Supplement 54. It's from the District of Connecticut from 2020.
Okay, so here's what she's doing. What Mr. Levine handed out, okay, that, if I remember correctly, that is Florida case law, okay? So if it's on point, then it's, it is binding. Ms. Thornhill did not find any cases that support her position. So she decided to go to Connecticut to find authority in order for her to make her argument. What she's handing out, it's not binding authority, but it could have some persuasive elements. So we'll see how the judge decides to rule.
Down of the facts.
I like her little flat.
2 minors had an interaction where the female alleged that the male had attacked her, had sexually assaulted her. It's not a criminal case. The girl's family, on her behalf, sued the
I don't know that he's praying. Maybe he is. I don't know. Or maybe this is how he calms himself from blowing up. I'm playing. These folks have been nothing but, pleasant.
The Town of Greenwich saying that they had not provided adequate
He's opening his ears and eyes.
supervision and investigated the criminal case adequately. So that's kind of neither here nor there. At any rate, the suit was between the girl and her family and the town. The girl's family, and it's unclear how they got these emails, but they obtained emails between the boy.
That's Levine, I'm
He
ready.
was a non-party, but the boy and his lawyer and the boy and his headmaster from his school that discussed what he had discussed with his lawyer. All right, so the kid himself actually disclosed to a third person, his headmaster, communications between him and his lawyer.
Okay.
And the federal district court held that even though the other side already had them, and even though the child had purposely, so very different than what we have here, purposely told somebody about those communications and shared them, that the attorney-client privilege still existed and that those communications were not admissible in court. So a couple things with this case. The court found They talk about how minors are treated differently than adults out of the recognition that they do not always know, due to lack of maturity and world experience, what it is they should be doing or not doing. And given the various protections
I don't know, Miss Levine. The glasses. Why she put the glasses
afforded
on? Because she's
minors in
not
the law, it
using them
seems
to read.
particularly harsh to summarily find that Roe, the boy, waived his attorney-client privilege when he shared privileged communications with his headmaster. During the investigation, Roe, the boy, was 16 years old. There was an investigation into his behaviors that left him scared and anxious, and it's clear that he considered his headmaster to be a friend and source of guidance and support.
So apparently he's calming himself.
It goes on to say that under the circumstances presented, the court concludes that Roe did not waive his attorney-client privilege by virtue of his
So Obag, why do you think it's admissible, or why do you think the judge will let it in?
disclosures to the headmaster. So it talks about the protection of children and their rights, given their unique positions as sort of subservient to adults in their life. I would argue that the headmaster is analogous to Kathy Griffith. It's not a completely on point analogy, but Collin communicating with his lawyer and knowing that his mom might find it doesn't excuse, and this is something that this case also discusses, doesn't excuse what the mom does with it later. And that's my second point. That's that, okay, so maybe you find she had an absolute right to look through his communications with his lawyer. Or maybe, as her duty as a parent, once she realized they were privileged communications, she has a duty to act in the best interests of the child and not go sharing those with other people. And certainly that shouldn't translate to, if she does make the bad decision to breach the attorney-client privilege, to allow it to be admissible in a court of law against her child.
What do you mean, Obag?
She also was the alleged victim in that particular case. So she bears some responsibility
Because if it's protected by attorney-client privilege, it doesn't come in.
in doing what's best for Collin. I think she violated that duty by sending it on. And even though
if the court also finds that there's no waiver of the actual privilege, then it doesn't come in.
the cat's out of the bag now, I don't think that her maybe having a right to go through clearly privileged communications gives the state the right to use that in this criminal case.
Okay.
She was the parent has to act in the child's best interest, as I said. But even if you're engaging in some weighing of the rights and responsibilities and duties and, you know, the duty of a child to obey their parent, it doesn't wipe away the privilege that exists. I provided RLR 116 Southern 3rd 570 from the 3rd District Court of Appeal in 2013.
You have not given me that yet.
No, I gave it to you at the hearing.
Oh.
But I'll give it to you again. It basically talks about, even if it would be in the best interest of the child to deem the privilege waived, and in this case, it was for the protection of the child, it still means you can't violate the attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Additionally, under Florida statute, section 90.502.
Oh, got it. I see what you're saying.
1C2 talks about that disclosures to third persons who are necessary.
Okay, so Obag says, I think that's why the judge was so distressed. I don't know that he was distressed, but okay, because he thinks parents should have the right to look, but he values the attorney-client privilege as well.
To the communication between the defendant and the lawyer, or between the client and the lawyer, are not waived from the privilege. So if you accept the state's position that The mom had every right to do everything she wanted with her kid, but she is the only way, or the sole way, that can facilitate the communication between Collin and his lawyer, and she's the one who controls the phone, apparently. Then even if she found the message rightfully, it still doesn't mean that it's waived. And she doesn't have the right to waive his privilege, even if she is in a position of authority over him. The privilege belongs to Collin.
Mr.
I'm
Levine.
almost done, I promise. Then we also, sort of as a logical argument or an overarching view, if you decide that Collin waived his attorney-client privilege by using a phone that his mother controlled and had the right to look into, if you take that to the logical extension of it, then how is a kid ever supposed to communicate privately with their lawyer unless their parent can facilitate it, in which case then they would never have the right because their parent would be the third person that was involved, which I think completely vitiates the purpose of the attorney-client privilege and should not be your ruling.
Right, so Thornhill, I had essentially come to a very similar conclusion as yours, agreeing with you. First of all, recognizing I believe the law is clear that a parent has the absolute right to determine what extent the child will have privacy in that relationship.
All right.
But I agree with you that there's an overarching duty of the parent to act in the child's best interest. And when a child is facing legal jeopardy, that would, and that's recognized across divisions of court, dependency court, family court, criminal court, a parent has a duty to act in the best interest of their child. And that's probably, in fact, why that absolute right of surveillance exists, so that you know what your child is getting into. Or is being
Obeg, apparently you need to sharpen your oversight responsibility or your duties, okay?
exposed to, so that you can make the decisions about guiding that child, providing the appropriate services, and so forth. So the right and the responsibility go hand in hand.
Okay.
And I think that's something that we fail to recognize across the penumbra of rights that we have these days, that they come with responsibilities. So I agree.
Okay, so what's the problem, Judge?
Fundamentally, that a parent, when it comes to an evidentiary privilege, meaning
Give them a light.
those secrets that they find in the locked box being what would otherwise be subject to a claim of privilege, that parent has a duty to act in the child's best interest with respect to those secrets.
Okay. But
Even when the parent is at odds with the child with respect to those secrets. Now, that's not to say I don't believe the parent cannot act on those secrets. For instance, call law enforcement, separate herself from the child, even initiate a Baker Act, file criminal charges. But
what's up,
what
Brooklyn?
I have a hard time with is that once that child is sitting here in front of a judge and a jury, whether that circumstance could ever operate to waive the claim of privilege when it is just the parent who it was exposed to. But Mr. Levine presented me this case, and I need you to tell me how it's different, because although it's a Fourth Amendment case,
Okay.
that evidence would have been suppressed. Otherwise, that evidence would have been suppressed if the parent did not have a right to consent to a waiver of an
And
important
as I said, the difference between the authorities that they cited is the fact that Mr. Levine gave binding authority, whereas what's her name again? Thornhill, borrowed from Connecticut, which is not binding. It can have persuasive value, but it's not binding on the court.
Constitutional right, which is to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures.
I'm surprised that these attorneys, I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm surprised that they waited to get to court to share the cases with court. Maybe they sent email, because typically the way that we've done it, you send it to the judge ahead of time, so he actually has, time to read through your case law.
Have that evidence used against you in court. How is this different? Because in essence, it's sort of the same. And that's the law in Florida. A parent can consent to the search of a child's bedroom, and that had not even crossed my mind during our discussion.
Think about that. Okay. Oh, okay. So that's actually a different position. I'm just thinking about consent here, because typically, right, for adults, I know for a fact that, even a landlord cannot consent, a tenant's cannot consent to the search of a tenant's room. A hotel manager cannot consent to the search of, a hotel guest. So I've not really represented a lot of minors, juveniles. I've not had a lot of contact with juveniles. Um, so it's interesting that in Florida, a parent can actually consent to the search of a minor. That might be the
So,
case in other states as well.
what is the difference here? It's evidence being used against a child in court. One, it's okay, and one, you're saying, and I initially, through my thought process overnight, agree. But what do we do with that case?
I think that those situations are distinguishable because
She's great. She's always trying to distinguish Collin from cases that, pretty much harmful to the case.
the government is acting, right? Your Fourth Amendment right is against the government from engaging in unreasonable searches and seizures. And when the government
What's up,
comes and says,
Jason?
I want to search your kid's room, the parent, as the parent with rights and responsibilities,
Brooklyn says, when does the parent lose the right? When they reach a certain age or get married? When does the minor end? That is correct. When kid attains the age of majority, or if they're minors and they get married. I don't know, 15, 16. That's kind of young, but what do I know?
and maybe not knowing what's in the room. Because if the parent had snooped and known what was in the room, then they would have a duty to do with it what they thought was best for their child, right? But here we're dealing with a government actor intruding on a private place that the parent pays for, that, the kid is, has some duties towards the parent too. And the parent can say, all right, government, come into my house and search, right? That's very different than
I don't know if I buy that. Let me think about that a little bit.
Mother who on her own has the duty to protect her child, the duty to act in the child's best interest, who goes looking through their private communications and then shares it with people, okay? It's another thing. Even if Collin knew his mom was gonna look at it, if she's facilitating the communications, that doesn't mean he intended it to be disclosed to everyone and be used against him. So I think that because
It's a specific privilege, it's not directly on point.
because the government wasn't acting at the time here, and mom took it upon herself to totally destroy his attorney-client privilege by sending it to Susan, and then Susan.
I don't know. I'm having a little trouble with that argument, because the government as an actor, typically when an individual is acting at the direction of the government, that is suppressible, right? So under these circumstances, I'm not sure that I quite follow the point that Thornhill is trying to make.
Maybe by accident or not knowing the implications, then turned her phone over to law enforcement. I think that's too many steps removed from a government actor coming to a home that the parent owns and controls and says, can we search your kid's room?
So what about the circumstance where the state issues an investigative subpoena to mom and says, tell me what's in that phone, and the mom willingly
Here's something else, Olbeck. Does it work or no?
gave subpoena to mom.
What's the judge
So what about the circumstance?
And says, can we search your kid's room?
So what about the circumstance where the state issues an investigative subpoena to mom and says, tell me what's in that phone, and the mom willingly complies? How is that different? And says, yeah, in his phone he said he was gonna stab me in the neck to his lawyer. And then
I still think it would be privileged.
but how,
And here's the thing, there's as far as legal ethics is concerned, there are circumstances when an attorney is pretty much required to reach out to authorities. What I'm struggling with is, under these circumstances, did the attorney have a duty to, alert authorities or not? I've only had to do that once, but the person had actually done it twice. Serious mental problems.
how's it different?
Hold on.
They're both essentially
I
at
both
their
did,
core
hold on.
evidentiary privileges. I mean, I think unreasonable search and seizure is broader and has protects individuals' privacy as well, but it also is subject to the rule of exclusion if there is an unreasonable search and seizure. So at its core, it's an evidentiary
Well, but
issue.
we're also dealing with something a little bit different in that we're dealing with a privilege of confidentiality, which is different than living in your bedroom, right? So for instance, with the psychotherapy patient privilege, a parent can't waive that on behalf of their child, even if they know what happens in those therapy sessions, because it's the child's right to confidentiality in certain things. And there are very few
So it's
privileges.
because the child doesn't own the bedroom that it's different, is what you're saying?
No,
Because
not
it's
entirely.
the parent's right to determine who has access to what they own.
No, the law doesn't provide a child an absolute privilege like it does in their bedroom, like it does between a lawyer and the child as a client. We have to start from that place, not the backpack he's carrying, the room he lives in, where a government actor is trying to find something. We're dealing with the privilege exists. Very few privileges exist that keep things completely confidential. This is one of them.
The judge needs to make a decision so we can move on. Like, just decide. I know you're stuck. No, just make a decision.
And so, Mr. Levine, you have a response to that consent to search a bedroom is different than consent to give up confidential attorney-client communications.
Yes, it's not, Your Honor. I mean, both are evidentiary issues at their core, because ultimately the state is trying to use evidence, however it was obtained, and I submit that it was obtained lawfully. What Kathy did was not illegal or diabolical. It was Susan Detman, which I think is beside the point, but nonetheless, it was Susan Detman who consented to giving her phone and that information to law enforcement. It wasn't like Kathy, who would have been within her right to go to law enforcement and say, look at this, my son is saying he's gonna stab me in the neck, and he's already killed his dad in Oklahoma. And the only reason I say that is because obviously the jury's
That sounds so crazy. It sounds almost like a horror movie script for a mother to receive information that the son plans on killing her, and the son has in fact killed his father. That is just what?
not here. So it's not like,
I remember I didn't say she couldn't use it, like for purposes of protecting herself, getting him services, whatever it may be. I didn't say she couldn't use attorney-client communications for other purposes. The issue is whether that means she can consent to waive the confidential nature of the communication in a court of law.
No, nobody's waiving the communication for him.
Well, that's essentially what
Yeah,
I would be
right.
doing, is saying because a parent's absolute right to surveil their child exists, that every child knows or should have known their parent can find it, and thus it's waived.
Right.
No, I don't think it's that broad, Your
I,
Honor.
I think that's the argument. I mean, apparently Levine does not think so.
But in terms of the admissibility, there's reasons and court findings, including some of the cases I gave you the general topic matter, where the attorney-client privilege, the evidence comes in court. If it was such an absolute right, then there wouldn't be any case law, and there wouldn't be instances where a court has a discretion to allow it in. So this is not earth-shattering or groundbreaking, if Your Honor lets it in terms of.
He did. I'm sorry. I like his use of language.
If it was such an absolute right, then there wouldn't be any case law, and there wouldn't be instances where a court has a discretion to allow it in. So this is not earth-shattering or groundbreaking, if Your Honor lets it in terms of it happens under certain circumstances. The circumstances being such as the case law and the issues that Your Honor is weighing. But in terms of whether it's the attorney-client privilege or it's the right for unreasonable searches and seizures, at the heart of it is the court being the gatekeeper. Both are governmental action. It's no different, because the ultimate thing that can be helpful to the prosecution of a case or hurtful in terms of evidence against the defense is if that evidence comes into court. So both are evidentiary issues. They're not these different things. The end result is the same.
Okay.
The state is acting. The state is trying to get both evidence in, whether the question is suppression for an illegal search and seizure or suppression because of the legitimate attorney-client privilege protected statement, which I've mentioned many reasons why it's not. So the end result is the same. The court has to determine, should it be admissible or should it not? Was it an unreasonable search and seizure? Was it legitimately an attorney-client privilege? And based upon the case law and the inquiry about should the defendant have known or reasonably known that his mom was.
Brooklyn, was that Pennsylvania or was that Georgia? I thought that was Georgia. And I don't know. There's so many shootings and things going on. But a teenager used his parents' weapons to go to school. I don't know. I thought that was Georgia. Because, I mean, we have the first one out of the Crumbleys. The Crumbleys actually set precedence for that. But the most recent one, I thought that was Georgia. Let's see. What does Brooklyn say? Brooklyn wouldn't be surprised if this argument doesn't go up to the Supreme Court. Which argument?
Was going to see it, and was the statement when he made, was he thinking it was attorney-client privilege? Obviously, he could simply walk outside and take one of his walks that he so much loved to do, make a phone call, we wouldn't be here. When he made that statement too, he wasn't thinking about it being protected or it not being protected. He was just saying it. So at the risk of repeating everything I've been saying, I have nothing else to say.
And then said, judges, make a decision, okay? Because I've been going about in circles, and you still have not made a ruling from yesterday.
Anything else, Ms. Lawrence?
No, sir,
All right.
I think you understand our position.
Okay, Judge, you need to make a decision, all right?
I think the difference lies in the fact that the law has said a parent can consent to the search of a bedroom of a child, and the child has no exclusionary claim under the Fourth Amendment
Expectation of privacy.
for not consenting himself. When we're talking about the attorney-client privilege, I have not seen a case, and you have not presented one to me that says point blank a parent can give up a child's attorney-client communications to law enforcement, and that right has always been personal to the client.
4533.
And unless the court decides otherwise, that it's personal to the individual, I don't think this case is analogous. And finding that a parent's absolute right to surveil their child serves as a tool for their responsibility to act in the best interest of the child. In this case, and under these circumstances, means that when it is just the parent who the child might have reason to believe will see what's in the phone, there could be circumstances where this wouldn't apply.
Okay.
If he knows that he's sharing communications in an environment that others are going to be aware of that don't have a duty to protect him, that's a different story. But even when a child's interests, legal interests, a child in legal jeopardy, even when those interests are contrary to the parent's personal interests, that doesn't vitiate the parent's duty to act in that child's best interest. And I think we see that in court downstairs in dependency when the parent is the victim of a domestic violence incident, for instance, in juvenile court. The parent still has a duty under those circumstances. It doesn't vitiate that responsibility. So that being said, I do not find that in this case, even though Mr. Griffith knew or should have known his mom was going to look through his phone, that in and of itself, with respect to her and her alone, in any way would have waived the confidential nature of the communication. Again, finding that the state, while the actual communication itself was unusual, eerie, it was also apparently in the context of some discussion about self-defense, and there were no other facts elicited at the hearing, no other context provided where I could say that the crime fraud exception applies. So in that respect, I'm going to exclude it.
Judge, if I could inquire, and of course I respect the court's ruling, could I just inquire?
Listen, shout out to all public defenders. Thornhill and the second chair, they are phenomenal. Really, really, really good attorneys, all right? Good attorneys. That's why I'm going to repeat myself. The likes of Takapina and them folks will never impress me because to me, they're just not impressive legal attorneys. But big shout out to all public defenders. Brooklyn says the judge is not sure about the law. He's dancing around the issues. I mean, it's because, I think Brooklyn was, okay, this was in reference to your comment above. Got it.
So you're finding that when the defendant made that text to Jeffrey Ratkin, that he intended at the time he made it, that it be privileged and a confidential attorney-client privilege, as opposed to now he wants to keep it out because it's going to hurt him.
Mr. Levine, you've asked, you keep saying a person has to say in their head, oh, I'm typing this message. It is attorney-client privilege. I don't think that's the thought process someone has to go through. I think the thought process is, I'm sending this to my lawyer and my lawyer alone. I'm not sharing it with anyone, and especially when we're talking about a child, that the law should not require that child to even understand that the attorney-client privilege exists, per se, word for word. I mean, the child's right to confidential communications with their lawyer, when the communication itself indicates that it's about seeking advice from a lawyer, especially in this context when Mr. Griffith was currently accused of a crime, that burden should not be placed on a child to have to make that mental connection. And I'm not even certain anyone goes through that particular process in their mind when they're talking with their lawyer. So I'm not going to answer your question because I don't think it's necessary under the circumstances.
You said no screaming, no shouting. He accepts his defeat and he sits down.
All right. Anything else we need to take up before the jury comes in?
Can I make a call downstairs to tell my assistant that Jeffrey Rapkin will not be needed for these proceedings? He was waiting on standby should the court rule that it was missing.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I have
These folks are so organized.
no objection in being
All
released.
right.
All right. Let's see.
Thing that I think you
This
should
is a good trial.
and the truth.
Yes,
All right. Have you discussed? You can put your hand down. Have you discussed?
Wait, what's going on? Why
Right
are they
hand.
questioning the
Catherine,
defendant?
for
What the hell?
true stipulate.
Hold on.
You ready?
Something's going on. Why are they questioning the defendant? That's the judge. Questioning the defendant.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
For
sir.
the record,
Before that, Your Honor.
for the record, Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine.
I prepared a stipulation that I shared with the defense. If it still makes their approval, I would request that you read both 1 and 2 when the jury comes back into the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Griffith, listen carefully.
Yeah, old
I've
bag
been
ground.
provided a document entitled stipulations, and it reads when parties agree that certain
And pretty
facts
much no kicking, no screaming, no biting, nothing.
are true. That is
Do
called a
not bite
stipulation
opposing
of fact.
counsel.
You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven.
Okay.
This is something that I would be reading to the jury. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are 1, Catherine Griffith is dead,
Sheesh.
and 2, John Robida, Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst in the Biology Section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, performed DNA analysis on fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith's right hand and left hand. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the right hand.
So I guess they're saying what is this? Prosecution is saying there's an absence of any type of struggle or an indication that, she touched or clawed at, what's his name? Collin, prior to a death.
And fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the left-hand fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith. Parent, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Have you discussed, you can put your hand down, have you discussed this stipulation with your lawyers?
No,
Not in detail, Judge.
I have not seen them.
Do you want to? Because I'm going to tell you one of these
I
stipulations
mean, Ms. Thornhill, why would you say not in detail? What?
is an
Why wouldn't
element
you discuss it in detail?
of first-degree murder and the lesser included offenses of first-degree murder that the state would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence absent this stipulation. So that's an important thing that I think you should discuss with your lawyers before you stipulate to it. They may have very good reasons as to why they think
I
it's a good
have
idea,
not.
but you
Never
need to
heard
know
of
why
it,
they think
Brooklyn.
it's a good idea. The other
What is
things
it
are
about?
evidentiary matters that could have some impact on the state's proof in this case, affirmative proof in this case, and perhaps any defense that you might have in this case. So I think you should talk to your lawyers about this for a few minutes.
Yep.
But yes, I was shaking my head no to,
And can you tell him, can you take, well, how long do you think you need?
a few minutes.
5 minutes.
We just need a couple minutes. He needs to go back there and talk with his lawyers. All right.
Okay. All right, let's get into the meat and the potatoes. Okay. Let's skip through. Can't believe my week has gone by already. No time.
Did you just have a discussion with your lawyers about this stipulation?
I did, Your Honor.
Did they explain to you what the purpose of agreeing to that stipulation was?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did they give you some advice on what they...
Oh no, Brooklyn, that sounds like a hot mess. That sounds really frustrating. Olbach says, what are they talking about with him? The stipulation, the implications of them stipulating that Kathy Griffin is dead and that no foreign DNA or matter were found on her left hand, right hand, the fingernails.
thought.
Basically saying that they are absolving the prosecution from proving those facts beyond a reasonable doubt.
About stipulating to it and why you should stipulate to it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did they answer any questions you had about it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Addressed all your concerns?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you agree with their proposal to stipulate to these particular facts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand the pros and cons of stipulating to those facts?
I do.
All right. Do you have any questions of me about the stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
And has anyone promised you anything or threatened you to get you to stipulate to these facts?
No, Your Honor.
Including your lawyers?
No.
Oh, my attorney said
And
those
you're not
drop
currently
out.
under the influence of anything, are you?
No, Your Honor.
No medications today, correct?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And you're satisfied with the advice and counsel you've received from your lawyers on whether or not you should stipulate to these facts?
I am.
And you understand the jury will be told, these facts are proven beyond a reasonable doubt, essentially. They don't need any other proof of those facts, and they must accept these facts as true. You understand that?
I do, Your Honor.
And of course, it's for them to decide what to do with those facts and how significant they are. But I will be telling them they have to consider it. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else you want on the record?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
I find that your choice to enter into this stipulation is freely, knowingly, and intelligently made upon the advice of competent counsel.
All right.
You want me to read this first thing, Mr. Levine?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right.
And then Dr. Garrett.
Levine said he is solo. Solo dolo. All right, come on, are you guys done? Let's see, when does the jury, they're still talking about something. All right, come on.
You may be seated.
All right.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Thank you for your service. I want to apologize for the delay. I assure you we have all been here at the appointed time working to resolve a legal issue that has arisen in this case. That has been resolved,
Okay.
and we are ready to proceed. I want to advise you that when parties and lawyers agree that certain facts are true,
Go on.
that is called a stipulation of fact.
Okay.
Now, You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts,
My daughter loves it when I'm out here on on YouTube. That was the first thing she asked me this morning. She said, "Are you gonna make a video?" Because she's tearing everything up while I'm here. Brooklyn says, "Is he taking the witness stand?" No, 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 no. The judges wanted to be sure that he was properly advised as to the stipulation. Oldbag says, "I'm confused on why they needed him to stipulate to that. Because that would prevent the prosecution from bringing in a witness that is going to testify as to the mother actually being dead and getting into graphic details. So it takes away from oral testimony. And the only thing that the jury has is that, okay, we're here for a murder trial. Kathy's dead and no foreign DNA. Otherwise, they would have gotten into, everything else along the lines of, what does it mean for there to be no foreign DNA or matter on her right hand and left hand finger clippings? And they'll talk about probably indicative of lack of what is this, a struggle, XYZ. The judge is about to explain it to me. I don't know, I've not kept up with the chat, but no, Brooklyn, she doesn't. She does not even know what my name, the name of my channel is.
facts is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts you must accept as true are as follows.
Okay.
1, Catherine Griffith is dead. 2, John Robida, senior crime laboratory analyst, and let me stop you for a moment. I see you writing furiously. This is going to become part of your final instructions, and you will receive a written version of these instructions, and this will be in there word for word. 2, John Robida, senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, performed DNA analysis on fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith's right hand and left hand. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the right hand fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the left hand fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith.
Let me write this down.
Mr. Levine?
And again, when this case is done, I'm going to have a short video. It might actually be a long video because I've taken notes. But I'm going to make a video basically, explaining some things.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Garavan.
Who? What's up, Benji? How you doing?
Raise right hand, the clerk, absolutely.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth,
I do.
What's going on?
How can I help?
No, what's this? I'm sorry, guys. May I?
Good morning. Mr. Levine?
Good morning, Dr. Garavan. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My full name is Dr. David Fintan, Fintan, Garavan, G for golf, A-R-A, V for Victor, A-N.
Tell the jury about your profession.
So I'm currently working in District 10, which is this area, as a medical examiner. A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist. My qualifications start back, I completed my PhD in medical toxicology in 1994 in Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland.
That's
I
what I was
completed
about
medical
to
schooling in
say.
Trinity College Dublin,
I
Ireland
was about to say he has an accent, but okay.
in 1999. I completed mandatory internal medicine and surgical rotations, which is required by our country, before entering into a pathology training program as a specialty,
Okay.
which was 5 years. I completed that in 2006. I started my fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami in 2006. I came here for 1 year, and that was 17 years ago.
Mm.
I completed 3 years in different specialties within forensics in Miami, including cardiac, neuropathology, and pediatric. I worked in Liverpool, England, for 2 years as a forensic pathologist. I took my professional examinations in the Royal College of London in forensic pathology, 2010. I then worked in New Zealand and the Pacific Islands for 5 years, traveling around the large country of New Zealand, but I was based in Auckland as a forensic pathologist.
All right.
I returned to Miami in 2015 as a forensic pathologist. I was there for another 6 or 7 years. I was the deputy chief there for a period, and then I came to Polk County in 3 years ago, I think next month,
Okay.
where I'm working as a forensic pathologist. My other specialties are drugs or toxicology,
All right.
in addition to forensic pathology.
Doctor, what does forensic pathology deal with?
So there are two types of pathologists. So if you have a lump or a bump or some part that needs to come off you, a biopsy or surgery, that will go to a pathologist, a surgical pathologist, and they will look at that under a microscope and make a tissue diagnosis, which will determine what treatment you have to, if any, that you will have to undergo after. A forensic pathologist will have done that, but we then move on to additional training where we're not looking at parts or biopsies, we're looking at the whole body. And our
Okay,
interest
you're
is
so
to
funny.
determine the cause of death,
Right. A lump,
keeping in mind
hump.
how natural disease or illnesses
Maybe
affect
a
the human
rump.
body, how that may cause death or impair the human body, how injuries affect the human body, either on their own or in combination with injury that may cause death or to a person.
Yeah.
Or drugs, the scene, depending on the environment where the body is found, and then the circumstances to a case, whether or not the person was involved in an altercation or not, or whether they were doing drugs or not, or a bit of both, or they were drinking, or they have some disease or illness that may have participated in the injury, the drinking, the drugs, that may provide an explanation to the
He's
police.
going to answer.
Our purpose is to help police, or jury, or families to understand how somebody has died, or the mechanism, or what were the factors involved.
Right.
We, in addition to determining the cause of death, we will determine the manner of death. The manner of death is the context within which the death has occurred. It can be natural,
That's a good
accident,
question.
suicide,
Let's see if we
homicide, or
find out.
undetermined.
What is the definition of a homicide?
From our point of view, the medical point of view is different from a legal view. We do not make legal decisions. Our determinations are not the law. The law is a separate matter. But under the medical determination of homicide, it means that death has occurred as a result of a violation of some other action. So somebody has done something or made an action, or have made a series of decisions in an action which have resulted in the death of somebody else. That their action, any reasonable person would know or should have known that action could or should cause the death of another. So homicide is the death result of the actions of another.
Right.
Dr. Garavan, as a medical examiner, what are some of your responsibilities here in the 10th Judicial Circuit?
Similar to any other jurisdiction that I work, so our job as medical examiners here, so there are no coroners in Florida. Florida is one of the progressive states. We deal with just medical examiners who are highly trained professional medical.
He said Florida is a progressive state. Sure. I'm playing. I know what he means, though.
Doctors who review our are involved in making the decisions if someone needs to undergo an autopsy or not. It is not a decision taken lightly. There's a lot of work done before that decision is made.
Okay.
Autopsies, they're a lot of work. It's not something we do lightly. So there are many ways to do it. We may be contacted by police. We may be contacted by a hospital. We may be contacted by family members because death has occurred. By law, all deaths will be referred to us, but the vast majority will not fall under our jurisdiction. They are natural deaths. Somebody has died peacefully at home. It's
We're
not
about to find
unexpected.
out right now.
They're of older age or they had some
When they
condition
go
which
over the
is understood
toxicology
that
report.
would or could lead to their death. Police have no suspicions. Families have no concerns, and that's maybe 95%, 90% of deaths
Okay.
will go down that route. In the other percentage of cases, there's some issue. The death is unexpected. The death was unwitnessed, and there's no particularly obvious reason why they would have died in that moment,
Okay.
in that location.
Right.
Police may have concerns that the person may have been involved in some incident, altercation, interaction in the days, hours prior to the death, and are wondering if there's some connection. If there's a belief that perhaps some drug or drugs may have been involved, that will fall under our jurisdiction.
All right.
So if there's issues, particularly legal outstanding issues or concerns from a family, doesn't always mean that somebody has done something bad. It just means that there's an unanswered question. And if we feel that an autopsy would be helpful in answering that question, we will take jurisdiction of the case.
All right.
And then we will perform. So that's background information, first of all. Once we decide we're going to do the autopsy, then there's this broken into several parts. The information review is no different than if you go to your doctor and they have a chart and they have all your medical information in it. They'll review that information before they examine you. We do exactly the same thing. It's just that you're deceased.
He said
So we'll
you
get
are
all that
deceased.
information. I can't ask you questions, but your body can tell me what's been going on. So we'll do an external examination first of all. The external examination will involve looking at you from top to toe,
Mhm.
looking for evidence of natural disease or injuries or some clue to tell us that something happened in the environment. Might be electrical burn marks, there could be evidence of drowning, something like that. Then we'll move to the internal examination where we examine all organs, all major systems, brain, nervous tissue, heart, lungs, and so on. We may choose to take biopsies of all of those tissues to look under the microscope for the presence of natural disease that might provide an explanation as to what's happened. We will take samples for toxicology or biochemistry or microbiology, depending on what's more appropriate for each case, and send them off for testing. When we have all that information back, and it often takes weeks,
Okay.
nothing got to do with us, it just takes weeks for laboratories to do what they have to do. We will then pull all that information together, taking into account
Top
the
to
narrative,
toe.
the scene, medical examination, the various results. We will then form an opinion as to what was the cause of death and under what context that death took place.
All right.
So each case takes many hours. I would do approximately 300 cases a year, autopsies,
Damn.
and I will do external examinations
What's
only on
up,
probably another
Fever?
200, and I will review another.
Fever, are you on your lunch break? This is the first witness. Beginning of today, they carried on with the issue from yesterday. They're trying to figure out if who's this? If Collin's text message to his attorney about putting a knife in his mom's neck, if that should be admissible or excluded. So this is the first witness. He is Dr. He's a doctor, okay? He works in Polk County District 10 or Division 10 or whatever it's called. And basically he's about to tell the jury about Kathy's cause of death. He's not a coroner. I believe he said that he's a forensic pathologist. And he said that Florida is a progressive state because Florida does not have coroners.
600 or 700 that I would decide that I'm not doing anything with. So that's how many cases we would be constantly dealing with.
the external examination of a deceased individual sounds pretty
Okay.
obvious, but how do you do the internal examination?
What are you having for lunch, Fever? Give me some.
The internal examination is it's an intrusive procedure, and we're aware of that.
All
That's why we
right.
don't make the decision lightly.
So this time around, Benji actually got real food. I don't know that Chick-fil-A is real food, but it's more than hot Cheetos. And he's having some breakfast.
It requires that we have to open the body. You have to open the chest, the abdomen, the head. Look into the pelvis, which is part of the abdomen examination. And if we need to do, there are many other specialist tests that we can do if we need to, which would require further intrusive methods. But they're done with as much skill as we can, so that when the bodies are returned to the families, that all of that's hidden. That's out of view. We try to close it up so that you wouldn't know the difference. But it is a very involved procedure. It's manual. It's not easy work, and it's tiring.
Now, in the normal course of an autopsy, are photographs taken of the deceased victim both internally and externally?
Yes.
And in this particular case, I'm going to have the opportunity to show you state exhibits 125 to 155 a little bit later. Will that be helpful for you to be able to point out and explain some of the injuries and some of your findings that Kathy Griffith suffered?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, in this particular case, the death happened on a Sunday, September 8th. Describe to the jury the process by which you receive the body and when you typically conduct an autopsy.
So the only reason why this case is with me is because that was my week. There's no other reason. We work on rotations.
Okay.
So I would have first met this case on Monday morning. I would not necessarily have heard about it on the Sunday. I don't remember, to be honest with you.
You don't work on weekends?
So when I went in on Monday morning, her name plus other names were on that list that morning, and that's the first time I would get to read the police report to find out that's the beginning of the narrative.
Okay.
In all homicide cases, police do attend those cases, the investigating detectives, which is very useful because then I can have a much more one-to-one conversation. So that's where I would have got my information.
Do you work for the state attorney's office? Do you work for me?
I do not.
Do you work for law enforcement?
I do not.
Who do you work for?
I work for the public.
All right, Dr. Garvin, the autopsy that you performed on Catherine Griffith, describe to the jury a little bit about the room or operating location where you do your autopsy.
Okay.
So our autopsy suite is it's a custom built place. It's got two stations where we can conduct our examinations. We tend to use one. It's an open. It's no different from an operating area. We don't have to have the high clean room specifications of an operating theater, but it's no different. There's a table and there's ventilation and there's
You said there's a
instruments and
table.
they're all laid out and so on and so forth. So it would look quite similar to an operating table.
Okay.
Now, before we get to the cause of death and the manner of death towards the end of your testimony, I want to ask you about your autopsy findings. What can you tell the jury about the injuries that Kathy Griffith suffered?
Do you want me to go through all of them in detail or just a summary?
First, we can start with a summary.
So you're here to
So the
testify.
autopsy findings, a sharp force injury to the right side of the neck,
Okay.
bruising to her lower limbs, bruising to the posterior right shoulder,
All right.
left elbow, back of both hands. There was an incised wound, and I'm going to explain the difference between an incised wound and a stab wound in a second.
Okay.
Between her thumb and index finger of the right hand. So here, there's
Okay.
an incised wound that was 1.5 centimeters. It was gaping if you open the hand.
Ugh.
A stab wound is a wound that is deeper than it is longer on the surface. An incised wound is a sharp force injury as well, that's longer on the surface than it is deeper. They're the opposite. So in an incised wound, the sharp
So it
blade or
sounds
the sharp surface has come
offensive.
across the skin, but has not gone deep into it.
Okay.
A stab wound is the opposite.
Deep.
It's penetrated and gone into the actual tissue.
Okay.
Was that gaping incised wound, was that a fresh wound?
Yes,
And
Okay.
describe to the jury why
Sounds
that
like you
is.
put a hand up.
because it's there's no evidence of healing. It's gaping, it's opened, and it had dry blood in it.
Now, is that gaping incised wound consistent with being a defensive wound?
It's possible that
Yeah.
you know
Defensive one.
defensive wounds are. So that's a term that's used, and I know it's thrown around a lot. We personally don't write down classic for defensive wound because we don't know precisely what the circumstances of it happened. But let me explain what the greater points of a defensive wound are. Defensive wounds is a term that's used when there's a series of injuries that can be bruises, can be incised wounds, it can be any other cuts or abrasions that are present on certain locations. And the reason why there's certain locations is that you have to understand that fundamentally the human will or the human
I like him.
body is designed to survive.
Okay.
Everything about us when we're under attack, when we're in a fight or flight situation, regardless of the circumstance, that if the human person is conscious enough to understand that they're in a struggle for their life for whatever reason, they will engage in activities which will try to help them survive.
Okay.
If you're under attack from an assailant, it is quite typical if the person is swinging something at you,
Put up your hand.
baseball bat, fist, whatever, you will tend to try and protect yourself. And in doing so, certain parts of your body become exposed to that force that's coming at you as you try to defend yourself. In the arms is typically here. If it's a bat or a stick or something that's coming at you, they may also be on the legs. Typically,
Okay.
if and it's more common in women if they're being attacked, but it happens in men too. They will tend to offer the outside of the leg as they're trying to protect their sexual organs or they're trying to protect themselves if they're under attack. So we will often find wounds on the outside of the legs, not the inside.
Okay.
In knife injuries, when someone is under attack, where there's a knife or a sharp implement involved, it's common that the person, unfortunately, mistakenly, will try to grab that knife thinking that this is
Got
somehow
it.
going to be of help to them. It isn't really generally, but in doing so, if they grab that blade and then that blade is pulled,
Hmm.
you'll often find incised wounds across the palm of the hand, or it can be here, depending on how the knife is grabbed. Or it could very well be that as the hand goes up to
All right.
defend against the
Take
oncoming
down the
blade,
timestamp.
that blade just comes through here and then
1:1.
cuts as it comes through. Because I don't know specifically, we don't have a video of how exactly those injuries occurred. We tend not to use that term, defensive injuries, but that is what's meant by them. They're present in certain locations under certain circumstances that may indicate that the person who is now deceased was trying to defend themselves
All
at
right.
the time of the assault.
Now, you mentioned that Kathy had bruises on her upper and lower limbs. Does that mean arms and legs?
Wonder how defense is
Yeah,
going to
so
cross here.
again, I know it seems a bit impersonal, but we say the lower limbs and the upper limbs because we're talking about the whole arm. When we want to talk more specifically, we tend to use the anatomical location, whether or not it's the anterior elbow or the posterior forearm or whatever it might be. But upper limb is the entire limb from here to the fingers.
What were you able to determine about the bruises on Kathy regarding whether they were old bruises or new bruises or a combination?
Yeah, so dating of bruises is not it's not an exact science.
Okay.
We do not. TV shows I know do that all the time. That's not reality. What I can say is that these bruises, there were quite a number of them present. All we can say about bruises is that if the color yellow is present, we can say that it's definitely not. There wasn't an immediate before death bruise because yellow would suggest that at least 15, 16,
Yellow of
17
what?
hours has passed since that bruise was present. It could be weeks, but at least 17 or 18 hours has passed. That's the best we can do in reality. But all these bruises in this particular case did look fresh in that there was no color change. It doesn't
Okay.
look like they had gone or had the opportunity the person wasn't alive long enough for the body to try and heal or start healing a bruise.
Okay.
So that's the best I can say to you.
Dr. Griffith, before we get to the photographs, what can you describe? How can you describe Kathy's neck wound to the right side of her neck?
So the wound on the right side of the neck is a large stab wound. It's gaping. Gaping means that it's an obvious. Once you see it, it can't be anything else.
My stomach's getting
It's an
sick.
open wound. It was 4.3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter
How many
apart.
inches is that?
It's 2.5 centimeters right off the midline, so approximately here, and 23 centimeters from the top of her head. So we do that just to give you an anatomical location. So approximately here on her neck is where it was. The wound is in the 9 to 3 o'clock orientation, meaning that if you look at a clock, 9 to 3 means it's kind of looking straight when the body's in the right. So it's coming straight across here.
Okay.
And there's a square edge to the 9 o'clock margin. That's important because the square edge suggests to me that it's a single blade, not a double blade. That is the knife or the blade that's been used to cause. So there are characteristics of a knife wound which help us determine if it's a single blade or a double blade. And in this case, in this case, it would suggest the blade was single bladed. So the wound then goes into the neck. It travels from a front to back. So it's coming in from the front and heading towards the back. It's traveling right to left.
Right to left.
And in doing so, and it has gone through, so the esophagus, the food pipe, has gone through the trachea, the windpipe, and it's just above the vocal cord. So it's transected the trachea right across and the food pipe.
All right. What's the timestamp?
And the blade continues so that
135.
the top of the blade came out the other side. So there's a small sharp force injury on this side. It's 0.6 by 0.2, so quite small, but it shows that the tip of the blade made it all the way across and poked out this side.
What type of force is necessary for the knife not to just enter the body, but to do all that traveling that you mentioned and actually go out the other side of her neck?
We often get asked this question.
I guess the fancy is going to come up and say, is it possible she fell on the knife? And the, what is this? The medical examiner or pathologist, he's going to say it's possible.
In fact, we always get asked this question, how much force is required? We don't know, right? We don't have the ability to be there to measure newtons, pounds per square inch or whatever. But what we can tell you is that one of the major qualities, the most influential quality of how easy a knife will penetrate the human body is the tip of the knife.
Oh, the tip, okay.
The tip of the knife, once it punctures or penetrates the human skin, it's relatively easy for the knife to then enter because our organs and our tissue are they don't offer much resistance.
Okay.
So I can't tell you how much force was used, but I can tell you it can be surprisingly not as much required as you might think. However, in this case, it's gone through the trachea. The trachea is a tougher organ or tissue. It's got cartilage in it, so it would require the application of some pressure for it to continue to the other side. But I can't tell you in pounds per square inch how much that pressure is.
Okay.
Now, have you had the opportunity to conduct autopsies on multiple stab wound victims over your years?
I've done many hundreds.
And do you see any consistencies amongst those in terms of the nature of the injury or the cause of the injury?
Well, I've seen all kinds of homicides. I've seen suicides. I don't believe I've come across any accidents, but I've seen suicides. Certainly, people have used knives to take their own life, and
Wait, what
the
was
vast
the
majority
question?
would be homicides.
Hold on, let's go back to the
Across
question.
any accidents, I've seen.
For the injury, any consistent years on multiple stab wound victims over your years?
I've done many hundreds.
All right.
And do you see any consistencies amongst those in terms of the nature of the injury or the cause of the injury?
Well, I've seen all kinds, homicides. I've seen suicides. I don't believe I've come across any accidents, but I've seen suicides. Certainly, people have used
Okay.
knives to take their own life.
That's important. Apparently, this pathologist has not seen any accidents as far as Kathy's injuries are concerned. So I guess the defense is going to say, even though you've not seen any, it is possible. He's going to say it's possible.
But the vast majority would be homicides.
Okay.
All right, so the vast majority are homicides. You've seen some suicides, but no accidents, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, Dr. Garavan, I'm going to show you some photographs, and hopefully it shows up on your screen. And if I have some questions about them, of course, I'll be asking you some questions. So, starting with 126, is this how the body comes to you?
Yes.
Okay.
127, 128. During your autopsy, were you able to determine the victim's weight and height?
Yes.
Okay.
What were those stats?
She was 5'2" and 126 pounds.
Okay.
Is that a picture of the stab wound?
Yes, as the body arrived before it's cleaned, yes. That's the same wound after it's been cleaned.
Now, you mentioned the gaping wound and the definition being wide open. What is it that we're actually seeing once you get past into the hole there?
You're looking at the internal structures of the neck. So the head is back, so it obviously pulls on it to make it gape more, but there are other reasons. It's a lot more details to it. So there are things called the lines of Langerhans. When you're all young and pretty, of course, you won't know about these lines of Langerhans because your skin is nice and tight and there's no wrinkles. But as we get older, the lines of Langerhans begin to take over. And they are
Zeta did tell me I have wrinkles this morning. I'm still not. I'm not happy about that.
a natural tension line that's present in all our skin. And if we cut across the lines of Langerhans, you may be familiar with the grain of meat, then the wound are gaping. But if we cut in the same direction of the lines, which surgeons will always try and do, because then the scar will be a lot less obvious.
All right.
In the neck, they are roughly coming down the neck in a straight line. So this wound has gone across them. So those lines are now apart, and that makes it gape more than if the wound was the other direction, between 12 and 6.
All right.
So in this picture,
I would like for you to know, if you need it, that mouse over there operates as a pointer.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Actually, I didn't know that, but thank you.
could you please point with the mouse and the red arrow? Where's the visible organ within her neck?
So in here, you can see that there's a structure present here. This is probably part of the larynx, probably part of it, but clearly it's a gaping wound, and you can see that there is a structure inside here. I think it's part of the larynx from looking straight in, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
That's part of where the voice box or the larynx has been transected, so it's cut open. That should be a whole piece. It shouldn't be separated like that.
Okay.
Now, in order for the end result to be the death, what happens physiologically after that knife does all that damage?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. So the human neck is extremely vulnerable. It's probably the most vulnerable part of our body. So once a knife goes in, not only are there your windpipe, your food pipe, there's also a lot of arteries which conduct a lot of blood, but there are also several nerves that are traveling through the neck, the vagus nerve, the phrenic nerve, and so on, and they're coming down.
All right.
If you transect them, there's immediate implications, clearly. The vagus nerve supplies the heart, and the phrenic nerve supplies the diaphragm to which you need to breathe. It has to have that bellow effect. So if they're transected, then they're not available to you anymore. So you have a combination of bleeding and severing of nerves combined will bring a rapid death.
Is the bleeding both external and internal?
I would expect this to be a bloody scene, yes.
Ooh.
(132). Is there any different parts of the organ visible in this picture?
No.
All right, now we continue 133. What's that there?
So that's the exit of the tip of the knife. So the tip of the knife has come all the way across the neck and has poked out here.
Wow. What on earth,
Is that a
Collin?
close-up of the exit wound?
Yes.
Now, there's a metal rod there. Describe to us what you were doing here.
So in all gunshot wounds and in stab wounds where possible, we will put in probes to show the direction that the wound is traveling in.
Okay.
So in this case, it's traveling right to left, upwards, front to back, and that probe is
Front to
following the path, the same path that the knife followed.
How are
What can you
these
tell us
people
about
able to eat?
137, Dr. Garvin?
So this is the internal examination. I've taken out the neck structures. You are looking at the neck from behind.
Okay.
So here is the epiglottis. This is the tongue, and this is the
Sounds like a
esophagus
science
that's open,
lesson.
and the trachea is underneath it. It will be this is the epiglottis. This is the posterior surface of the larynx, and here the blade has gone through the upper part of the esophagus, as I'm pointing out there.
Okay.
So this
Hold on.
fold and this
One
fold
moment.
connect. So this would be a
144.20.
tube. The lumen here is your food pipe. I've opened it to show you that the blade traveled through the esophagus, which is transected the esophagus, or perforated, I should say, the esophagus.
138. What do we begin to see here?
So this is the right hand, and you can see there's a bruise here, and it's not well shown in this picture, but this is where the incised wound between the thumb and the index finger is. There's some bruising down here also
Okay.
at the bottom. This is the index. This is the thumb and the index finger of the right hand, and this is that incised wound that I talked about. But it is longer on the surface than it is penetrating, and it's from a sharp force injury, I suspect, from a blade.
Okay.
Going back to, you mentioned the bruising. So due to the color of that bruising, does that coincide with what you were saying are more fresh bruises on Kathy?
Yeah, these do not look as if they have had time to heal or undergo the healing process.
Okay. But these are possible. Possible.
All right, what can you tell us about 141, Doctor?
This is her left upper arm, and there's some bruising here. There's some bruising on the elbows. These are abrasions, but
I don't know. Brooklyn, everybody else, Old Bag. Did you guys consider the possibility that Karen Reed's case might not be going on April 1st? I was thinking about this last night, but it's neither here nor there. But
they
I
are
did
not
think about
injuries.
it.
These are
I'm
post-mortem.
thinking about it
There
now.
are differences.
Changes.
They happen after
Post-mortem changes.
death, and it's got to do with many other things, but they're commonly often misinterpreted as injuries. They are not, due to their yellow parchment-like color.
Okay.
And I understand, I can appreciate if you don't see it, but there are actually small veins running through the bottom there, and that's quintessential of post-mortem, not an injury.
Okay.
But there are injuries, and the injuries are here, the elbow, and up here on just at the biceps and down here.
We continue on with the close-up, and we continue
All right,
with
Doc.
some additional photos. Now we have 143. What appears to be on the wrist area and the hand?
Yeah, so this is the left. It looks like the left upper arm. So there's that bicep bruise, and this is heavy enough bruising present on the posterior wrist and hand. Some small bruising here also.
Okay.
Is that another view of it, different angle?
Yeah, and there's also just another bruise there on the back of the little finger. This that's the left hand also, and the left arm, and there's some bruising here.
Can bruising be caused by if somebody grabs somebody real tightly?
Bruises, by definition, I mean, it's better to just go with the definition, and then you can work it out thereafter. So in our forensic pathology, a bruise is where blood has escaped into the soft tissue due to blunt force trauma, not due to a sharp force injury, not due to a bullet wound. It's due to blunt force trauma. What the blunt force trauma is can be a whole range of things. It could be grabbing,
falling.
it could be punching, it could be falling, it could be kicking, but it's blunt force trauma.
All right, thank you, doctor. What do we see here?
This is the other arm. That's the right arm. There's a bruise on across
So
the
defense goes
triceps
for
here.
falling. They're going to,
Right
I
elbow,
think they're going to
more
argue
bruising.
that she sustained those bruises from falling.
Back of the right hand. I think that's the right hand. It is, yeah. And there's some bruising there on the back of it, and up here on the back of the index finger of the right hand. That's a small abrasion, minor abrasion on the right shin by the look. Yes, the right shin. You can see bruising here at the back of the left. This is the left calf. There's some bruising here on the anterior shin, here. This is an abrasion along here. So an abrasion is just for your definition. So a bruising is the loss of, is the escape of blood into surrounding tissue. An abrasion is due to blunt force trauma, but is confined to the epidermis. So the outer layer of skin is the epidermis. So as something rubs across that for whatever reason, blunt force comes across the skin and pulls or rips or tears.
So as far as severity is concerned, this is coming from forensic medicine, okay? You start with bruising, abrasion, and laceration is the most serious of the three.
Here's that epidermis. That's an abrasion, okay? And they're only due to blunt force trauma, typically.
Okay.
And the last few photographs, doctor.
This is an abrasion, but I suspect that's post-mortem. I would not probably call that an injury. That's an injury. That's an abrasion. That's a skipped-like abrasion, incomplete abrasion. So something, whatever has caused this, either it has skipped along the skin or it itself was not fully in contact with the skin as it was rubbed across the skin, causing the abrasion.
All right.
Bruising is present on the forearm, here, and here.
Now, from your conducting the autopsy and your training and experience, what was the cause of death?
So the cause of death is stab wound of the right neck.
Okay.
And what was the manner of death?
In this case, the manner of death is homicide.
All right.
And when you say the manner of death is homicide,
You're saying it's not accidental.
what does that mean?
So with the information that
Let
would have
me
been
put this
provided to me at the
timestamp
time,
down.
and with the examination
150.
and what I've viewed and witnessed and reviewed, the explanation for this death is that this wound was inflicted by another person.
Okay.
So is it a fair statement that it is not consistent with somebody accidentally falling on a knife?
I haven't been given that explanation before, but I think that would be rather extraordinary. No, I don't believe so.
Did he not prep the witness? I mean, the witness is good, but you have to run everything by them so you know how they're going to respond.
So your end result was that this was the manner of death was a homicide, a killing caused by somebody else, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Garavan, I have no further questions.
All right, Cross. Let's see.
Cross.
What does Thornhill have?
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Oh, that is quiet.
Dr. Garavan, I want to talk about
Garavan.
injuries that can result from mutual combat or a fight where two people are mutually involved in a struggle, whatever. They can be very messy, correct?
Messy
Well,
in what
I
sense?
suppose mutual combat, mortal combat could very well be messy depending on the circumstance. Yes.
Well, if any two people, regardless of size, strength, etc., are involved in a fight, both can receive injuries, correct?
Yes.
And both can receive what you've termed defensive wounds, even though that's not a term of art, it's sort of a vague term. But
Yes.
you would agree that both could receive those types of wounds.
Yes.
And you would agree that both could also suffer offensive wounds in such mutual combat.
Yes.
And even if somebody suffers a wound that ends up leading to their death, you don't know from your evaluation what happened leading up to that wound, correct?
So depending on the information provided by police, so I am given some information, but it depends in each case. Sometimes we know nothing, but in this case, I knew something.
Right, and then the information that you get from police is their interpretation of things, correct?
Yeah, I rely upon them. I'm that's how it works. I rely on the information they give me. Yes, that's correct.
How it works.
And so if they don't give you all of the information that they have, then you might be lacking some critical piece of information in making your determination.
I'd be very disappointed if that happened, but yes, you are technically correct if I'm not given all the information.
Do you also look at media accounts of what allegedly occurred?
I
that
do
led to
not
the death?
watch the news. I have no media. I have no social media. God, no. I
My
have
kind of doctor.
better things to do with my time.
So this is a weird question then. Why does the medical examiner
That man said he has better things to do with his time.
file in this case contain multiple media reports?
The secretaries in the office will do that as part of the thing, but I only saw them yesterday for the first time, and I don't read them. But it's common practice around the world. I've been in other offices. People do that, but it's nothing got to do with me.
Okay, I just checking.
Yeah.
But basically, you cannot say what happened in the kitchen where Catherine Griffith suffered this wound, can you?
Well, I can certainly say that she suffered a fatal stab wound or has suffered fatal injuries. And based on the information provided to me at the time, that the most likely determination, excuse me, is that she's died from the action of another person, therefore a homicide.
But you can't say, for example, whether Catherine Griffith attacked the other person with a knife first, right?
No.
Okay. And you don't know how everybody was positioned or whether there was a struggle over the knife or anything like that?
Not in this case. Sometimes we do, but not in this case. I did not have that detail of information.
Speaking about the bruises that you've shown the jury, those could be up to several days old, couldn't they?
So dating of bruises is tricky. There's no argument there. But in this case, I wouldn't say days, but could they have been present a couple of hours before the incident? I can't tell you.
Okay. And bruises such as we saw on the photos could happen from somebody bumping into something?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people can bruise very easily. You always get a bit concerned when there's a lot of them.
Okay.
And there are a lot of them. And I wasn't provided with an explanation other than a confrontation that might provide an explanation for them.
What about from doing innocuous activities like housework or things like that?
Also, yeah, it's entirely possible. And again, you would take that into account if it's as you are now, and that's perfectly fine. And yes, people can get bruises doing innocuous things. But the thing about innocuous things is that they tend to be very few bruises.
Okay.
They tend to be confined to one particular place, depending on what they were doing. And in this case, there's a lot of bruises, and they're in a lot of locations. So if you can give me the innocuous thing they were doing, I would consider it. But otherwise, for me, it more likely than not would be better explained
More likely
being
than not.
received during a confrontation.
A confrontation that could have been mutual combat.
Yeah, absolutely. A violent confrontation for whatever reason.
Do you, can you say whether somebody who has rheumatoid arthritis might bruise more easily than someone who doesn't?
It's not something I'm aware of as being a thing. But if they're taking very,
We've
you know,
not
if they're
heard
on a
about
lot
a
of steroids,
toxicology
steroids is
report.
part of the treatment. People on steroids do bruise easier.
Was there any way for you to determine whether Catherine Griffith was taking steroids for rheumatoid arthritis?
So I wasn't aware that she was taking steroids, wasn't asked about that. And even if it was, the test for steroids is extraordinarily difficult. There are very few places in the world that do it. And even if you do it and you find steroid is present and you know she's taking it, well, I haven't proved anything. So if somebody tells me she's taking it, that's fine. But I wasn't told that.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that that's something that you normally would have been aware of, given the fact that the autopsy happened the day after she died and you spoke with law enforcement, not family members, right?
Correct.
Right. I'm just asking about that possibility.
Sure. Yeah.
In your training and experience, have you ever observed bruises that are clearly made from, say, a hand or fingers?
Yes.
So if somebody's grabbing somebody's arm,
Yes.
like I'm showing, so fingers around the arm, you would expect to see bruising that resembles the shape of the fingers.
It can do. They have a name. They're called discoid bruises, meaning looks like the pads of your finger. It can happen, and certainly I have seen them, particularly in young women that have died by strangulation. You'll see, you can see, not in every case, but you can see the hallmarks of what look like fingertips or somebody was grabbed by the neck by their fingers. It's also possible that if a person is strong enough and the other person is small enough, you can get similar discoid-like bruises. There's nothing about the bruise that screams at you, this is a fingertip. But what you can do is that if somebody says, could that be a fingertip? Then you can say, yes, that could be a fingertip.
Okay.
Did you notice any of those types of bruises on Catherine Griffith?
Nothing that would have jumped out at me as specifically that. Yeah.
You've mentioned that the neck is a particularly vulnerable spot on the human body. There was no bone involved in this stab wound, was there?
It did not go through the cervical spine, no.
Okay, so it went through soft tissue, basically.
Soft tissue and trachea, which is cartilage. It's a little firmer, but yeah, it's not a whole lot, but it's a little firmer.
And so far as you know, there was no clothing or any object over the Catherine Griffith's neck to also provide, say, a layer of protection beyond her own skin.
I'm not aware if there was. Yeah, I didn't see any or wasn't told about it.
You mentioned that the cartilage is a little bit tougher than some of the other soft tissue that the knife went through. And maybe this is crazy, but explain what a tracheotomy is.
So tracheotomy, you're talking about in emergency situations, not to be, I'm not trying to be facetious, but a cricotracheotomy, a cricothoracic tracheotomy. If you're in an emergency situation, the person's airway is compromised for whatever reason, a crushing injury or something is blocking the airway, and you need to get air into the airway, so you bypass the blockage. So you find the Adam's apple,
Which is the trachea, right?
Which is the voice box. It's the front of the voice box, more prominent in males than females. But then you come down approximately one finger, but as you rub there, you feel a little dip.
Much information.
It's very subtle, but you feel it. And that's where you want to make your incision. But that's not going through cartilage. It's going through this soft tissue in between.
My mistake.
Okay, this is incorrect.
You mentioned in your direct testimony that you can't say with any certainty what level of force was necessary to make this wound.
No, I can't give you a number. No.
And you said that but you are aware that there are some variables that can give us some information about the level of force.
Yeah.
If you're looking at a spectrum from very little to a whole lot.
Yeah, they are, but from my point of view, it's the tip of the blade that really, once the tip of the blade overcomes the skin, the greatest resistance is from the skin.
Correct.
And once you get over that, You'd be surprised how little actually is involved, but that doesn't mean that the person wasn't using a lot of force. It just means I can't tell you.
Right, I understand. And in this particular case, the tip of the knife that that caused this wound was triangular in shape. Are you aware of that?
I don't believe the knife was shown to me. I wasn't brought the knife
Triangular
from memory,
knife.
at least. Look, I've seen so many cases since in between. I might be
understand.
but I don't think. But I think I may have seen a photograph of the knife.
So what is it your understanding that it was a triangular tip?
Yeah, like a typical kitchen large carving knife, I guess is what I would call it. Yeah.
And would you agree that that type of tip is actually the geometrically speaking is the easiest to penetrate the skin with?
Yeah, so that's a sharp tip. And that,
I see where she's going.
once it penetrates the skin, you don't
You say not a lot of
anticipate
force was required.
much more
then I
force
guess
being
yes,
required for it to continue in.
I want to ask you a question about the toxicology in this
There we go. I
case.
thought where's
I know
the
you
tox report?
personally did not perform the toxicology tests, but you received the results of the toxicology tests on Catherine Griffith's blood, right?
Yes, correct. We take the samples, they're sent to a toxicology laboratory. It's a whole different world. They live in a different place, but
Okay,
they're
let's
the ones
see.
who do the testing.
What do we
It's up
have for
to
tox?
us to do the interpretation.
Right, and in this particular case, while you didn't find that the toxicology results contributed to
So what's for
Catherine
the
Griffith's
toxicology
death,
reports?
there were some drugs in her system that
Okay.
you were at least concerned enough to note in your report, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'd use the word concern. I'm kind of obligated to tell the truth. And if they're in the report, I've got to report that. I can't hide it.
Okay,
But there were
what do we
two
have?
drugs present. That is correct.
Okay, what were the drugs?
One drug is called alprazolam. You might know it as Xanax. And the other drug is amphetamine.
Tell the jury about alprazolam.
So I'm sure I'd be surprised if you haven't heard about Xanax. It's a drug which is given, is widely abused by many people, but it's a legitimate drug. It's prescribed.
Okay.
Typically, it's belong to a class of drugs similar to Valium. It's a benzodiazepine, and it's used typically for anxiety. People who prone to anxiety or have anxiety. It can be used for other reasons, but that's the main reason. People who require, who have symptoms or signs of anxiety. There might be, heartbeat, racing heartbeat, chest palpitations, whatever the case may be, not
Okay.
sleeping well. Typically, Xanax can be prescribed for that.
As far as some of the side effects that could occur from alprazolam, do some of those side effects, although they might be rare, include racing thoughts?
Yeah, it's like any drug. No drug is perfect. Some drugs, they can have strange side effects. It's true. Can Xanax cause the opposite almost of what it's designed to do? Like any drug, that can happen. It would be very rare, but it can happen.
What about agitation? Can Xanax cause agitation?
Okay.
Oddly enough, it's paradoxical. It's given for agitation, so why would it be causing that? In very rare cases, it's been known to happen.
And what about risk-taking behavior? Can it also cause that?
Risk-taking behavior. What do you mean by risk-taking behavior?
That's just what the literature said. That's the term I'm asking about. And it can be interpreted many different ways.
Yeah, it can. Yeah. It is a drug. It is a drug that's commonly abused, I suppose. So if people are using it in an abusive manner, that's not the medical reason why they were taking it or the reason why they're prescribed it. So I'm not sure what risk-taking behavior is, but it can be abused or misused.
You have no idea whether Catherine Griffith had a valid prescription for Xanax.
I do not.
The amount that was in her blood could have been well above a therapeutic dose that a doctor would prescribe, correct?
Tricky one to answer,
Yes.
because Xanax is, like most other benzodiazepines, is a drug that's subject to what's called tolerance.
Okay.
What does that mean? Simply put, if any of you drink alcohol, you probably noticed that the first time you drank alcohol, it had a certain effect on you. But as you continue to drink, get older, you seem to need more of the alcohol to get the same effect. That's tolerance. So you need more of the drug for it to do the same thing. Xanax is certainly prone to that. So looking at a blood level in a post-mortem setting doesn't tell you a lot about whether that person was taking too much or it's had an effect on them, or this could be her normal. This could be just the amount she needs to have to be on a steady keel. Maybe it was a lot higher in the day. This is just a snapshot of what we caught. There's also another reason to make it complicated for you.
And what's that?
It does take a while to get through all of this. There's a thing called post-mortem redistribution. Okay. And that is a circumstance where if you take a certain drug or certain drugs for long enough in your life, you would think that they go in, circulate around your blood, and then the body gets rid of them. Not true, right? If you take certain drugs long enough, the body goes in, circulate around the blood, and then there's part of them are stored, sequestered, like a jury is sequestered in a room, and they're not available to the body, but they've dissolved into fatty tissues, or they've dissolved in other compartments of our body, which is water, fat, protein, and so on.
All right.
And then after death, when you die, those stores are released and they go back into the blood. Some of them do.
So this is
So
what
sometimes the blood result you're looking at is actually higher than it would have been when she was alive, or anybody was alive. So it's another factor we have to take into account. And Xanax is one of those drugs. So depending on how long and how much she was taken, this 27 could be a little higher than what it would have been at the time of her death.
Okay.
But in any event, it is not at a level that would concern me that it participated in her death, that it would have impaired her beyond some extraordinary means. It's almost, if you're doing enough of these cases long enough, 27 is not high, and it wouldn't concern me personally.
Okay. But it could be above a therapeutic dose that a doctor prescribed to her.
Yeah, so again, for the same reason I've just explained, therapeutic, we can't use the terms therapeutic because we're not dealing with a therapeutic situation because it's post-mortem. And secondly, I don't know how much she's been prescribed or how much she's taken.
Been prescribed.
Or even if she is being prescribed. Correct. I don't know that.
Okay. So then let's go to the amphetamine. What is amphetamine?
So amphetamine is a stimulant drug. It's belonged to the amphetamine class. It's a subclass of another division of drugs called the phenylethylamines, of which that's an entirely large family. But the amphetamines have been around for quite a while, maybe late 1800s, early 1900s. They really became into their own in probably World War II, when the German army figured out that by giving them to the soldiers, that they needed less food and they could stay awake longer because they were running out of men. So they needed the few men to have. So they were given, Hitler famously was partly one of the many drugs he was taking was an amphetamine. So they've been around a long time.
So basically it's what some people refer to as speed or an upper.
It's an upper, it's a stimulant. It activates the nervous system to reduce tiredness or appetite and to stimulate the sensation of being awake.
Which is sort of the opposite of what a
Hey, you all quiet? What's going on? You guys are so quiet.
benzodiazepine or alprazolam is designed to do.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Amphetamines can cause side effects such as erratic behavior.
Yes.
And sometimes even violence.
Any stimulant can be associated with violent behavior in certain people at certain times, yes.
And Catherine Griffith had both amphetamines and alprazolam in her blood.
Yep, the amphetamine is reported at less than 0.1 milligram per liter, which is about 100 nanograms per mil. It's a very, very low amount, but it's there.
Do you know if she had been prescribed amphetamines?
I do not know that.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Very good cross. A very, very good cross.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, could you tell the jury about amphetamines being prescribed for like a legal prescription? What would be an example of that to treat what?
Yeah, so amphetamines are prescribed, can be prescribed. The more common one is ADHD.
Yeah.
So typically, there are several formulas available on the commercial market. So that's one. And the other one that I know of is narcolepsy. People who suffer from sudden bouts of falling asleep can be prescribed amphetamine. So there are genuine, legitimate reasons why
Hold on, let me just let it buffer a little bit. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
somebody may have it in their bloodstream.
The two substances in Kathy Griffith's toxicology results, is it a fair statement they had nothing to do with their cause of death or manner of death?
I don't believe so, no.
That's
All
a
right,
good
I have no
question.
further questions for you, Doctor.
Thank you.
That was a good question. And I like these attorneys.
Thank you. Is he released?
Yes, sir.
Or no?
Yes, sir.
This is a really good trial. This is a really good trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
That was good direct, good trial, good redirect, good witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just past 10:30. We'll go ahead and take our mid-morning recess of 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right, please.
Okay, let's go. Would you look at that?
Stand right there at the podium if you like. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear
What's going on? Hold on, you guys. I don't know why this AI thing keeps coming up here.
or affirm that any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. You
Oh,
are
they don't
Robert
say so help me
Walantis,
God?
correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Walantis, the parties have asked me to speak with you a moment to make sure you understand the limits of your testimony.
Okay.
Mr. Levine apparently has already discussed this with you, but I do not believe, and it's been represented to me, that neither party will be asking you anything about
What, Oklahoma?
Charles Griffith's killing in Oklahoma.
Okay.
Do you understand that,
Yes,
correct?
Judge.
And that is correct, Mr. Levine. You are not going to.
What's going on? Oh no, there's a buffer. Let me quickly take this off and then I'll start it again. Oh, what's the timestamp? 2:34:27. All right, let me just restart. The reason I took it off the screen is just in case I don't know what's gonna happen here. I don't know if they're gonna recommend. Why is it buffering? That's so weird. All right, let's go. Let us go. Add to stage.
Do anything about Charles Griffith's killing in Oklahoma. Do you understand that, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And that is correct, Mr. Levine. You are not going to.
Okay, it's stuck. Maybe it's just the recording itself. Thought it was my computer, but yeah, it's because the time's still going. So that's just it's the actual stream from Law and Crime. I don't know if Court TV. Yeah, because it went out. That's not. I thought it was my computer or something. Yeah, things did go out a little bit. All right.
Thank you if you'd step outside.
Judge, it occurs to me before Mr. Melendez leaves
Yes.
that if there is going to be a question such as while Collin was living with his dad in Oklahoma, it sounds like the rest of that question might be, did Kathy have much contact with him? And that, the basis of that objection to that would be hearsay, because he doesn't know that. He would have been told that by Kathy. So, like I said, I'm guessing at what the second part of that possible question might be, but I'm worried that.
Levine, is that where you were going?
No, Your Honor. My question will be something to the effect of, did the defendant live with his father in Oklahoma for a few years while Kathy remained in Florida?
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right, we're ready for the jury.
These are some ready folks. All right, come on. What time is it? It's almost 1. Yeah, it's almost 1. I'm gonna take a snack break in a little bit. Maybe after this witness. Let us see. Okay, where is the audio? All right.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Willantis. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Robert Willantis. Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Willantis, W-A-L-A-N-T-A-S.
Okay, what's going on with law and crime? Yeah, I mean, it's still going. They were stuck. Come on. Come on, law and crime.
It is. That's
181 says Continental Divide.
it is. That's in eastern New Mexico.
We missed a lot.
And then,
I'm holding up the other side of the sign.
all right. Did the sign fall down or not?
We held it in place. Kathy and I did a good job that day.
All right. What about 183?
That is Kathy with a huge log of petrified forest.
Okay,
And that
so
is
who is this? I know the feed cut up, but I mean, maybe we'll get some context.
the largest meteorite or a piece
Oh,
of
got it. I think that this is Kathy's father. Yep, I think this is Kathy's father because the grandfather testified for the prosecution and the grandmother testified for the defense. I think this is the father.
the meteor that impacted in Arizona.
Father, one of the
And
two.
then final photograph?
That is my birth mother and Kathy and I. So we have 3 generations there.
Okay.
That was for her 90th birthday.
All right.
All right. Now, Mr. Lantis, when
So I'll take it. These are, the prosecution trying to paint Kathy in a favorable light, apart from, her having Xanax and amphetamines in her system.
the defendant moved back to Florida to live with Kathy, was Kathy happy about that?
She was thrilled.
Okay.
Now, during the time period when, since then, when he moved back to Florida and lived with her, did she try to make up for lost time?
She did.
And what were some of the activities that she and your
Okay.
grandson would do?
They had to catch up on 3 years of school. Collin was 3 years behind. And then they also caught up on the 4th year. So he got 4 years of education done in a single year. That's a huge accomplishment. They went to Australia, Central America, the Caribbean. She wanted
All right. So I suppose this is going to go back into Fever, the issue that Fever raised, right? Who was funding these trips? Were they funded through the trust, or did Kathy just have money? But I knew he was not SSI, because SSI, you have to be dirt poor. Okay.
to give him
I was gonna start talking about SSI, but you guys know you guys don't like when I go. Just go off in a different direction. I'll keep going.
Sustained. Sustained.
Now, Mr. Willantis, what was your daughter's profession?
she was a teacher.
All right. Yeah, definitely Kathy, Collin, they'd not have qualified for SSI. That's the part that was missing here because I could not tell. I mean, it sounded like she lived in a lovely home, but I mean, the focus again was on her being a little junkie, controlling this and that. But there was real, and I don't even know by these drugs that were in her system, I do not exactly know that, she can be classified as a junkie, but they did sound pretty bad. Um, they sound bad when you look at them in relation to the assaults that she perpetrated against the ex-husband. I mean, the ex-husband has issues too, but
What subject matter did you teach?
Mainly English,
Okay.
but she would do other humanities as well.
I guess from this perspective, okay, the perspective of Kathy being a teacher, I understand why she may have considered a B to be a failing grade. I'd understand it from that perspective.
Now, tell briefly to the jury about your relationship with your grandson. Did you have a relationship with the defendant?
We would talk on the phone,
Okay.
but I'm not a helicopter parent. I was there to support him and to support Kathy and to love them and be there for them.
Based upon your personal observations, did it appear that the defendant trusted you and would talk to you and confide in you about certain things, grandfather, grandson topics?
Yes.
Did there come a time when the defendant said something to you that was very disturbing to you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what the defendant said to you.
My grandson was very aggravated at his grandmother and his mother. He said, "I am so tired of these two bitches. I'm
Wow.
disgusted." He said, "My mom, I keep thinking over and over, I want to slit her throat.
Mm.
I want her to bleed out. I
Mm.
want to smell the blood. I want to feel the blood. I want to feel the life and the blood leaving her body."
What the hell?
Now, when he said that, what went through your mind?
I needed to take a deep breath and do what I could to discourage that thought, because thoughts become words, words become actions.
Right.
What did you say to him in response?
I said, "Collin, I love you, buddy, but you can't have those kinds of thoughts and focus on them and then speak them, because you will cause them to become reality.
Mm.
Please think positive things about your mom, about yourself, and about a good future together."
Now, at any point, did you warn your daughter about what the defendant was wanting to do to her?
I did, but I did not use the exact words because there was so much malice.
Objection, Judge.
Now, explain to the jury, were you concerned that if you used the exact words the defendant said that he wanted to do to his mom, that might negatively affect their mother-son relationship?
It would, and I was afraid it would actually give her nightmares.
Okay.
Did you tell her a clean version or a
Oh no, Grandpa. I mean, hindsight, maybe you should have just said the exact words.
more vanilla version, if you will?
Yes, I did.
What was her response?
That he's been threatening her, and he's been threatening Susan.
Okay, hold on. They're trying to zoom into his fingers. Oh, his thumb. What's happening there?
Multiple times, with killing both of them.
Now, knowing that, though, did you still want him in the household and wanted to keep having the relationship with him?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Wolandis, I don't have any other questions for you.
Is that it?
Thank you, Cross.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Willantis, you didn't come to Kathy's funeral, did you?
No.
Can you explain why?
The funeral for a person is for those left behind.
Okay.
I will see Kathy in my thoughts, in my mind. That's where I want to keep her. Attending a funeral where her body is placed in the ground, that's not Kathy.
Okay.
Kathy's spirit is elsewhere. The essence of Kathy is elsewhere. She's with me. She's here in this room today with each of you.
No, it sounds like the grandfather has not accepted that the daughter is gone.
She can speak to you. She can speak to me.
Mr. Willantis,
Yes.
Ma'am?
I asked whether you went to the funeral and why. Just answer that question, please.
You interrupted me as I was explaining why. That you don't like my response, ma'am, that's your problem.
Woo! Hold on. We have a little firecracker. I need to write this one down. Yeah, I mean, you're the one that asked the question. You asked the question, and that's his response.
Judge, would you please?
If you would avoid the commentary and you've asked the question.
I did ask the question, but then he's talking about her being present and speaking to the jury, which is
Okay.
non-responsive.
Sustained as to non-responsive, that portion.
Mr. Willantis.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out what was the defense trying to accomplish. Because again, during cross, you don't ask questions for the sake of asking questions. If there's a specific, is there a specific response that we're hoping for? I don't know, something along the lines of I didn't like Kathy, or I thought she caused this upon herself. Otherwise, I don't understand the need to ask that question, because to me, it just sounds like he's not come to terms with the passing of his daughter.
Pictures showed a trip that you took with Kathy. That was one trip, right?
That's correct.
Have you taken any such trips with any of your other children?
No.
Do you have memory problems, Mr. Willantis?
What?
With what, ma'am?
Just in general.
Oh, sometimes I might think it was something that occurred a week ago, and it's actually a week and a half ago.
Okay. But that's the extent of your memory problems?
So I'm presuming that defense has information from Susan that they're trying to elicit. As far as what that is, we don't exactly know. It's not very clear from the questions that defense is asking, but maybe Cross goes on for some time. Okay, Cross does go on for some time. Maybe we're getting to some meat and potatoes.
Usually, yes.
When was it that you say
For the memory issue, are they asking that as it relates to the statement that Collin made to him, supposedly?
Collin told you that he wanted to slit his mother's throat?
I believe it was 4 months before she was murdered. It may have been before that.
And Judge, I'm going to ask that he be instructed not to use terms like that. That's for the jury to decide.
What?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
What was the response?
To use.
Been before that.
And
it was 4 months. I believe it was 4 months before she was murdered. It may have been before
Got
that.
it. So the word murdered. Got it. And Thornhill is sharp.
And Judge, I'm going to ask that he be instructed not to use terms like that. That's for the jury to decide.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is up to you to decide whether or not there was a murder in this case. You'll disregard that, the use of that word.
Mr. Willantis, please tell us the month, if you remember, that Collin supposedly told you the things that you've shared with the jury today.
May
May of what year?
2024.
Okay. And how did he tell you? Was it over the phone or by text?
Yeah, I wanted to know
over the
that.
phone.
And what's your phone number?
505.
Well, they're gonna give out the man's phone number on Law and Crime.
This is being broadcast. I really don't want everybody calling me.
Would you shut the feed off, please, for just a
Yeah, I'm
moment?
like, what on earth? I mean, the man does say, they say he has memory problems, but he is sharp. He sees that camera. Like, why would he be giving his phone number? What, to show that they did not have a conversation in May or call logs?
It's on.
It's a
Our, Ms.
Miss-
Thorne?
Mr. Wantis, do you have any other phone numbers that Colin would have talked to you on?
No.
All right, so is the number not in the call log?
And you're certain that the phone call happened in May of 2024, aren't you? Because you said it happened shortly before the presidential debate where Joseph Biden had to later withdraw from the presidential race, correct?
It was before that. How much before that? Was it a month? Was it a month and a half? Could it have been 2 months? Sure.
Joe Biden has no idea he was brought up in this job. All right, come on now.
You came to court here in Florida back on January 14th of 2025, correct?
Yes.
And you rose your right hand, swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
Do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer? Question. Now, did your grandson, Collin Griffith, then at some later time make some very disturbing statements to you about what he wanted to do to your daughter, his mom?
Okay.
Answer. A few weeks before the disappointing presidential debate in June, which we can all snicker about, Collin
What was disappointing? Never mind. Let's move on.
was telling me, and then it goes on to repeat what you said earlier, but
Yes.
you remember saying it was a few weeks before the debate.
Yes.
Did you ever call the police about this statement that you claim Collin made to you?
I called the police here. Yes.
Oh, I meant at the time that he made it to you. So in May of 2024, or a few weeks before the debate.
Ma'am, I don't even know what you wanted this man to do, because even the police themselves, after the kid made statements, they did not. Let me not say the police, but more so the juvenile unit, the ones that were so focused on, having a conversation with Collin as opposed to taking actual steps. I don't know what you wanted
No.
the old man to do.
So let's talk about your call to the police in September of 2024.
Yeah.
You found out from your son, John, that Kathy died, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
He called you.
Yes.
At some point after John called you and told you that, you watched a press conference that was put on by Sheriff Grady Judd, correct?
Yes.
And you watched it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
And it was about 20 minutes long, if you remember.
About, yes.
And Sheriff Judd described in detail how Kathy died, right?
Yes.
And it was only after you watched that press conference that you took the initiative to call the police here.
Yes.
They didn't contact you as a close member of Kathy's family to get any information from you, did they?
Initially, no.
Right, you contacted them.
Correct.
So you inserted yourself into the situation.
Inserted?
Yes.
My daughter. All right.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask. Mr. Melendez, how often would you say that you talk to your grandson Colin on the phone?
I don't know, somewhere between once a week, every 2 weeks.
For what
3
period of
weeks.
time?
It's up to him.
No, I mean, up until when? Like over the months since
When was the
he
last
had
time
been living in Florida with his mom? Every week, every 2 weeks from,
Things dramatically decreased after we spoke at that time.
So in May?
so you say that it decreased after you spoke with him in probably May of 2024 and he made this supposed statement to you.
Yes,
Did you text with him still or no?
there may have been some. I don't recall every text, every phone call exactly.
So, Mr. Walantis, can you explain why in Colin's phone records there are a total of 3 phone calls between you two
Mm.
from mid 2023 till September of 2024?
Yes, I can explain why.
Okay.
Okay.
Why?
Well, there's Colin's phone. Colin had an initial phone that his mom got for him. Then he got another phone number. And then often when Kathy would talk, she would then hand her phone to Colin and we'd talk from there. So you have 3 different phones.
Oh, do you know what phone you talked to him on every week up until September of 2024?
On my phone, I
Right.
know that much. Which one?
I don't know. He's trying to be facetious. But I see. At least he has, I don't know, he still has a little light in his eyes.
He was using,
He was on one of the 3.
but only 3 calls
Oh, come on, long time.
on the phone that we are all aware of.
No, there's 3 phones, ma'am, not just one.
The records we have. Sorry.
Objection, how do you know what the records? You don't say.
Sustained.
And you said that there may have been some text messages. So the text messages that are shown by the records indicate that there have been no text messages between you and Colin since Father's Day of 2023 when he texted you Happy Father's Day. Does that make sense?
Most everything was phone calls. There were some texts since then between one of the 2 of Colin's phones.
Deleted text.
Do you know where Colin kept this mysterious other phone?
I don't know about a mysterious phone, ma'am. I said there were 2 different phones he had. He had one phone number, and then he got another phone number. And that was something that he and Kathy arranged.
And this is something that Kathy told you.
No, he had one phone number, and I put it in for Colin Griffith. Then he told me that he had another phone number. His mom got him a different phone. So I put that phone number in, and then Kathy's phone. So that's the 3 phones.
I don't have any other questions.
All right.
Yeah, just read.
That was a good cross.
Mr. Rolantis, the defense said that you inserted yourself into
Right.
this situation. Do you recall that?
Yes,
You are the deceased victim's father,
What I said.
correct?
yes, I am.
Did you insert yourself into anything voluntarily?
When Colin and I spoke about that disturbing phone call, I told him that if anything happened, I would be talking with people officially instead of being quiet.
And is
Sir,
it,
why'd you wait for? Never mind. Maybe they thought nothing was going to happen.
does it make sense that the murdered victim's father calls law
Sustained.
Excuse me. Does it make sense that the
Objection. It's calling for speculation.
Let me hear the question. Don't answer the question until I say so.
Yes, sir.
did it make sense that the deceased victim's father would contact law enforcement with important information as you did?
Sustained. It's for the jury to decide, Mr. William.
Now, when you called law enforcement on September 23rd of 2024, you told law enforcement the disturbing violent statement that the defendant made, correct?
I did.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
I have no problem with him being released.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Who's next? Oh, they disappeared.
Mr. Levine, is there a witness that we can call up before a reasonable lunch hour?
Your Honor, there's going to be a witness from out of county that's available at 1 o'clock. The only other witness for today is Detective Peters, which will be lengthy testimony.
Okay.
Um,
Oh,
that
Peters
witness
takes the
is on
stand again.
1, or might that witness be here at 12:30? Do you know?
The the out of county witness from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office won't be here until 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have a more leisurely lunch today of about an hour and a half. That sounds like we have 2 more witnesses for the day.
Okay.
We'll not start that until 1 o'clock. So please enjoy your lunch and leave your notepads in the chair. It occurred to me, by the way, yesterday that I think I forgot to tell you during the preliminary instructions, in case you're worried about it. No one's ever going to read your notes, including me. You'll be allowed to take them with you to the deliberations room so that you have your notes there when you're discussing the case. And when your deliberations are over, they'll be delivered to me and promptly destroyed in the shredder in my office. And
All right.
I will not be reading them. So just so that you're
He has better things to do with his
you can
time.
rest assured of that. So please enjoy your lunch and report back at 1 o'clock.
All right. What happened here? I don't know. I'm nosy. I just need to see whose head that is. What's going on? All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. Guess you guys can watch you guys can watch that repeat of that of Mr. Walantis. You guys can watch that again. I'll be back
Over
in
the
5
phone or
minutes.
by text?
Over the phone.
Okay. And what's your phone number?
505. This is being broadcast. I really don't want everybody calling me.
Would you shut the feed off, please, for just a moment? It's on. It's an hour. Ms.
Miss-
Thorne?
Mr. Walantis, do you have any other phone numbers that Collin would have talked to you on?
No.
And you're certain that the phone call happened in May of 2024, aren't you? Because you said it happened shortly before the presidential debate where Joseph Biden had to later withdraw from the presidential race, correct?
It was before that. How much before that? Was it a month? Was it a month and a half? Could it have been 2 months? Sure.
You came to court here in Florida back on January 14th of 2025, correct?
Yes.
All right, that was less than 5 minutes, but I'm ready to go. I'm a little too invested in this. Where I think here. All right. Let us go with. We're all too invested.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state counsel. Lieutenant Uyghur with court security has something to report, and then
What?
I'll ask you how you want it addressed.
What?
Good afternoon. We had two jurors have a situation at separate times with allied staff members at the entrance. One stated that the allied staff member made a comment to the effect of, I'm not verbatim, but luckily you're not in the trial with the kid that killed his mom.
Oh, wow. Hold on. Wait, what?
How you want it addressed.
Good afternoon. We had two jurors have a situation at separate times with allied staff members at the entrance. One stated that the allied staff member made a comment to the effect of, I'm not verbatim, but luckily you're not in the trial with the kid that killed his mom. And then another juror had apparently the same individual said, yeah, you guys are in that mock trial, right? It's already going on, but she didn't understand what he meant, and I don't either. But either way, there were two comments made to two different jurors.
Wow.
Mr. Levine,
I don't request anything, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill.
Based on what Lieutenant Uyghur has said, it sounds like it's nothing additional from what they already know. I guess we can ask the jurors
There was an
exactly what they heard and if it affected how they felt about the case.
Which jurors are in Mr. Hurtel, do you know? Right, if you could get their names and then just bring the first one in.
Wow.
This is off the record.
Let me take a look at Collin a little bit. Because
Mr. Levine,
I don't request anything, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill.
Based on what Lieutenant Uyghur has said, it sounds like it's nothing additional from what they already know. I guess we can ask the jurors
There was an
exactly what they heard and if it affected how they felt about the case.
Which jurors are in Mr. Hurtel, do you know? Right, if you could get their names and then just bring the first one in.
This is off the record, by the way.
Oh.
See, and here it is.
kind of.
But that's okay. Here I was feeling confident that we'd made it past the possible mistrial, and
I'm
Mr.
still-
Rolantis didn't
I'm still confident that
Go.
it went no further than that.
Yeah, it sounds okay, but I don't know why.
I can let you know that that individual will not be working at the courthouse at any point from this point forward. So
then they got fired. What? What were they doing?
I can tell you, and all of the other allied staff are being given very strict reminders.
What, are they security or?
They have already been trained that they are not to discuss, but we are reminding all of them and doing strict, but that individual person will not be working at the courthouse anymore.
All right. Where are they
Thank you
being
for
moved
that.
to? Wow. It's a little drama. Let's see. Let's go. All right. So I guess talking to the juror.
Could you cut the audio feed, please?
All right. We can skip through all of that. I want to hear from them. You just get the transcript. All right, come on, court.
The bailiff has indicated that you might have been exposed.
It's crazy. All right, are they done? It's a little drama. Just a little bit. All right, come on.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice long lunch. I want to ask before.
Deputy Christopher Ellis.
Oh yes, of course.
All right.
Given the space, we'll be
Good afternoon. You may inquire.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Ellis. Are you a doctor? All right. Deputy Ellis, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Ellis, Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been involved in law enforcement for 9 years. I worked for Charlotte County for 2.
Could you give us your first name?
Oh, sorry, Christopher Ellis.
Thank you.
Looks like
And what are the
good
different divisions you've
benefits.
worked in? Or units that you've worked in?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
What are the different units that you've worked in law enforcement?
I worked in Louisville, Kentucky for Louisville Metro Police Department. Worked in for 5 years. With them, I did a little bit of the division level task force team,
Okay.
apprehending subjects and drug traffickers. Moved to Florida, worked for Bradenton Police Department, and then now work for Charlotte County.
All right, Deputy Ellis, I want to direct your attention to a specific date on November 14th of 2023 in the morning time.
November 14, 2023. Okay.
You respond to an address, a residence in Port Charlotte, based upon a report you received that the defendant made statements that if deputies made him get in the car with his mom, he would kill her.
Yes.
And where was that statement made? Where was the defendant when he made that statement?
At the Charlotte County Jail.
And was that on the day prior to you responding to the residence?
Yes.
Okay.
The morning of November 14th, describe to the jury the reason for you responding to their residence.
I received my sergeant received a call and stated that the defendant had made a statement that he was going to kill his mom if he was forced to get into the car with her. We went to the residence, the defendant's residence, spoke with him, ultimately placing him under a Baker Act.
All right.
And what was the reason that you placed him under a Baker Act?
From the statement saying that he was going to kill his mom at the jail and just speaking with him not knowing what he was going to do while he was at the home with his mom.
Now, were you wearing a body cam when you interacted with the defendant and his mom at their residence?
Yes.
And was Corporal Joey Shaw also with you?
Yes.
Right.
And did your body cam capture some footage of your interaction and Corporal Shaw speaking to the defendant?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see State Exhibit 194 briefly before court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State 194 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
And with the court's permission, if I may publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
All right, come on.
John, there should be a John.
All right.
Catherine and Griffith of 202 Wilmington Story Avenue for Collin, Dallas 39 for 25
Hey, somebody's moving.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Is Collin home?
Yeah, you guys can come on in. He's doing standing marches. He's not a happy camper right now.
Okay. The mother sounds pretty normal. Let me go back a little bit.
Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Is Collin home?
Yeah, you guys can come on in. He's doing standing marches. He's not a happy camper right now. Get your marching bells on.
What's up, man? What are you doing?
He's doing standing marches as a form of discipline ever since he got home. I have that right there recording.
Okay, so these are the marches and him holding a weight, I suppose a weight above his head.
So you can see everything. I'm sorry? Do what? Just so you know, just being recorded. As soon as he got home, I had to start
Okay, so she was recording him marching with weights above his head.
doing standing marches.
Is that working?
I mean, he beat the shit out of me last night, so
Right.
this is his form of discipline for.
That's something for a judge to decide.
Okay. Can we,
Yeah, we'll go
I'm just gonna talk to him alone, okay? I wanna talk to her, we'll just figure out what happened.
Okay.
So what's going on, man?
All right, so let me just take that down. I'm just gonna take the timestamp down. 5:02. Okay.
Last night, me and my mom got into a physical altercation. I got arrested for domestic battery, but when it comes to judge today, I have right to public defender and see how that goes.
Okay, so how is the situation with you and mom right now? Have things calmed down?
No,
You guys
no,
everybody
sir.
get along? Where are we at?
No, sir, it's not good. She thinks that I did shut her. I don't. She thinks that I'm like psychotic, like literally psychopath, sociopath, something like that. I don't know exactly where she's at. She thinks I'm gonna kill her. That I want to be the shadow. Where she's at, she thinks I'm gonna kill her. That I want to be the shadow of her.
Do you?
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't want to hurt anyone, let alone my mom. Even despite this happening, but I'm not gonna take what I consider abuse when someone's attacking me. And
How is she attacking you?
when she attacked me, when she threw a punch at me and grabbed on me, I grabbed on her back. I got her off of me. She hit the ground, and then I fled and called Rentis, and then he sent someone out.
You called who?
Memphis, Detective Memphis.
Okay. So basically what we came back is when the jail was releasing you to your mom this morning, was there anything said then?
Yeah, I said that I didn't really feel safe there with myself and with her. And that I didn't know what was going to happen. I still don't know what's going to happen.
As far as what?
Her attacking me or her doing something to herself or me.
Okay, what about you doing something to her? Are you able to control yourself?
I'm in a constant state of fight or flight, and I don't know. If I think she's going to do something, even if she's not, I might
Even if she's not.
I'm not going to like go crazy or anything, but I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay. You're not sure if you're gonna hurt your mom?
Only if she tries to hurt me.
Okay. Did you make any statement saying that you were gonna kill your mom if you got in the car with her?
No, sir.
I'm trying to figure out why we would have a corporal at the jail that took you out, that dropped you off with your mom and telling us that you said, don't put me in the car with her, I'm gonna kill her.
Yeah,
Was that said?
I did not say I was going to kill her. I did not say kill. I don't know why he sent me back here. I asked him not to, but he said he didn't like my attitude and that I had to just look.
Okay.
But his words, not mine.
Okay. What we're trying to figure out, we just want to make sure we do everything we can to prevent anything happening.
Sir, given the situation, I don't think that we should be in the same house at all.
Okay.
Everybody else, at the conclusion of your interaction with the defendant, did you Baker Act him on that same shortly thereafter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Thornhill?
Afternoon, Appeals.
That's them.
How long had Collin been home from the jail when you all arrived at the house?
I have no idea.
You don't know when the sergeant from the jail called to make this report?
No, ma'am. I just received the information from my sergeant.
So he could have been home for hours by the time you got there. Possible. When you first walked in to the home, Collin was standing with two weights over his head and doing marching in place, correct?
Just one.
Just one weight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, one weight. And Kathy Griffith had indicated to you that she had been making him do that since he got home from the jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If Collin had wanted to kill her,
What?
unprovoked, unattacked, he could have hit her in the head with that weight that he was holding over his head, couldn't he?
What kind of question is that?
It's possible.
He could have done something while they were driving home in the car together, right?
Possible.
But he didn't do any of those things that you're aware of.
Yes, ma'am.
And he told you repeatedly that he didn't want to do anything to his mom, but that if she attacked him or if she came at him, that he would do something in response to her attacking him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Redirect?
Is that it?
Deputy Ellis, would it be smart to murder someone in a house that's got video cameras in every room?
No.
I don't have anything further here.
Is the witness really?
And these attorneys are good. They're really good. The prosecution and the defense on point.
Released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
All right, who is next? Peterson?
Next witness?
Your Honor, the State College Detective Danny Peters with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
And he was on the stand for quite some time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth?
Like his shoes.
Hello again.
Hello, sir.
Detective Peters, we left off with your portion of the testimony yesterday afternoon. We concluded with the ring video footage from September
Right.
7th, 2024, which was a Saturday. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at that point that the defendant had left the house and Kathy was in the house by herself, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Is there also an exhibit in the form of 198 that captures some clips from Sunday, September 8th?
There is.
Was that
Yeah.
the day that Kathy died?
Yes.
Later that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move state 198 into evidence and ask that it be played for the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. You may publish.
Thank you.
All right. What's going on?
September 8th.
Yes.
All right.
This clip, at least from the early morning hours of Sunday, September 8th.
Yes.
No, you told me you were calling him. You told me you were gonna get your neighbor over there, or I'm sending the police. Do you want the police to go?
Then
Then you'd rather have the police come. Okay, that's fine. That's the only answer I needed. I will not take a call from you after this ever again.
okay.
If Colin's not here by 10 o'clock, I'm dead to you. Do you understand me?
Oh
Do you
my
understand me?
goodness. Hold on. Yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh.
I will not take a call from you after this ever again. If Colin's not here by
That is
10 o'clock,
crazy. So she pretty much said she'd not take a call from her mom and something about being dead, and both of those things came to fruition.
I'm dead to you. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Yes or no? I need a yes or no. Yes or no? Do you understand me? Okay. You don't understand.
All right. Now what's next? She's got some things around the front side. Oh no, is Colin watching the screen? He probably is.
And on your little thing, you want a copy of the pink piece of paper that shows it? Call me. Call Detective Lacey. Call them. So are you returning home or no?
Okay. Oh, that is classic. So Thornhill, pretty much covers her mouth so the lip readers cannot see what's going on, and then co-counsel pretty much, blocks the camera's view. Shout out to all public defenders.
Look at the pictures. Okay, it doesn't matter. You were knowing with me, and you lied to me while we were here. I said, do you have him? You said no, and I don't know where he is. You said that to me.
Okay, so that's
Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you still don't have eyes on him. He's talked to you. No, he's already talked to you because I can see where you guys have been talking. So if he's not here by 10 o'clock, I'm sending the cops. Oh, it is. It is. We're all losing our jobs, and he's losing everything. That's why I signed the car over myself. I need the money. So I'm losing
Go back.
Oh, it is. It is. We're all losing our jobs, and he's losing everything. That's why I signed the car over myself. I need the money. So I'm
All right. So that's important right there. 5:15, maybe 32:30.
taking the car. I'm taking everything. So I'm about to go up there and go and get the car because the car is mine. I have it in my name.
How are you going to drive two vehicles by yourself? Maybe you should have taken a friend or somebody.
His mobile notary came. I don't have to send you copies. I already sent you the title. I already sent you a picture of the title, and you already saw what it looked like. So I'm not going to sit here. Okay, then you need to go back to the pictures because you also said you don't have the pink picture that shows it. You also said that you don't show the call records and that you believe Collin, even though he's there at your house. So you're illegally the law. Tell him your house, and he has to go back home. Is that correct? No, I'm asking you a specific question. Have you told him he needs to go back to his house? No. Did you tell him he needs to be back home to this house by 10 a.m.? And he needs to vacate your house. He does not have permission to be at your home.
Yeah.
No.
That's what I told him.
Okay. Okay, and that's not what he did. He called me and he said,
Whoop. Susan, hang up on her. She hung up on Kathy. Okay, what's going on?
completely removed himself. So he completely blocked me, and he's completely removed himself from his Apple ID so that he cannot be tracked.
Okay.
So right on that, no, his phone is off. His phone is off now. I told you that. I said if he didn't get in the car and come home, that was what was going to happen. And you said I will make sure he is there by 10 a.m. I told you I was going to if you didn't do this.
What time was this happening?
No, that's not what I said. His phone
It's a Sunday. I was trying to figure out, I'm like, shouldn't Kathy be at school? And shouldn't Collin be in school?
is still on right now. His service is working.
Obviously, based on the Thornhill's reactions, she obviously thinks that Kathy's being irrational.
That's not what I said. His phone is still on right now. His service is working. He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer. I showed you. Oh, stop. Will you listen to me? Do you see the call log? He did not try to call Monique at all yesterday. He is lying to you. I sent you his entire call log. That's from AT&T. That's not from his iCloud account. That's from AT&T. That's not what the court order said. It said he specifically has to leave a voicemail. But it doesn't matter because if he doesn't, that's fine. But I'm telling you right now, I have held everybody off. I said it's a private family matter. I'm sure he'll be back home. And everybody said, We'll give him 24 hours. That is until 10 o'clock today, Mom. That's why I said he had until 10 a.m. today. Mom, it doesn't matter. They gave me until 10 a.m. The police.
All right, what happens next?
Or we're not. I'm not speaking to you anymore. Either my son is in my driveway at 10 a.m. or we're not talking anymore. Okay, that's fine. You don't want to talk to me? That's fine. Goodbye.
All right.
Come and get it. He said, I need my fucking computer. And I said, fine, come and get it. I told him to be back after work. It's on the fucking camera.
All right.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a flying fuck. Did I tell you? Did I tell you to let him stay at your house? Did I tell you to let him stay at your house? Have I or have I not told you multiple times in the past that he is never to stay at your house ever again?
Okay.
Not without my consent. And I have not consented. Do you hear me? Yes, Collin. Answer to me. Answer me. Do you understand that you do not have my consent to have Collin? Do you understand that? No, answer my question. Do you understand? No, I didn't. I never threw him out, and it's on the ring camera. Never threw him out. Never threw him out.
All right. What's Kathy saying?
Never throw him out.
I don't know. Susan's cussing on I guess everybody's cussing, but Susan's cussing on the other end too. So cannot wait for her testimony.
You do not have my permission to have Collin in your home.
Okay.
Collin needs to be returned to me immediately. If when you arrive at your home, Collin is at your home, please inform him he is immediately. If neither of those things happen, and I find out that he is still in your custody, I am standing in front of my ring camera having this conversation with you on speakerphone. I expect Collin to be here back at my house. And if he's not back by 10 a.m., I'm going to take it if you are holding him hostage and not giving him back to me. Thank you. I hope you have a great day. Goodbye.
All right.
Your car, you so I'll be good with you. And I can drive your car, or you can drive the other Jetta, and I'll just call you. And I was like, okay. So his ambulance there. I tried to go in, looked, it's not, his car isn't there. So I don't know where he parked it, where he put it. I don't know because I sent the text that said, hey, I'm selling your car. He decided to drive off with it. That was stupid because I'm signing this over to them, and they said that they'll just report it stolen. So
What on earth?
he's got. So also, in order for him to have a driver's license, I have to give my consent. Okay, otherwise they have to wait until they're 18. The fact that his name is on this title is there. Hi guys. Catherine Griffith. I'm actually calling her. Hi, this is Catherine Griffith. I'm actually calling her this mom. I was just calling to confirm. Did Collin quit yesterday?
What, quit?
Collin Griffith, yeah. When he called in, I know he didn't show up to work yesterday. Did he quit yesterday as well? I just need to know. Is there a way you can find out for me? This is his mom, because he hasn't come home.
Girl.
So we're trying to find him.
What do you mean trying to find him? You know, I mean, obviously she kind of has to lie in order to find out if the son still has a job or not, but
Yeah, that Brett is talking to you. You can call me back. Okay. Yeah, I just need to know Collin told him that he was quitting or what he said. Collin is missing and hasn't been home in almost 24 hours. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I don't know.
Oh, Susan, having that phone? His phone turned on. He called me at, you won't, and that's the problem. He's had it turned on do not disturb. He called me at 7:32 this morning and talked to me for 56 seconds and told me I was a crazy psychotic bitch and he wasn't leaving and that he was gonna stay there with mama and that that's not a violation of his probation. He sent him a picture. Like, if he's sending you all these things, did he send you the pink picture that I sent to him that shows specifically like the pink sheet of paper they gave me that says he can leave the county to go visit his grandma, but it doesn't say he can leave the county to go visit his grandma, and that's what he thinks it means. And he thinks it can leave the county.
Hold on, what? The pink slip saying what?
The pink picture of his probation. 32 this morning and talked to me for 56 seconds and told me I was a crazy psychotic bitch and he wasn't leaving and that he was gonna stay there with mama and that that's not a violation of his probation. I sent him a picture. Like, if he's sending you all these things, did he send you the pink picture that I sent to him that shows specifically like the pink sheet of paper they gave me that says he can leave the county to go visit his grandma, but it doesn't say he can leave the county to go visit his grandma, and that's what he thinks it means. And he thinks it means without my permission, he can just leave and go and do that. Oh, yeah, I sent him that too.
I need to see the pink slip.
No, it doesn't, because I said, how are you gonna live on your own? No, I even told our girls, no, I'm not leaving when I turn 18. You and I both know. Yes, I'm to leave. This is all. I guess I don't, this is crazy. If you tell me, just sit back and stay with your mom. You'll say me, let it go. Piece of shit that drives me crazy, or we're not. So he wants to do this. He wants to go to court. That's what he wants. He wants this. That's what he wants.
Okay.
I didn't change my phone. No, I changed the voicemail to say that nobody could call me. That was all I did. No, Mom, you're a fucking moron. phone was never
wow.
disconnected because if you would have tried to send a text, it would have. You're a fucking moron. My phone was never
I don't know, Kathy. I do not know.
disconnected because if you would have tried to send a text, it would have showed you that it would have gone through. I went onto YouTube, pressed play for the. I went to the Golden House. We already showed. He didn't show up to work yesterday, and it said, "Want to know where he went? The movies. I'll show you the receipt. He went to the movie theater. He
Okay.
went to the movie theater. And you know what he's been doing all day while he's at your house? Because it's showing up every time he takes a screenshot of it on his iPod account. He's playing video games, killing people.
Mm.
And I send those screenshots to you. So tell me how he's better off at your house where he's killing people. Pretend and making fun of it. And kidnapping them and having them tied to little chairs while he tortures them and kills them with other people in this little game scenario that he has. I sent you pictures of the screenshots where they're. I'm calling you right now. Oh. No, you're not! Because I'm driving up there. Listen to me.
Okay.
I'm gonna be there before you. So it's gonna go down before you even get there. I don't know what to tell you. I guess
Okay.
you can call Collin and tell him to run or try to run because I'm coming up there. I'm getting the car. The car is sold. He can either get in the car with me and come back home, or he can call. And then you better tell him that he needs to give me a goddamn phone call in 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. Because he's answering your calls. He's not answering mine. He's
Okay.
answering Lacey's, not answering mine. He has me blocked. Are you gonna call my son and tell him what I just told you? Call him and call me back.
Hmm. All right, what's next?
Thanks for calling. State your name, number, and then At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Collin. This is your mom. I am just calling you because I know you talked to Detective Lacey. She told you that you needed to be home today, and apparently you said no, you're not coming home. And so I guess you were explaining the situation, and that if you don't come home, you are going to be charged with violating your probation. So I'm just warning you, I am on my way to you to pick you up because you're not allowed to stay away from me like this. You're not allowed to be in Mama's house, and I have every right to come and pick you up. So
All
I'm
right.
coming to pick you up. Get in the car, or not get in the car. Right away. Up to you. Oh, Colin.
Oh my goodness, Kathy. It would be nice if we could actually see the the footage though.
I threw him out and told him to come back when he got his shit together. I threw him out and told him to come back when he got his shit together.
Okay.
Yes, I did. Okay, it doesn't matter. Check your text. Okay, because I never said that via text. So have fucking fun with it.
So she threw him out. She's not throwing him
I'm on
out.
my way. Oh, you gonna get hurt or no? Do I need to wait for the police to get there? It actually is less. Go ahead. He has to work from 4:30 to 8 today. 4:30 to 8:30. So, yeah.
What time is it? 2:14.
Then I'm getting back in the car and I'm going to pick him up. And if once I'm in the car, he hasn't called me and told me anything.
Okay.
But that's not how it works because he still has to go see asking Monique, and he sent Monique an email saying that he knows he violated his probation. You have.
All right.
He sent Monique an
Oh
email.
no, Kathy. I don't know. Kathy. I mean, she is deceased, but some of these lies, I don't know.
Saying that he knows he violated his probation. You have, and it's 2:53. It's less than 7 minutes. Goodbye.
Does she have a pet? A dog or something? I cannot figure that out from day 2.
Hello? Oh, he's not there. He hung up. He won't answer when I call, so good luck. Tell him to do this replay. Tell him to do this. I thought he was going to work.
Okay.
No!
I thought work starts at 4:30.
I don't throw him out all the time. That's a lie. So you plan on going to there and telling them that I throw him out all the time?
All right. Where are you going, Mr. Levine?
Was the last video that the jury saw the last video that captured Kathy alive?
Yes.
Okay.
And did she leave the house in the clothes that she would die in?
Yes.
Sheesh.
And did she have the brownish yellowish Kate Spade backpack purse kind of over her shoulder?
She did.
Kate Spade.
And did you see that at the crime scene?
I did.
Was it soaked in blood?
It had blood on it, yes.
Now, let's switch subject matter for a moment now. Done with the videos, going to text messages.
Okay.
I believe you mentioned yesterday the basic process of getting forensic downloads and information off the cell phones. Were you able to, from those cell phones, something called a Cellbrite extraction report, generate a Cellbrite extraction report that detailed text messages on September 7th and September 8th?
Yes.
Describe to the jury a little bit. What does that mean, a Cellbrite extraction report?
So only those 2
It's
days.
just a report that's generated from the program that's used to download the phones through our computer crimes division.
From that, were you able to basically see all of the text messages between Kathy and the defendant on those last 2 days, the Saturday, September 7th and Sunday, September 8th?
Yes.
Were you also able to see the text messages between Kathy and her mom, Susan?
Yes.
And as the timeline kind of continues, and we'll focus obviously on those 2 days, would there be periodically photographs or pictures or attachments that Kathy would send to either her mom and or her son?
Yes.
And then some of those were you able to kind of click on and print out?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Some of them, for some reason, do they is the pixelation such that you can't really see what it is for whatever reason?
Right. So some of the photographs, when you try to enhance them, they wouldn't enhance like through high definition. It would be completely pixelated and you wouldn't be able to tell what was in the photograph.
As far as you can tell, though, was there anything of major importance that you weren't able to see?
No.
Now, have you had an opportunity to see State Exhibit 188, which is the Cellbrite reports containing text messages and some photos from September 7th through September 8th between Kathy and her son?
Yes.
And were those obtained off of the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
All right.
So is it a fair statement, even though that it was not possible to get a download from Kathy's phone, you were still able to see the content of the conversation because defendant's phone was able to be downloaded?
Yes.
Okay.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would move State Exhibit 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
And then 196, Detective Peters, is that a similar exhibit but from Susan Detman's phone?
Yes.
And does that show text message conversations between Kathy and Susan?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 196 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
And for the record, that includes the text messages from September 8th between the two ladies, correct?
Correct.
Now, from watching the videos, is it a fair statement that sometimes you can actually see Kathy sending texts or taking photos and then sending them to her mom or to the defendant?
It appears that she's texting and sending photos to someone in that moment.
And conversation-wise, are you able to see some things that Kathy refers to her mom, text messages that she sent as well, and subject matter that she was sending off to her son, the defendant?
Yes.
Now, did you come across, or did one of your expert computer crimes detectives come across a text message of note that was brought to your attention about an additional motive that the defendant had to kill his mom?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Let's see where
Tell
they're
the jury
going.
just briefly, how did that come to your attention?
So early morning.
Okay. So I suppose, is this the text message to Jeffrey Rapkin? Because he cannot get into the substance of that text. It's not coming in.
On the 9th of September.
Your crime.
I need to get a timestamp for something.
Kathy refers to.
Appears that she's texting and sending photos to someone in that moment.
And conversation-wise, are you able to see some things that Kathy refers to her mom, text messages that she sent as well, and subject matter that she was sending off to her son, the defendant?
Yes.
Now, did you come across, or did one of your expert computer crimes detectives come across a text message of note that was brought to your attention about an additional motive that the defendant had to kill his mom?
Yes.
Tell the jury just briefly, how did that come to your attention?
So early morning on the 9th of September, I received a phone call from our computer crimes detective who was going through the download and explained to me they found an interesting text message that I needed to be aware of.
Okay.
After reviewing that, were you able to create an exhibit within an exhibit, so to say, meaning you isolated that specific text message and it was able to show the date and the time?
I did.
All right, we'll start with that, and then we'll backtrack to the text message conversations between Kathy and her son and Kathy and her mom.
Okay.
And for the record, this is a composite 188. I'll bring this to you so you can read it to the jury, but for their benefit, just so they can see visually what it looks like, we'll put it on the Elmo here.
Okay.
All right, this is basically a cover page of the Cellbrite extraction report.
Yes.
And then is that how it generally looks in terms of you can figure out the date, the time, who sent it, who received it, and the content of the text message?
Yes, it does.
All right, get into the.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective Peters, the jury will obviously have the benefit of this in the deliberation room to look at it up close. But if you could please, actually, before I get to that, mirroring that text message, were you able to also get a screenshot? Actually, if I may approach, please, Your Honor. Thank you. And I'm going to show what's also part of the composite 188 so the jury can see, and then you'll be able to explain it further. If you could please, Detective Peters, explain to the jury those 3 screenshots. What are those pictures of?
These screenshots are photographs of conversation between Catherine and Collin.
All right.
And at the top of the screen, what's the picture and name?
The picture is of Catherine Griffith, and underneath it says Mom.
And whose phone did that come off of?
Collin Griffith's phone.
And how did you actually obtain a picture like that?
These photographs were copied in a screenshot format that was in the photographs.
So you were able to get screenshots of the defendant's phone conversation with his mom, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that the text, the full text conversation regarding another one of the motives the defendant had?
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
what's
If
the
you could
motive?
please read the full context of the text message.
You want me to read this one or the Cellbrite?
The one in your right hand is the full one.
Okay.
But before you get there, can you tell the jury, according to the Cellbrite report, is that sent by the mom to her son, the defendant?
Yes.
And a time that it was sent and or typed?
Yes.
What's the time?
The time is 12:02 p.m.
And that would be on Sunday, September
Correct.
8th?
September 8th, 2024.
And then on the cell phone, what does it say? The time?
12:29.
All right. So at or between 12:02 and 12:29, the message is sent, typed, received. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
All right. If you could go ahead and read the full content of the text message.
Okay. Begins, the car isn't there. Not sure what you did, but it's being sold as we speak to CarMax for $15,600.
Okay.
Unless you'd like to reply to my text and tell me you're driving home right now, period. Didn't think so. It's a felony to drive a stolen car without insurance. And if you wreck it, that's it. How much are you going to lose before you stop, Collin? ?
Okay.
I feel like you were trying to make me like your dad by talking away privileges, but you violated your probation, violated the rules of the house, and now you won't answer me. My mom or the cops, you've left me with no choice. Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing blank and planning the murder, there are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus the recovered audio from blank's iCloud where you told your blank you hated me and I was an evil bitch are being sent to. My dad is sending his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February.
Okay, so I'm pausing right there. The reason why I'm pausing is because this relates back to the father, the grandfather, Mr. Lentis, whatever his name is. Okay. Because there was this question about whether he has memory issues and when Collin made the statements to him. Okay. According to Kathy, she's saying this was made in February. When the father was on the stand, he said the statement was made sometime in May. But then, according to the transcript from a prior hearing, the statement was made a few weeks before Joe Biden decided to drop out.
Audio, video, email, text, and phone recordings are being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. Good luck hiring a good one. And this goes into the next screenshot. Because the 751 clearly states I have to be medically incapable of caring for you, and I am not. You can keep hiding and running away from me. It is illegal for your grandmother to allow you to stay at an empty house 3 hours away when she was in Summerlin Key, which was on speaker and recorded as saying, I almost had an Amber Alert issued until she admitted after midnight you were in Auburndale, which is why I agreed to give you until 10 a.m. to cool down and come home. But I made it very clear you didn't come home. I legally don't have a choice but to report you as a runaway.
Okay.
Mama complained about you in February. You threatened her in February. But all of a sudden you go back to her and she takes you in, and I'm supposed to just let her steal you when I'm legally responsible and now in trouble for not reporting you as a runaway last night and waiting until this morning. That's not how this works. I'm giving the police your number, Mama's number, and DCF's all numbers now. They also have all 3 addresses. Also, Freddie is not registered in Polk County.
Who's Freddie?
And this goes over to the 3rd screenshot, and I have to go down to where it begins. Also, Freddie is not registered in Polk County with a dog tag. That's a fine, and Mama owes taxes on her other trailer she sold
Mama.
in the same neighborhood. Her HOA doesn't like you or her. The police are going to bring you home, or DCFs will take you and eventually bring you home. Either way, you fucked up.
Sheesh.
And list your chance to get off probation by October 5th, 2024. All because you didn't want to help me mount a bookshelf that took under 30 minutes. Weed eat the backyard and clean your room because bugs were in the candy.
Okay, so I suppose that is the motive that prosecution is alluding to.
That you had all over. Remember, you chose this. You have 10 minutes to call me and fix this, Collin. I am signing this title and handing over the keys now.
All right.
So, Detective Peters, that was roughly around 12 and 12:30 in the afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And Kathy would end up dead with a 911 call around 6:14 that same day, correct?
Yes.
So roughly around 6 hours later. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to focus for a minute on the main part of that text. Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, you said blank.
Blank.
You? Right, but she mentions the name, correct?
Correct.
And planning the murder, there are 4 different instances from my Ring camera are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today.
Who are these people?
So is she threatening him to expose him for him admitting to her?
Got it. Okay, so that's the motive.
The killing previously was actually a planned murder?
That's what the text message indicates, yes.
Okay. 5:54.
And then was she also planning on sending recordings of the defendant calling her an evil bitch?
Yes.
Was she also threatening that her dad would be sending his recordings of the defendant telling him, the dad, meaning the grandpa, that the defendant planned his mom's murder back in February?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, was it clear from your review of everything that on the September 7th, or more so on the September 8th date, I guess, but that the defendant was having much more contact, like speaking to his grandma, than with his mom?
Yes.
And was Kathy hopeful that her mom would like pass on information that Kathy wanted Collin to know?
Yes.
With the hope of what was Kathy's hope stated over and over? What was she trying to accomplish?
Objection, Judge. Her hope was.
Did
I'd like to
Kathy
protect myself.
specifically? Did Kathy say on multiple occasions that she wanted or demanded that Collin return home by 10 a.m. on Sunday?
Yes.
Did she make any threats whatsoever of physical violence to the defendant in any of the text messages or phone calls?
No, not that I read.
Good question.
Did she make a bunch of threats that doesn't appear she followed through on, such as canceling his phone service or shutting it down?
Yeah, it appeared she made threats to close it down permanently, but it was on and off sporadically.
Did she make threats to cancel his car insurance?
Yes.
Did she make threats to sell his car?
Yes.
Did she make threats at some point to like take him out of school or disenroll him?
Yes.
Now, turning to State 196, did she also send a similar text message to Susan, explaining to Susan, her mom, that she was going to be turning over videos of the defendant admitting to killing the person and planning the murder from the year prior?
Yeah, she wasn't getting the response from the defendant, so she texted the same text message, just advising her to tell him the same text that I read.
Okay.
And I'm going to approach with State Exhibit 196. But before I do that, we'll stay just to be able to show the jury visually what it looks like. The cover page is at the Cellbrite report, where basically it goes in chronological order: date, time, who sent the message, who received the message, and the content of the message.
Yes.
And of course, this exhibit I reference is the text messages on September 8th between Kathy and Susan. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
So as the day progresses, I'm going to direct your attention specifically to page 25 for purposes of the record.
Let's see, what time is it? 2:38.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but if you could look at page 1 first, does that appear that
Yeah, I'm trying to, you guys know I'm not live. I won't be live tomorrow. I'm trying to get through the rest of this before the weekend's over. That's probably a push. I don't know that we're able to, but we will see how far we can get.
text message conversation begins at roughly 3:50 a.m. on early Sunday morning, September 8th?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And continues obviously throughout the day. Look at page 25, which I also
Separated.
handed to you.
Yes.
What time on Sunday, September 8th, is that text message sent?
This text message is sent at 3:49 p.m.
So that would be roughly three or more hours after Kathy sent the text message that she would expose the defendant for the murder the year previously, the message that she sent the defendant.
Yes.
Now, if you could please read to the jury, what is it that Kathy texts her mom that pertains to the motive text?
Damn, glasses now after reading these. It says, tell Collin
Okay.
the recordings of him admitting to killing blank and planning the murder. There are four.
These people are so organized. You see how there are no mistrial issues. Prosecution's not bringing in names, trying to sneak in information that shouldn't be in court. I like these. These are the type of attorneys I like.
Four from my Ring camera and are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today, period. Plus the recorded audio from Blank's iCloud account where Collin told his dad he hated me and I was an evil bitch are being sent to.
All right.
Dad is sending me his recordings of Collin telling him how he planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, email, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record,
Here's what the defense should have asked of the grandfather is, I mean, part of the feed had cut. So no, but I think we got all the feed cut on the direct. In any event, the defense, sure, then you don't ask questions you don't know answers to. But as far as the recordings, the supposed recordings that the grandfather has, because based on this context, I'm inclined to believe that the grandfather did not actually have recordings and that this was just a conversation. From defense perspective, I probably would have asked the question just to kind of establish or put it out there that Kathy was not exactly truthful, because it does not sound like the grandfather actually had recordings, because I would presume the prosecution, even law enforcement, would have been interested in those recordings, and those recordings would have been admitted into evidence when the grandfather testified.
record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. So can Collins. Good luck hiring one because the 751 clearly states I have to be medically incapable of caring for Collin, and I'm not. You can't keep him from me. You can't hide him. He can't allow him to stay at an empty house 3 hours away when he blew up my microwave.
You have food?
You complained about him. He threatened you in February, but all of a sudden you take him in and I'm supposed to just let you steal my son.
That is going to make a real good cross for the prosecution. I'd like to hear about, Collin supposedly threatening Susan.
That's not how this works. Have your attorney call Eric Reyes on Monday so they can coordinate. I know you won't return Collin, and I know he is hiding because the car is not there at your house. I'm giving the police your number and DCF's your number now. They also have all 3 addresses. Also, your dog Freddie is not registered in Polk County with a dog tag. That's a fine.
Dang, now she's trying to go after Granny for her dog.
And you owe taxes on your other trailer you sold in the same neighborhood, and the HOA doesn't like you.
So is it a fair statement that Kathy told both the defendant and Kathy told her mom that she was aware of the way Collin had told Mr. Wantis he was going to murder her?
Yes.
So that wasn't just known by Robert Wantis, but Kathy knew that, correct?
Stand.
That wasn't murder.
Yeah.
Aware of the way Collin had told Mr. Wantis he was going to murder her.
Yes.
So that wasn't just known by Robert Wantis, but Kathy knew that, correct?
Stand.
Is one of the last things that was heard on the ring footage that Kathy was giving the defendant two options, either get in the car with her, or 3 options: get in the car with her, follow her in his own car, or she would call the police.
Objection, Judge. I think that's a mischaracterization. That was between her and Susan, that phone call.
Do you recall similar text message things about that?
Yes.
Now, I mentioned earlier about some of the photographs that would be attached to certain text messages that would be sent between Kathy and her mom, and Kathy and the defendant. Going back to 188 to publish some of those photographs. Do you recall from yesterday, Detective Peters, the chores that the mom was unhappy with Collin not doing?
Yes.
Did Kathy end up doing the chores herself?
Yes, she did.
Wow.
And did she send text messages to her son where she showed him how easy it was for her to complete the chores?
Yes, with photographs of the areas that she cleaned.
Yeah.
And it's now publishing for the jury's benefit from 188. Is that I don't know if it's a video or a screenshot of a video, but from the living room of her working?
Yes, that's a screenshot from the Ring camera in the living room.
That would have been on Saturday, 3:37, is that correct?
Yes.
After the defendant already left the house?
Yes.
All right, we have time. After this, we're going to jump into day 4. Okay, we'll do part of day 4. I don't know that we get through everything.
Tell the jury about what Kathy's doing in her backyard there.
That's the backyard of their residence, and she appears to be.
And again, I have to watch all this stuff because I am going to create a condensed video, putting everything together. Okay, just highlighting at least what stood out to me. The legal not just the legal arguments, but the evidence as well, the admissible evidence that stood out to me in this case.
Rolling up some extension cord connected to what I would say is a weed eater.
And what day, time on Saturday, September 7th, did she do that?
6:20 p.m.
Okay.
What can you tell us about that?
That's a Ring camera connected to the front of the residence. Appears she's taking out garbage.
What time on Saturday?
4:47 p.m.
What can you tell us about the time and what she's doing in that photograph, if you can tell?
Appears that she's cleaning like was observed in the video yesterday, and that's at 3:37 p.m. from the living room Ring camera.
And then a photo. What was in that? What subject matter was that in reference to?
That's the call log in reference to her attempting to contact Collin.
Now, of course, there's many pages of text messages. Does the subject matter stay pretty consistent between Kathy and Collin?
It does.
Oh, the question
Now, finishing up the Cellbrite report, going to 196.
Okay.
Some of the photographs, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the attachments photographs that were accompanied by text message that Kathy sent Susan. We'll begin with a certain one. What can you tell us about that, Detective Peters?
It appears to be a screenshot of a conversation between Catherine and Collin.
Okay.
And help explain at the top of the screen, what does it say and whose phone would this be?
It says collin.griffith@icloud.com. That'd be Collin's phone.
And read to the jury, if you would, what the conversation between Kathy and
I'm pretty sure some folks sent emails to that account.
son was.
It says, "Mom, believe coming from Collin. She's Collin, what's going on?" He says, "You told me to leave." She says, "I told you to leave because you were scaring me. You hurt me, Collin."
Okay.
He writes, "I'm not doing this with you." And then a continuing text message says, Collin, you need to stop before this gets way worse. If you don't come home soon, you're going to face charges, serious ones. Just stop. This same thing a year later. Why? You just have to stop, Collin.
Now this one, there's a little different icon at the top. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an icon of the defendant with his name underneath of it as a contact.
Okay.
And what does this message say?
From where it starts is you want to throw your, and I'm assuming that says life away like this and hurt me. I'll let everyone see you for who you are. All the comments and admissions made on Ring camera. You chose Collin now, or you choose Collin now. Respond that you will be home by 10 a.m. today. That's in 2.5 hours.
Okay.
Or don't respond and go back to court. You choose as always. And that's the last read you get at 7:28 a.m. Remember that you chose not to respond and instead just read the text.
Another photo of screenshots.
Screenshots appears to be a photograph, maybe of some court documents. And then the bottom says, you do not have my permission and you did not call Monique yesterday and notify her. You would be going, and it doesn't matter because you have to have my permission to, which you don't, and you've read my messages and called me and still refuse to come home. Probation violations out the ass. You have until 10 a.m. That's it.
And then what is that?
That is the phone log. That appears to be a screenshot of a voicemail.
And was the subject matter between Kathy sent to Susan, was it largely revolving around Kathy trying to get Collin to come back home?
Yes.
All right.
Did Kathy make any threats to Susan in the text message that she was going to do physical harm to Collin?
No.
I might have a brief.
I'm sorry, folks. I just realized that I was not. I realized that I did not read any of these messages. So, well, it's kind of too late now, but I'll go through them.
Moment, Your Honor.
What's going on? Fever. Fever is definitely from the city. This guy's talking about a chopped cheese. He's having a chopped cheese sandwich. Fever's so sweet. Fever's so sweet. Uber Eats, huh?
I don't have any further questions right now, Your Honor.
Thoughts?
Judge, can we take our mid-afternoon break first? Thanks.
All right, folks, we'll take 15 minutes. Please leave your notepads.
All right. Brooklyn said Uber Eats doesn't deliver in Alaska. We need to go hunt for lunch. Let's see. I don't know. Old Bag is definitely in the middle of nowhere. She's probably more in the country than I am. All right, let us see. So we're going to get into some what I think is going to be, I was going to say groundbreaking cross-examination, but let me not get ahead of myself.
Work yesterday. I have a couple of things to take care of while we wait for Mr. Levine.
And I can tell Your Honor that they're working on, I think, some further redactions because there were some.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll wait till Mr. Levine gets that.
What's going on? Wait, go back. What did the family do?
Some further redactions because there were some.
Honor, that they're working on, I think, some further redactions, because there were some words. I'll wait till Mr. Lee gets that.
All right. Let's see. How long does cross go? 1 day, a number of days. I cannot believe I did not see those messages. All right, come on. The seal. Chuckling a little bit. Okay, why were you guys grossed out? Yeah, I guess it's probably when the pathologist was testifying. Okay. Wounds on a hand. If it's black and blue, it's been there for a while. Yellow skin. Yeah. Dang, I'm definitely late. Viva said she was so little. Yeah. Little. Let's see. Okay, so I'm just gonna read this. Let's see what Benji says. So Benji says that he used to watch interrogation tapes because he found them fascinating, or at least he was fascinated by the interrogation process. But the stories that people told were harsh for casual viewing. All right, they don't pay me. Brooklyn, no, it's going for April 1st. They still have a lot of issues to resolve, and if Alan Jackson is removed, it's another few months. She probably had asthma. She was anemic, had heart problems. She had a lazy eye. Whole bag is out of control. She was also practicing knife dancing. Oh, bag, come on now. Yeah, even Fever said that's too much information. She's doing blah blah. Asthma kicked in. All right. Why would they suspect steroid? Brooklyn, I believe that question defense. What's going on? Did I pause my feed? Why did I do that? I think that question defense asked in relation to her skin condition, to show that if she used not skin condition, I think it was arthritis, if I'm not mistaken. If she used steroids for arthritis, that basically would have made her skin more sensitive than a person that did not actually use steroids, which would make her more susceptible to bruising. Yeah, Benji, I agree. I enjoyed the pathologist without a doubt. I enjoyed the pathologist. He was very clear about, his job, and I don't know, that was pretty enjoyable to me. And apparently, he had a good time educating the jury.
Please be seated. Story on cross.
Yes, thank you. Detective Peters, I wanted to flesh out some of the things that you mentioned on your direct testimony.
Brooklyn, a pathologist, somebody conducting an autopsy, would not know if a decedent was prescribed any, not just drugs, anything at all, because they're not their treating physicians. His purpose was basically to determine manner and cause of death. That was it.
And that was included in the ring videos and the text.
I think that information is going to come through what's her name? Susan, because she's the mother. She might know more about, you're hoping, or at least I'm hoping she knows enough about the daughter
messages.
Okay.
Medical.
In the ring video from September 8th, where Kathy is talking about, and you know what he's doing at your house? This is with Susan. He's playing video games where he's murdering and torturing people. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And her conversation implied that she sent some screenshots of that video game to Susan to prove her point.
Yes.
Right? And you've looked through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as defense exhibit 1.
Obag said, why isn't she seeing our messages? I have no idea. Usually, even now, it's showing me new comments. I have no idea why there was no arrow telling me new comments. I thought it was strange that the last message we had was Benji's breakfast, okay? I don't know why. Something happened.
And defense exhibit 2, and see if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. And do those appear to be the screenshots that accompanied the text regarding the video games that Collin was playing?
Yes.
Judge, I believe it's exhibit 1 and 2.
Any objection, despite it's your case right now?
Oh, well,
No, Judge, that's not.
I should have asked about doing things out of order.
They are received.
So this is defense exhibit 1. Take a minute. And do you know anything about this video game that's shown in the screenshot?
I do.
Is Obag talking about? What kind of intervention?
It's a Roblox game, correct?
Correct.
Rated for kids.
Exactly. That's why I check my kids' Roblox. Okay. That's why it's on my phone. I need to see what you're doing on there. All right. She's on Dance Moms. Dance Moms.
And do you know anything about this video game that's shown in the screenshot?
I know for folks, I've never really played video games like that. Never been my thing. But I'm just thinking of video games in general, like the more graphic video games. Are boys more prone to play those types of games as opposed to girls? I don't know. I'm just wondering because, again, my kid is into Dance Mom. She's in something called Cooking Mama. I know every time I think about the name of the game, it cracks me up. It's called Cooking Mama. And it's exactly that. It's a mama that's cooking. And like she's taking care of babies and other types of games. But I've not seen her. She's not even into racing games because I got her a Nintendo. I don't know, when she was 6 or something. We've actually never really used it. And it has this Mario Kart game. She's not into that. And then I tried what is this? For her, what would work is probably Dance or something. I think there's something called Dance for Nintendo. I think there's a dance game. But other than that, she's not interested in, I don't know, is that a girl boy thing or is it just my kid?
I do.
It's a robot.
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Take a minute. And do you know anything about this video game that's shown in the screenshot?
I do.
It's a Roblox game.
Oh, that is killing me. Apparently, I seem to be addicted to ironing. I was thinking about it last night. I'm like, oh, they've not heard about me talking about ironing for a while because I've not been going anywhere. I just wear pajamas. Apparently, I've been wearing pajamas all week.
Correct.
Rated.
But I will be ironing tonight because tomorrow I'm torn. I mean, obviously, I'm going to actually go into the city. I plan on going to federal court. I'll call them in the morning. There's something I need to do out there. So yeah, I have to look decent.
For kids, like as young
All
as
ages,
10,
up
all
to
ages.
adults play it.
Right. But it's not limited to say adults only because of its violent nature.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
And I'll show what's
Brooklyn said
been
talk about
admitted as
exercise.
Defense Exhibit 2, same video game.
Shout out to Jerome though. Old bag said, let's talk about Jerome. Shout out to Jerome. I like Jerome, all right?
Yes.
So not quite as Kathy described it.
Yeah, what happened to Greg?
Yes.
Okay.
I know Greg might come back in the second YSL trial, but I'm so I don't know. Here's the thing: Brooklyn's really interested in the YSL stuff. I'm kind of over the YSL stuff, but if I'm to come up here and talk about topics that I think it's best for me to discuss topics that my co-counsels are interested in. So I will keep up with the YSL trial, but they have worn me out because they're disorganized. They have no real they just, I don't want to say they lack organization skills, but that was a very disappointing trial to me from both, actually from the bench to prosecution to defense.
Now I'm going to jump around a little bit. Going back to the house at
Brooklyn
77
said, I'm going to
Hewlett
be
Drive.
shocked.
You said that it did not appear that there had been a long, drawn-out fight throughout the house.
Correct.
But by the same token, if someone is
That
being
is so crazy. I did not even know that Callie was in here. What's up, Callie?
dragged throughout a house by
Wait,
the
what's the question?
drive,
Not quite as Kathy.
and I'll show what's been admitted as Defense Exhibit 2, same video game.
Yes.
So not quite as Kathy described it.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to jump around a little bit. Going back to the house at 77 Hewlett Drive.
Which guy did you not believe, old bag? Was that the grandfather?
You said that it did not appear that there had been a long, drawn-out fight throughout the house.
Correct.
But by the same token, if someone is being dragged throughout a house by their hair, wouldn't you expect they would be struggling against that?
Would I expect there to be struggling? Yes.
Unless they were going willingly with the person.
Sure.
Yeah, Kelly, my phone is definitely with junior co-counsel. I've told her a few times, maybe I just should have gotten up because about an hour ago, I muted myself and I told her to come here so I could see my phone, and she said no. She just never got up because she's on Roblox.
The house. Right.
That's the other option, yes.
Right. So what's that?
Would I expect
Being dragged. But by the same token, if someone is being dragged throughout a house by their hair, wouldn't you expect they would be struggling against that?
Would I expect there to be struggling? Yes.
Unless they were going willingly with the person
Sure.
throughout the house. Right.
That's the other option, yes.
Right. So if somebody is being dragged unwillingly, and they are struggling, so let's assume that too,
Mhm.
you would expect items in the house to be disturbed.
Possibly.
I don't know, old bag. Why? I know we're past grandfather, but why do you guys think it's a made up story if there are different accounts from law enforcement of them basically saying that this kid said he was, going to kill the mother? Why is it the fact that it's coming from the grandfather not credible?
The blood that was on the backpack that Kathy was seen wearing as she's leaving her house on September 8th. I want to talk a little bit about that. You do know that Collin's phone was found in his car,
Yes.
right? And the 911 call came from Kathy's phone, right?
Yes.
And that means that Collin had to use Kathy's phone to call 911
Yes.
because he was the caller.
Correct.
And it's possible that Kathy's phone was in her backpack, and that Collin had to go into the backpack to find the phone to be able to make the phone call to 911.
It's possible.
The ring cameras, you said that there were cameras in 5 different, or the 5 different cameras, one an outdoor, one on the doorbell area,
Yes.
right? Then one in the living room,
Correct.
one in the kitchen,
Correct.
and then one in each of Collin and Kathy's bedrooms.
Yes.
Benji said SO. I'm sorry, folks.
And the ring videos we've seen are from the kitchen ring video.
Yes.
Camera, rather. All right, so before we get to more about those ring videos, you could hear Kathy tell Collin to get out and not come home, correct, on September 7th?
Yes.
And she told him not to come back even if he was bawling his eyes out, right?
Yes.
And she made him or told him to give.
No, old bag. It's not the juror that made the statement. That statement was made by a sounds like a security staff member.
Her his house keys, right?
Give her keys.
Give her the house keys
Yes.
and leave them there.
Yes.
And then from the living room video camera, you can actually see her locking the door behind Collin after he goes outside.
Yes.
So he would not have been able to get back in that locked door.
I'm sorry, old bag. Old bag said apparently I don't need my co-counsel to watch court.
Unless there's another key outside that I'm not aware of.
The living room video, the living room camera actually
guys were
faces
all well
towards the
behaved.
kitchen, so it's almost the same view, but from the opposite direction.
Right.
There was a point where Kathy was waving her hand in front of, it looked like the TV, but it would also have been in front of the ring camera.
Yes.
Right before she says, and it's all being recorded on my ring video.
Yes.
Okay. So she clearly knows how to make sure that some things are captured on that ring camera.
Yes.
Now the clips that were
Benji, what's for
shown
lunch?
to the jury both yesterday and today, those aren't everything that happened from September 7th and September 8th, are they?
No.
I'll get to those in a minute. I'm sorry I'm not being very organized here, but before I get to those ring videos, I want to talk a little bit about the text messages.
But also a public
Okay,
defender.
so this is sort of a different version of the text messages between Kathy and Collin. It's been marked as Defense Exhibit 3. I'm going to approach and see if you recognize it. It's just in a little bit more readable format.
Thank you. Yes, I recognize this. Yes.
And even though it's not my case, I'd like to admit into
You
evidence.
guys are out of control.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Brooklyn and Old Bag are out of control. Some of these, I don't know. Some of these chats,
All right. I'm going to talk about some of the things that Kathy told to Collin over text message. Okay, so
yeah, Fever was on the money from the start. I think we established that on day 2. It was rather clear. It was apparent that she wanted him there for his trust.
So can you see it on your monitor as well?
I can.
Okay,
It's
so
easier to read on this one.
on
I have a
the
long way to
bottom
go.
one from September 7th at 7:01 p.m., she talks about wanting him to return the cell phone and the MacBook that were purchased for his education.
Yeah, but here's the other thing too, Old Bag. The trailer that this kid was in was not furnished. It sounds like there was nothing in there. It sounds like there wasn't even food in the trailer.
Then she said you don't have permission to be at work, which is a probation violation because you refused to do your chores for the day. Are you aware of any probation condition that required him to not be at work?
No.
Okay. So obviously not an accurate statement, right?
Then she says, you violated your probation by having physical contact with me.
Najima.
It implies that that happened right before he left, but there was no physical contact that you saw in any ring video that you've reviewed, right?
No.
I'm in fear for my safety and the safety of the vehicle which you took in, which is in my name. I am canceling the car insurance policy until you are 18. You may not drive the Jetta as long as my name is on the title insurance. So right there, she's telling him it's illegal for him to drive his car, right?
Right.
But then she turns around and says, drive home right now or you're going to be in trouble.
Yes.
Do you know if she ever did cancel his insurance?
I do not have proof that she canceled his insurance, no.
Do you know anything about the title to the car, whose name it was in, anything like that?
I believe it was in Mom's name, and I think Colin's name was on it as well.
So both people's.
Yes.
You are being withdrawn from college as you've shown yourself to be capable of be capable of taking care of chores around the house. And then she lists them. So she was gonna.
Yeah. So from the audio from day 2, she sounded pretty normal, but I don't know. Day 3, I don't know.
Prevent him from continuing his college education over chores. At least that's what she claimed.
It appears that way in text.
Benji said anonymous.
Okay,
Anonymous security.
One. Here it says that it's 8:28. I'm reporting the Jetta stolen. You can't drive the car without insurance and without parental consent. Do you know if she ever reported the Jetta stolen?
I don't have proof of that, no.
And was it even stolen?
Go back. They weren't the Levine or whatever his name is not dirty. What name did they say? They didn't say the name. When the officer read the text message and he said the dad, that is not Colin's father. That referred to Kathy's father.
No.
Because his name's on the title. And then she talks about communicating with Detective Lacey. You're aware that he had been communicating with Detective Lacey Zanoniani and that she encouraged him to stay at Susan's house.
Yes, through text message.
And Kathy actually talked with Detective Lacey by phone.
Callie, the source of the trust fund is from the father, which to me is pretty off, right? Because typically an individual in Colin's case would not benefit from, I know that to be true about life insurance, right? If you go out and, I don't know, a parent or whoever that is insured and you're the beneficiary, you don't get the money. But the source is the father. The father is deceased, so there was a trust fund set up for him, and he got to enjoy it after he took his father out.
Phone on the 8th before she went to Auburndale, right?
Yes.
And Detective Zanoniani told her to stay home. You don't need to go up there. Let Collin stay with Susan.
I don't know if it's those exact words, but something of that context, yes.
Then right here, Kathy is threatening to close his Bank of America account so he doesn't have access to save money to put gas in his car.
I think I caught up. Did I catch up? Yep.
Well, I don't know the reason, but it is saying I am closing your bank account since it's tied to my name.
Callie, I believe Collin said he was acting in self-defense. Yeah. So the father pretty much died under the same circumstances as the mother.
the top message talks about how Colin's probation paperwork says he cannot leave the county without her unless it's for school. There was a screenshot of the pink paper that we talked about that specifically says he can leave the county to visit his grandmother, Susan Detman, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of the 751 plan that existed between Susan and Kathy, where each could have custody of him and it would be perfectly legal?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6, 7, 8, and 9. You may not
I think it's pretty
recognize
young.
them, but take a look.
Thank you. So this would be the 751. This is the first time I'm seeing it, but I'm aware of it. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd like to admit into evidence those exhibits I just mentioned. It's the signed paperwork filed with the Charlotte County Clerk of Court, so I think you could take judicial notice of them as well.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Okay.
I'm going to publish them then.
That's what Collin
So the
said.
first document is a co-petition
Eva, are you off of work? How is work? What's for
to
dinner?
establish temporary custody of minor children by extended family. And you would agree that it was signed and notarized by several people, right?
Yes.
Including Catherine Griffith and Susan Detman.
All right.
Correct.
The next document is entitled Agreement and Consent to a Petition under 751. Also signed by Catherine Griffith and Susan Detman, along with attorney Jeffrey Rapkin.
Oh,
Yes.
there we go, Jeffrey.
That was Defense Exhibit 7. Defense Exhibit 9 is the acknowledgement of service of these documents signed by Catherine Griffith.
Yes.
Okay, and that was December 10th of 2023.
Yes.
And then the final document, which is Defense Exhibit 8, so out of order.
Okay.
It's an order granting the joint petition. Signed by Judge Mary Evans on, now, does it say? What was filed? I thought it said it on here.
I think it's under the signature.
Okay. It is. I can't read it.
January something of 2024, I believe.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you, everyone.
It's,
January 2024. Okay.
Okay.
Suffice it to say that everybody was on board with both Susan and Kathy being able to make decisions for Collin and have custody of him.
It appeared so, yes.
Oh, yes, the pink paper with the permission to be out of county to visit the grandmother. It says that we'll notify Monique. You're aware that Collin did in fact notify his probation officer by email
Yes.
that he was going to Susan's.
Yes.
And it was a weekend, so she wouldn't have answered the phone at her
There
office.
there wasn't a response.
And then Kathy says that she's going to call the police and send them. She didn't ever call the police that you know of to send them to pick Collin up.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Probably what you should have done. Yeah, we get to see some of the pictures.
Okay. Then there's some texts about selling his car, and it's right here. Is that where it was? Okay, here we go. Second one, where she claims she had gone up to Auburndale.
Maybe I still did not know that, that grandma was equipped for Collin, though. I don't know, maybe, but definitely the mom.
To get into the community, the gates.
I mean, once the grandmother gets up here, we'll hear from cross-examination if she was afraid or made comments about being afraid of Collin or not, because from the prosecution's case, they have elicited that both the grandmother and Kathy were afraid of this boy.
Wouldn't let her in. She's at the dealership in Lakeland. All this elaborate explanation of how she's going to get rid of his car. None of that was true either, was it?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Well, we see her on Ring video at all hours up until mid to late afternoon on the 8th, right?
And that was at 10:54 a.m.
Yeah, we're going to wait for G-Ma. Gonna wait for the GD to shoot.
Here she talks about Epic Towing. So she even comes up with the name of a tow company that's going to go pick up the car and a specific amount of time within which they'll be there. That wasn't true either, was it?
I don't have proof that she called a towing company, no.
Or that a towing company showed up
No.
in Auburndale.
I don't have proof of that, no.
So suffice it to say, a lot of the things that Kathy claimed were just simply untrue.
Correct, yeah.
Are you aware of some texts?
Hold on, let's go back.
Correct, yeah.
Are you aware of some texts between Kathy and Collin in late August of 2024 where she tells him that she's feeling down again and is maybe going to go into a facility for a while?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as defense exhibits 4 and 5.
All right.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes. Yes.
And they appear to be the text from Kathy to Collin.
Yes, it does.
I'd like to admit into evidence defense exhibit 4 and 5.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are received.
Publish them real quickly. So down here on 7/24, no, that's not the one. Oh, that was the one. So it wasn't a week or so before. It was over a month before. But she's telling her son, just so you know, I'm not doing so good. I just had a long conversation with my mom, and she was basically my mom. And she told me that she has stage 3 cancer. She's in Georgia, and she's not going to help me with DVC. Do you know what DVC is? It's a Disney Vacation Club.
Oh, I know what that is, but I didn't know the abbreviation for it.
And that she could care less. And so in response, I got really upset and quit my job. And
is it Collin?
Sorry, so this was not related to her mental health. It was about her quitting her job. Are you aware that she actually quit her job or did not quit her job?
I'm not aware. I don't have proof she quit her job.
All right, come on, defend. How much longer? 13 minutes? 14?
And then also on July 24th, Kathy talks about how she sold the house and that this story about how somebody has assumed the mortgage and she was going to move out. Any proof that any of that was true?
No, ma'am.
Who was she talking to?
Defense Exhibit 5. She says that she spoke with Dr. Goldstein today, and Dr. Goldstein wanted Kathy to go to an inpatient facility for some time, and that she was thinking about doing that. So that's what we were talking about Kathy communicating her mental health issues with her son.
Okay.
Intensive therapy, it says, yes.
But inpatient for 72 hours or so.
Yes.
The ring videos that were played.
Okay, so Dr. Goldstein, if there's a discussion, I mean, no, we don't know this to be true, but if there's some discussion between a Dr. Goldstein telling her to go inpatient, I would like to believe that she had established care with somebody that may have prescribed medication to her, but we don't know that because Susan has not testified yet.
You already said they didn't include everything that happened that day. There are actually some parts that I wanted to see if you remember seeing. One is from September 7th, where Kathy is trying to get a lid off a cup. Do you remember that part?
A lid off a cup.
Vaguely.
And she then starts yelling at Collin and blaming him for cutting her hand.
Vaguely.
Okay.
I'd have to see it again.
Okay, well, that's what I'm hoping to do. Is this Defense Exhibit 10? Do you have any objection to it?
No, it's not.
Judge, I'm going to publish just,
offering it?
yes, I'm offering it into evidence, Defense Exhibit 10. It's a portion of the ring video from September 7th, 2024.
You have no objection.
I don't object.
It is received.
And I'm only going to play a portion of it because a lot of it duplicates what has already been shown.
We cannot hear.
Ow. Okay, definitely not Collin did. Wow, I can't even open it. Collin, don't ever close my cups that fucking tight. I can't even get the fucking lid off. I just cut my hand.
Okay, so she just cut her hand, all right? 7:02:11. That's going to be significant to an extent as far as the defensive wound.
Jesus Christ. I'm a full-blown sweat and trying to act on a fucking cup.
I mean, again, in this video, we don't know if we can really see where the cut is.
In that clip, does it appear that Kathy actually cut her hand?
Doesn't appear so.
Okay, so it goes to, I guess her dishonesty.
And then finally, on September 8th, we saw a lot of clips of Kathy on the
They
phone
got a
with
lot of
a
evidence.
variety of people, right?
Yes.
Do you remember a portion that was left out of the
Kathy, she had something going on.
exhibit that was already entered into evidence where Kathy says it's not about to be a threat, it's about to be real shortly before she leaves the house?
I think that was played. I think that was played from the kitchen. There's two areas that you can get that same audio from, the living room and the kitchen. I think that was played.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play it again just in case.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is Defense Exhibit 11 from September 8th. I would like to offer it into evidence and just play a portion of it.
Any objection?
That's fine.
Just received. Excuse me.
Thank you. 2130.
How he's better off at your house where he's killing people, pretend and making fun of it, and kidnapping them
Yeah, I
and
remember
having them tied to little chairs while he tortures them and kills them with other people in this same story that I sent you the pictures.
It's 20.
I don't know. Let's go back to
Off
that.
at your house. How he's better off at your house where he's killing people, pretend and making fun of it, and kidnapping them and having them tied to little chairs while he tortures them and kills them with other people in this same story that I sent you the pictures.
It's 2130. That's okay. That's good.
It's not about to be a threat, it's about to be real.
Okay. What's about to be real?
And I apologize if that had already been played.
Yeah, it was played on the other one.
What's about to be real?
Detective Peters, when you were shown pictures of Kathy and Collin on various trips, you said that they appeared happy. In some of these clips and in some of the text messages that the jury's seen today, Kathy appears quite angry, correct?
Yeah, she appears frustrated. Yeah, angry.
Angry. And it was in that state that she left her house and went to Auburndale against advice from several people, right?
Advice from who?
I don't know who the several people are, but she did leave at that time to go to Auburndale, yes.
And she was yelling on her way out the door.
Interested in closing now.
Yes.
I don't want to jump the
But
gun.
you're aware that several people told her not to go to Susan's house and to let Collin stay there.
Detective Lacey, yes.
And Susan.
Susan,
Yeah. So at least two people,
yes.
but she ignored them.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. I don't think.
That was good, man. Shout out to all public defenders. That's how you close off. That's how you close off cross-examination. Did very good.
Nothing else?
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
For today.
All right. If you're needed back, you'll get a call.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Detective Peters.
Facility.
That will conclude the witnesses for today.
Okay. Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the weekend.
All right, so okay, that was a break for the weekend. What time is it? It's 3:40. It's still pretty early. So let us move on to day 4, okay? We're gonna go into day 4. All right. All right, we're about to get into day 4. Let me find day 4. Okay. Let's find day 4. There we go. There we go. There we go. Day 4. Oh, day 4 was pretty short. Maybe we do get through everything this weekend. Maybe we do get through everything this weekend. Let me put up my screen again. Do I have the right? Yeah, day 4. All right, let us find a good starting point. Let's see. Day 4. Let's give them a light.
Yes.
Why is it so low?
Yes.
Oh, the state is resting?
Actually, Mr. Hendry will be making the arguments.
We're going to do it right now. Sorry, I was setting my computer under. Sorry.
Oh, his name's what? Henry?
Great. Your Honor, this time the defense moves for a judgment of acquittal
Okay.
on both counts. I will work with the kidnapping
How long do they go?
first.
All right, let's start. I'm gonna take a quick break, okay? I'm taking a quick break. I'll be right back. Maybe I'll let you guys watch and then I'm going to rewind.
The state's charge of kidnapping. First, kidnapping is a specific intent crime, which means that at the time the alleged kidnapping took place, it had to be the intent to kidnap. And typically, the intent is to commit something else. So it's charged right now that the intent was to either further the commission of another felony or to harm or terrorize the victim. Now, as far as the evidence that has been presented in this trial about the kidnapping, we have essentially the 2 neighbor witnesses who presented any testimony whatsoever about the kidnapping. Both witnesses describe Kathy Griffith as angry. They describe her as, stomping around in the yard, throwing things into a car. The first witness described her swinging her arms around a lot, both away from Collin and as she approached Collin, and even up until she was so close that Collin could reach out and touch her. So at that moment, we have the testimony, which seems to align between both witnesses, that Collin grabbed his mother. She exclaimed, according to witness 1, "Let go, you're hurting my hair." Witness 2 did not hear anything. And then, although it has been argued that Collin dragged her into the house, the actual testimony from the witnesses was that the 2 went into the house. So if we pause it right there, at this point, we have what is arguably a misdemeanor battery. We have what could be a defensible touch on Collin's part, that he, in response to his mother swinging his arms in his face, reached out and grabbed her. And whether or not he had the right to do so, either way, it would either be a defensible battery or a misdemeanor battery. When examined on cross-examination, neither witness said that they heard Kathy exclaim anything about not wanting to go into the house. They did not see her fighting to not go into the house. They saw her legs moving. They saw her go into the house with Collin. And that moment is what has been alleged and the only evidence that has been shown of a kidnapping. So at that point, Mr. Griffith's specific intent to kidnap has to have been completed. We do not have that in this case, Your Honor. We have not heard any evidence that there was any fight on Kathy's part, any unwillingness to go inside of that house in that moment. We know she didn't want to be touched at that time, that she said that you're hurting me. We don't know if she was upset about him having his hands on her. We do know that he was touching her too hard, essentially, is the evidence that has come forward. And again, that would be a misdemeanor, which would not be sufficient in any case to charge a kidnapping with. So we move on from there. What evidence have we heard in this case that is going to turn this from a misdemeanor battery to a kidnapping? Well, we ultimately have a deceased person in this house. We have, the fact that she is found in the house roughly an hour and 15 minutes after this incident occurred, with the yelling outside and the touch on the upper torso. And we have no evidence of what happened inside the house. We have no evidence that Kathy was not in that house or wasn't in that house against her will, that she remained in that house against her will, that she was not able to move in that house. The only evidence we have of anything that happened inside that house is the body itself, with the forensic evidence that has come into play from that, and Mr. Griffith's 911 call. Mr. Griffith's 911 call states that there was an extended, prolonged fight, and that they ultimately, there's the accident that she fell on the knife. There is no mention that that fight started outside of the house, that it continued inside of the house, that it continued all the way up until the moment of her death. There is no evidence that she was dragged immediately from the porch into the house and murdered at that time, like the state may offer as an alternative. We have not heard that from any witness. We have not seen that in any evidence that has been presented. So again, the evidence of the kidnapping turns back to the misdemeanor battery, that she was touched, that she exclaimed upon the touch, and that she continued into the house without doing anything else to say that she did not want to go in that house. All of the case law on kidnapping gets into whether or not that the crime itself was completed, whether it was necessary to complete the other crime if there is another crime that's charged. But all of it, every case, includes proof that the victim was held or moved against their will. And we don't have that in this case. So we are not even at the starting point of whether or not you should consider a phase-on test or anything like that that falls under the kidnapping line of cases, because we have not heard a single piece of evidence that says that Miss Griffith did not go inside of that house willingly. So for that reason, we are asking for a judgment of acquittal on the kidnapping charge. As far as the first-degree murder goes, Your Honor, the evidence that has been presented so far of premeditation is that Mr. Griffith had a conversation with his grandfather.
Let me go back.
In which he said that he wants to kill his mother, that he wants to slit her throat.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you get to watch this a second time. And Kelly, have you formed any thought?
On both counts.
I mean, the defense, they had made a good job, or they had done a good job of pretty much shielding him from the cameras. But obviously, I forgot his name, has to get up. And she's kind of too short to shield him, so.
I will work with the kidnapping charge first. The state's charge of kidnapping. First, kidnapping is a specific intent crime, which means that at the time the alleged kidnapping took place, it had to be the intent to.
Sorry, folks, I'm eating rocks.
Kidnap.
A little crunchy.
Typically, the intent is to commit something else. So it's charged right now that the intent was to either further the commission of another felony or to harm or terrorize the victim. Now, as far as the evidence that has been presented in this trial about the kidnapping, we have essentially the two neighbor witnesses who presented any testimony whatsoever about the kidnapping. Both witnesses describe Kathy Griffith as angry. They describe her as, stomping around in the yard, throwing things into a car. The first witness described her swinging her arms around a lot, both away from Collin and as she approached Collin, and even up until she was so close that Collin could reach out and touch her. So at that moment, we have the testimony, which seems to align between both witnesses, that Collin grabbed his mother. She exclaimed, according to witness 1, "Let go, you're hurting my hair." Witness 2 did not hear anything. And then, although it has been argued that Collin dragged her into the house, the actual testimony from the witnesses was that the two went into the house. So if we pause it right there, at this point, we have what is arguably a misdemeanor battery. We have what could be a defensible touch on Collin's part, that he, in response to his mother swinging his arms in his face.
I don't know. Again, I don't know much about law in Florida, but for kidnapping, a conviction could be sustained by literally telling somebody to move from one end of a room to the other side without touching them. So, I don't know.
Reached out and grabbed her, and whether or not he had the right to do so, either way, it would either be a defensible battery or a misdemeanor battery. When examined on cross-examination, neither witness said that they heard Kathy exclaim anything about not wanting to go into the house. They did not see her fighting to not go into the house. They saw her legs moving. They saw her go into the house with Collin.
Yeah, bro.
And that moment is what has been alleged and the only evidence that has been shown of a kidnapping. So at that point, Mr. Griffith's specific
Brooklyn, we have moved on to day 4. We'll see how far we get with day 4. Again, I will not be live tomorrow, but I do want to finish this case this weekend. Oh, shoot. I forgot. I gave Zeta back my phone. I forgot to look up something.
intent to kidnap has to have been completed. We do not have that in this case, Your Honor. We have not heard any evidence that there was any fight on Kathy's part, any unwillingness to go inside of that house in that moment. We know she didn't want to be touched at that time, that she said that you're hurting me. We don't know if she was upset about him having his hands on her. We do know that he was touching her too hard, essentially, is the evidence that has come forward. And again, that would be a misdemeanor, which would not be sufficient in any case to charge a kidnapping with. So we move on from there. What evidence have we heard in this case that is going to turn this from a misdemeanor battery to a kidnapping? Well, we ultimately have a deceased person in this house. We have, the fact that she is found in the house roughly an hour and 15 minutes after this incident occurred, with the yelling outside and the touch on the upper torso. And we have no evidence of what happened inside the house. We have no evidence that Kathy was not in that house or wasn't in that house against her will, that she remained in that house against her will, that she was not able to move in that house. The only evidence we have of anything that happened inside that house is the body itself, with the forensic evidence that has come into play from that, and Mr. Griffith's 911 call. Mr. Griffith's 911 call states that there was an extended, prolonged fight, and that they ultimately, there's the accident that she fell on the knife.
The accident.
There is no mention that that fight started outside of the house, that it continued inside of the house, that it continued all the way up until the moment of her death. There is no evidence that she was dragged immediately from the porch into the house and murdered at that time, like the state may offer as an alternative. We have not heard that from any witness. We have not seen that in any evidence that has been presented. So again, the evidence of the kidnapping turns back to the misdemeanor battery, that she was touched, that she exclaimed upon the touch, and that she continued into the house without doing anything else to say that she did not want to go in that house. All of the case law on kidnapping gets into whether or not that the crime itself was completed, whether it was necessary to complete the other crime if there is another crime that's charged. But all of it, every case, includes proof that the victim was held or moved against their will. And we don't have that in this case. So we are not even at the starting point of whether or not you should consider a phase-on test or anything like that that falls under the kidnapping line of cases, because we have not heard a single piece of evidence that says that Miss Griffith did not go inside of that house willingly. So for that reason, we are asking for a judgment of acquittal on the kidnapping charge. As far as the first-degree murder goes, Your Honor, the evidence that has been presented so far of premeditation is that Mr. Griffith had a conversation with his grandfather in which he said that he wants to kill his mother, that he wants to slit her throat, according to the witness. We have the testimony from the officers who stated that he said things like he wanted to kill her. We have the testimony of Mr. Griffith himself in the back of the car where he said that he could kill her. Again, other than Mr. Walantis's testimony, every one of those officers, every piece of body cam footage, every piece of car footage that we've seen is conditional. That if violence occurs, if she comes at me again, if anything, then premeditation does not override someone's right to self-defense.
Okay.
If it did, then every officer who ever acted with lethal force would be charged with a capital crime. They are trained to respond to situations, and they know how to respond to that situation. That knowledge does not create premeditation. The fact that Mr. Griffith thought about what he would do in a situation where he felt that he was being threatened,
I cannot wait for closing.
and even took it as far as to how he would do it, does not create premeditation. That is not a crime. That can still fall within the realm of self-defense. The only piece of evidence that we have that would go against that is that that he didn't have enough marks on his body. I mean, the state offered
enough marks,
physical proof that he had injuries. They have argued that those injuries were insufficient in opening. We have not had any witnesses testify to the extent of Collin's injuries, what could have caused those injuries, what could not have caused those injuries. In order for this to be a first-degree murder, we have to have premeditation, which so far I do not believe the state has proven.
Okay.
And we have to have a waiver of self-defense in some way. If there is just a waiver of self-defense, if this was a fight that got out of control, I apologize. Do you have to?
Just like John's school keeps calling. I'm wondering if there's no emergency.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
Okay. All right. So the judge has kids that are in school. Okay. Let's see. Oh, the kid's absent. Why is your kid not in school, Judge?
Okay. Your Honor, I was speaking as to the if this were a fight that got out of control and Mr. Griffith had started that fight, then this is arguably second-degree murder, as would be charged. That this was something that was created inside of the moment, that the decision to kill did not require adequate reflection, and that this would be a second-degree murder. So we have I don't believe that the felony murder should be considered, because I don't believe that the kidnapping is sufficient to reach that. And there's been no evidence that the kidnapping was a continuous crime. Again, we have proof of her injuries showing that there was some kind of fight. We have proof of Mr. Griffith's injury showing that there was some kind of fight. We don't have any proof that Mr. Griffith made a previous decision to kill in this moment, that this was orchestrated in any way by him. In fact, we have the opposite. We have Miss Griffith showing up at that house without permission to do so, being angry as soon as she gets there and never cooling off, according to the witnesses.
Okay.
At the time that she gets into his face, Mr. Griffith acts. From that moment forward, they go inside the house and it's unclear what happened. We have no evidence. We have no forensic evidence that showed what happened inside of that house to show that this was something that was planned, that this was something that was thought out, and that this matched any kind of a decision that Mr. Griffith had made. If anything, it is more likely that.
What are the chances that Collin would stab the mom at the grandmother's house or mobile home where there's 0 cameras and not do that at his mom's home, which is pretty much Big Brother?
This fight escalated once the parties got back inside. This fight escalated that there was at some point, someone gets a knife and then Miss Griffith ends up dead.
Uh-oh.
And to me, that is the realm of a second-degree murder. That is a standard fight that goes too far, and that is what the jury should be considering. They have not had any proof, again, that would rise to the level of premeditation. They have not had any proof in this crime that anything else would enhance this crime to a first-degree murder.
Premeditation doesn't have to be
This
extensive.
is a second-degree murder and a battery that happened beforehand.
All right.
And it is arguably self-defense on either issue. But again, I will concede that by raising self-defense, we have created a circumstance where the jury has to make a finding of fact. So I'm not arguing that this entire incident can't be considered by them.
Right.
I'm just arguing that it should not be a kidnapping and it should not be under the felony murder
I
statute.
like
and
attorneys
it
that actually
should
know the
only be a
law.
second-degree murder.
All right, Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, as it pertains to the kidnapping,
Use the mic, sir.
from 2 independent witnesses, we saw and we heard that the defendant grabbed Kathy by the hair. He did that forcefully. And what did he do? He dragged her / pulled her in against her will as she was protesting and yelling loud enough so that one of the witnesses could specifically hear from inside, looking out the window, "Stop, Collin, you're hurting me." At which point the defender dragged her / pulled her into the house, which was clearly forcibly, which was clearly against her will. And then once he had her inside, of course, he confined and/or abducted her from outside into inside and/or imprisoned her. The last place that she would want to be would be inside after being yanked inside by the hair by her son, who has told multiple people, obviously, his intention to kill her, when he's furious, when she had just sent him the text message regarding the other person that he murdered by shooting that person in the chest and then in the head. And when she threatened to come forward and tell the officials in Oklahoma and elsewhere about the defendant confessing that it in fact was a murder, that it was not self-defense, and that he had planned it, the defendant's anger level was through the roof. So once he gets her inside, he has no prying eyes, he has no witnesses, and he can inflict anything and everything he wants to on his mom. So once she gets yanked from outside to inside, and mind you, he had her by the hair, which there's no way she could get loose from that.
Okay.
So as he yanks her inside, once that door closes, that was clearly the beginning of the end for her. Now he's all alone with her, with no witnesses and nobody that could help her. And his intent was to inflict bodily harm upon his mom, or to terrorize her, and or to commit or facilitate the commission of the murder. Judge, once the defendant gets her inside, there's not going to be an hour and 15 minutes of these two people talking and having a rational conversation. It was an absolute powder keg that went off immediately. So the defendant, as we come now to the first-degree murder, you can see the pathway by which the defendant pulled her by her hair, dominated her physically. He's 6'2", outweighs her by, who knows, maybe 30 pounds or so. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's younger. He had to go to the butcher block, take out the knife of his choosing, continuing on with the premeditation, and then stab her, not just any place, not just cut her, but stab her in one of the most vulnerable parts in the human body, which was right in the neck. And as we heard from Robert Willantis, the defendant accomplished exactly what he wanted to do for so long, which was to stab her / slit her throat, watch her bleed, and watch the life drain from her, which is exactly what he was able to accomplish with premeditation. So, Judge, I would rely upon the facts of the evidence and the whole record and ask that you deny the defense's motion and allow the jury to consider both the kidnapping charge
what
as
do you
well as
say?
the first-degree murder charge as we go forward, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as to some of the arguments just made, first off, there's been no evidence of anger in the moment on the part of Mr. Griffith. We have the evidence from the neighbor that he was calm, that Kathy was irate, that she was flailing around, and that he reached out, but that his demeanor did not rise. He didn't
You don't like the sound
there was
either?
no evidence of rage or anything like that. So I know the state keeps using those words. That's an argument on their part, but that is not the fact that has been shown in this case. As far as the decision to choose a knife, again, that's not a fact in evidence. As far as the decision to dominate her physically, well, we have evidence of bruising. So I guess I would concede that there was a physical altercation, and it looks like Miss Griffith bore the worst of that. But I don't know that dominate physically is something that has been testified to in any way. Again, it's being argued by the state attorney. The size of Mr. Griffith that keeps coming in from the state's words, that he's 6'2", that he's some weight. We have that. We don't have any fact on Mr. Griffith's size.
Oh,
I mean,
so you
the
think
jury
he
has
sounds
observations. They
horrible.
can see
Got
me
it.
standing next to him, and they can tell that he's much smaller than me. And I'll tell you, I'm not 6'2". So I don't think that that comes into play in a decision to, decide whether or not this was a premeditated murder. And as far as the kidnapping, again, the only evidence we have of Kathy's intent is when she shows up mad, when she's throwing things in his car. We have her intent.
All right, Judge, make a decision, please.
And she had already gone into that house. I mean, she goes in, she comes out with stuff. That stuff was not sitting inside. So we have her not wanting to be pulled by the hair. But again, we don't have any proof that she was pulled by the hair.
That's pretty
We
tall.
have the autopsy of her body. We do not have a single shred of evidence.
But you should be a basketball player. That's pretty, maybe, I don't know, a basketball. Is that basketball tall?
Evidence that she was harmed in any way by a grasp to her hair. There's no bruising of her scalp. There's nothing like that has been shown. So she said, "You're hurting me loudly enough to be heard." That's a battery. She did not say, "No, don't take me in there. I don't want to go in there. Stop." She was not dragged. I asked the witnesses specifically if her feet were going up the stairs, and they said yes, that she was moving her own legs, that she went into that house. So I understand the state's argument that they are making, but it is argument. They are not using the facts that have been shown. And the fact is that this is not a kidnapping. This is a misdemeanor battery, and then a fight that happened inside.
All right.
And that fight led to a death.
Taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, as I must, hearing on a motion for judgment of acquittal.
He's
I
always
find
praying.
that the state has made a prima facie case as to each element of each offense, and the motion is denied. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
Yeah, directed verdicts are, they are actually probably easier in civil cases, but in criminal cases,
Before we bring the jury.
those are rare.
Judge, when do you usually do a jury instruction conference?
After everyone rests.
Okay.
Was there something in particular you
No.
wanted to address now?
No.
Are we ready for the jury?
I believe so.
You believe so, or you are? All right, there's 4. Let's see, day four. What time is it? 4:09. See how far we can get. It's a long while before they get in.
Step right here, raise your right hand, keep one by the floor.
So what happened? What did I miss? I missed a lot.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a restful weekend. And thank you again for your service in this case. Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, the state rests.
Okay. All right. So the state has rested. I have a question for everybody. Do you think the prosecution has proved its case? Is there anybody else you wanted to hear from? Any other evidence you would have been interested in? Yes, no, maybe. Because now we're getting into the defense.
The state having rested its case, what says the defense?
The defense calls Susan Detman to the stand.
Okay, Big Sue's about to take the stand. So I'm gonna get my little notepad and be ready. So Big Sue's about to take the stand. Fever says not really. What did the prosecution not prove, Fever? And what would you have been interested to see? Look at Big Sue.
This way, man.
So day 4.
Step right here, raise your right hand, keep one by the floor.
All right. I'm excited for Big Sue. Let's see what she has to say. I watched part of this testimony, not everything because I was working. But let's see, how long does Big Sue testify for? Oh, they were gone. 15 minutes. And Big Sue's up there. Big Sue had a whole day to herself. All right, Big Sue. Okay. I don't know that we get through Big Sue right now. This might be one of those instances when I come back tonight. There are only 2 more days left, day 5 and day 6. And obviously tomorrow I will not be live. Okay, let me read these comments quickly. So Brooklyn says that they proved everything. And then Callie says that I think I'm so caught up in the dysfunction that my brain hasn't even gotten to the point of assessing guilt or innocence. And then Fever says they really didn't prove that he killed her intentionally. So that's what what Fever is saying. All right, Big Sue.
Ms. Detman, will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first and last name?
Susan Detman.
Oh no, she's. One thing about me, I always have to wear earrings. If I don't wear earrings, I don't care about other jewelry. I don't care about necklaces, rings, and those things. I need to wear some earrings, okay?
S-U-S-A-N, and Detman is D-E-T-H-M-A-N.
Ms. Detman, how are you related to Collin Griffith?
My
I'm
baby.
his maternal grandmother.
So your daughter was Kathy Griffin?
Yes, ma'am.
Griffith, sorry.
She's so soft spoken.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So give the jury a little bit of an idea of who the other members of your family are. Who was Kathy's father?
Robert Volantis.
Were you married at some point to Robert Volantis?
I
Yes, we
like
were
him.
married for 19 years.
Divorced him.
When did you divorce?
We divorced in 1998.
After you divorced Robert Volantis, did you get remarried?
Yes, I did.
Who did you get remarried to?
Inaki Markovich.
Okay.
Please still
And
married?
might need to spell that last name for the court reporter.
Markevitch.
Ms. Detman, who
said she
are your
looked young.
children from your marriage to Robert Willantis?
John Paul Volantis, Kathy Volantis Griffith, and Christy Volantis Rooney.
Did you list them in ascending order of age, youngest to oldest?
I've been youngest to oldest.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have another child?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Kevin Markovich.
And that's from your marriage to Mr. Markovich?
Yes.
All right.
Now, Kathy, obviously Collin was Kathy's son. Did she have any other children?
Yes, she had an older son. He's still alive. Christopher.
He's still alive. Why wouldn't he be alive? What's going on, Susan? What do you mean he's still alive? Why wouldn't he be alive?
Did she have any other children?
Yes, she had an older son. He's still alive. Christopher.
I don't know. Something's off. Kathy, what do you mean?
Griffith.
How old is he?
Still alive. Christopher Griffith.
How old is he?
He is 24.
I want to ask you a few questions about Robert Willantis, your ex-husband.
All right.
When you divorced in 1998, who got custody of your 3 children with him?
I did.
And since 1998,
never seen him a day.
Has Robert Willantis been a big part of your life?
No, except for the custody battles we went through.
What about, are you aware of his relationship with any of the 3 children that you had with him?
Kathy, nobody else.
He didn't have a relationship once he was not granted custody of John Paul. He didn't want Kathy, considered Kathy to be damaged goods.
Hold on. Wait. I don't know. This family, what is going on, family? Let's. Oh, okay.
Kathy, considered Kathy to be damaged goods. He only sued for John Paul.
Okay, but what was his relationship like with his children after the divorce?
He didn't have a relationship at all until Kathy.
How old was Kathy when the parents divorced? Because as far as damaged goods, I'm trying to figure out, because she had a kid at 13. Is that what the father was referring to, or what exactly was going on? She said
divorced, and she reached out to her dad.
When did Kathy divorce her husband and the father of Collin and Christopher?
2019, if I remember correctly. It was like December of 2019 when they filed. And I think it took a couple months for the divorce to actually take place.
Okay. Now, we saw pictures of Robert Willantis on a trip with Kathy. Tell the jury about that trip, what you know about it.
So Kathy wanted to meet the...
That was a weird statement. Like, what did she mean Christopher is still alive? What was she talking about? What? Okay, damaged goods. This family, I don't know. No, old bag. Christopher is the oldest kid. He's 24.
Biological Robert's mother, the biological...
Wait, what?
Robert Willantis on a trip with Kathy. Tell the jury about that trip, what you know about it.
So Kathy wanted to meet the biological Robert's mother, the biological
brother's mother?
Grandmother, because Kathy had many medical problems. So she asked me, she said, Dad said he'll take me to California to meet his mom. They lived in Anaheim. The mom lived in Anaheim, California.
So they're close to Disney, huh?
But you'll have to pay for it. And I said, okay. I said, just please try not to do anything too expensive. And I'll see what points I can use for the hotels. And
Dang, she has points and everything.
fly over there. You guys don't need to rent a car. You can use your dad's car if it can make it to California. If not, then we'll get a rental car.
So, Ms. Detman, did you in fact pay for Kathy to go on this trip with Robert Wolantis?
Yes.
I thought she was married to a Markovich. What happened to the last name? Did she get divorced?
I paid for all the food, all the hotels, Disneyland, all of that.
Okay.
And when was that trip?
Why is this relevant?
That was before she got Collin back.
So before 2023.
Yes.
After 2019, though.
And after COVID was over with.
Okay.
So I believe it was 2022.
Are you aware of any other trips like that that Robert took with his other two children?
No.
Why is that relevant? Because again, Detman testified that it is Kathy that asked to meet the paternal grandmother because she had health issues or complications.
He didn't really have communication with them.
All right. So I want to ask about Kathy's funeral or celebration of life. Did the family hold such a thing for Kathy?
Yes, we had a celebration of life right here at the funeral home in Lakeland.
Was she actually buried or was she cremated?
No, she was cremated. She had conveyed to me as well as to her sister and brothers that she never wanted to be.
I don't know what kind of emotions. I'm trying to figure out what kind of emotions would one expect from Susan while she's testifying about her deceased daughter. I'm just wondering, as far as demeanor is concerned, is this a grieving mother or no?
Put in the ground. She wanted to be cremated and later taken back to the ocean in Key Largo, and her ashes be put
Key Largo.
at the Jesus statue that we have under the water in Key Largo.
Has that been done?
No, we're going to do that this summer.
Where are Kathy's ashes right now?
Right now, they're at Christie's house.
Was Robert Wolantis invited to the celebration of life?
No, he was not.
Why not?
Robert tends to be very disruptive. He has difficulty with truthful manners, and we just did not want to have more lies and disruption. The final time that we could.
I have questions. What lies and distractions? I have questions. There has to be more to this family. There's something. What? I don't know. There's something else here, because I'm thinking. I don't know. Let's
say
see.
Goodbye to Kathy.
I'm going to ask you some questions now that may also be difficult. In the last roughly 2 months before Kathy died, what personal medical things were you going through?
So in the last part of June, I was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer. I had to have part of my colon removed and an ostomy
emotional
in place.
A lot to uncover.
After you were diagnosed and had your surgery, did you have a fight with Kathy over Robert Wolantis?
Yes.
You have a fight with Kathy.
I did. Kathy was very adamant that she wanted Robert to take care of me, that I needed to pay for his flight.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the second husband. Like, what's going on? I know Susan does seem to, she must be the money maker though, because she has a house in the Keys, so it sounds like Key Largo. She has 2 trailers, one she doesn't pay taxes on, and the HOA apparently doesn't like her. So she has some money.
From New Mexico to Lakeland, get a hotel for him for 2 weeks, and get some sort of a car, and even pay for his food. And I told Kathy, I said, that's ridiculous. He hates me. I don't want to be hurt by him.
I know. Why do they hate each other? Why would your first husband hurt you if you have cancer? What is going on? Why? Something's going on with this family.
Has lost his nursing license. I want to really.
Oh, so he used to be a nurse and he lost the license. I do not know why the prosecutor's not objecting on the fact that he had a nursing license and she had cancer. I don't know why or how that is relevant to the to Kathy's demise.
A nurse that has.
Oh, so apparently he's
Okay, hold on.
Man, these attorneys are on point. Like they don't even need to listen to me. These are the first set of attorneys that I don't have to tell what to do.
Just object to all of this collateral accusations.
Ms. Stepman, as a result,
You have to instruct the judge to instruct the jurors, or tell the judge, ask the judge to instruct the jurors to disregard everything she said.
of you not wanting to follow
Why would the first husband hurt her? Like, what is going on?
Kathy's wishes as far as Robert Willantis coming here and taking care of you. Did that cause
Where's the first husband, though?
a break in
Where are the kids? Why can the kids not take care of their mom?
communication between you and Kathy?
Yes, she refused to talk to me. She blocked my phone. She told me if I came over to the house, she would have me arrested for trespassing. She.
I see what Fever's always on to the money. Fever's always on to the money. He said money from the husband, and he says, "I bet." All right. Something's off. Brooklyn says that, whatever Susan was going through is very painful. Yeah, something's up here.
She said, you can contact Collin, but you can't contact me.
And that, okay, I'll move on from this. Mr. Willantis on the stand mentioned that Kathy got Collin a second phone, and that must have been.
I don't know that it was a phone. I think he said a number.
What Collin used to talk with Mr. Willantis on the phone every week or every other week. Tell the jury what you know about a second phone.
The second phone, I purchased a second phone.
I guess that's incorrect. I heard a number. I did not hear of a second phone.
Collin came to live with me in the January, February time period, the first time she threw him out.
Okay, here. I have a thought. So if Mr. Willantis did not, and I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I'm not a grandmother, all right? But from what I've seen, grandparents tend to try to make up for lost times with grandchildren, okay? The reason I'm bringing this up is because I think the defense is going to make an argument that if this man had not, once he lost a custody battle, he had no contact with his children for what sounds like it was at least more than a decade. Okay, he had zero contact with these kids, so it's kind of inconceivable that he would now establish contact with a grandkid, especially if there was really no contact between him and the actual children, or at least with Kathy.
Out, and I couldn't leave a kid in the double wide by himself without a phone. Plus, since I didn't.
Wait, hold on. Why didn't Collin have a phone with him when he went to live with you in January of 2024?
Because Collin and I.
So Fever says that a lot of problems in cases like these, it's over money, jealousy, envy, trauma, unfaithfulness. That's a lot of reasons. Callie says, I was about to say the thing about grandparents and grandkids. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe it's a case where Mr. Volantes has, decided to establish a relationship with Colin, even though he had none with Kathy and her siblings. But then again, I think the defense is going to argue that the man had zero contact, so he is not to be believed that he somehow had constant contact with Colin when he has a history of being a deadbeat. Um, and it's kind of inconceivable that even though he did not have as much contact with Colin, that on one of the 3 phone calls over a year or whatever, he'll suddenly tell you about how he plans on killing his mother.
Over at the Mexican restaurant in Port Charlotte, Kathy and Colin and I were supposed to go. When I got there, Kathy said, "No, I don't want to go." And I said, "Come on,
Objection, hearsay.
let's have some
He's up there controlling himself. Objection, hearsay.
nachos or something." "No, I don't want to go." And I said, "Can I take Colin with me?" "Sure." So while we were at the Mexican restaurant, she called me and she said, "Don't bring Colin back." I never.
Objection, hearsay. Mr. Prosecutor, you're looking to the sky. Come on now.
I want to see you or Colin again.
And the phone that Colin had at that point, where was it?
It was at Kathy's house.
Okay, so you brought Colin to
The double wide in Arvindale. And I didn't even have internet because, of course, I wasn't
Susan renting out her trailer, though.
there all the time. So if I needed to, I hotspot my computer. I didn't want an extra expense for internet or cable or any of that. And so I realized I couldn't leave Colin here without a phone. So I told him, I said, "We're gonna have to go up to AT&T and get a phone for you." And I even got a 786 area code because that's the area code that I have in
I'd not let this woman testify like this. I'm sorry.
the keys.
Objecting.
and that second phone, did Colin have possession of it from January of 2024 all the way up until September of 2024?
No. He only had possession of it for that small amount of time from when he came to, which would have been, it was either the end of January, the beginning of February. He had possession of it there. And then when he left, he took it and I immediately got it. I got leave.
Okay, I'm actually going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 16 and see if you recognize it.
The bang. I have no idea. Guess it's an exhibit. I'm looking forward to Cross. I love Cross. Oh, text
Let's see
messages.
if you recognize those messages from January 2020.
Well,
What, do you recognize those?
according to this.
Yes or no, ma'am?
Do you recognize those messages
No.
between you and Kathy?
No.
Okay.
Did you say no? Did you say no?
Do you recognize those messages
No.
between you and Kathy?
No.
Okay.
What, did you not prep the witness?
Do you remember there being a period in January of 20?
Because I mean, if she does not recognize them, you're not bringing them in unless you, I don't know. But she said no.
2024, where where Colin was with you for several weeks and Kathy didn't remember that he had gone with you?
Yes.
And do you know what was going on with Kathy at that time?
She was suicidal, taking pills. She just didn't want to have her life. She was drinking excessively.
Fever, why do you think she's lying about not recognizing the text messages? And from a defense perspective, she should have recognized the text messages because the text messages were being brought in. I don't know the context, but just generally, those text messages were being brought in to support Colin's case. So it sounds like she really just does not remember or recognize them. And it sounds like the defense did not actually show the text messages to her in advance.
Suicidal.
Oh, remember that he had gone with you?
Yes.
And do you know what was going on with Kathy at that time?
She was suicidal, taking pills. She just didn't want to have her life.
What kind of pills?
She was drinking excessively. She drank Everclear as her alcohol of choice.
Everclear? No, she did live in Florida, so maybe.
Okay, Ms. Detman, just answer the questions, okay?
For Loco, that's my drink of choice. What do you like to drink, old bag?
You mentioned that she was suicidal in January. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 15.
Okay, so Callie thinks that Kathy was subjected to abuse when she was young. I mean, to an extent, it sounds like it. Olbeg, I do not know that she's reading testimony, but to answer your question, no, it's not allowed. Viva says because she knows how her daughter and grandson text. Now, I think these were conversations between her and her daughter. And then Old Bags likes, Old Bag enjoys goat milk. Not like Four Loco. What's going on?
See if you recognize the subject matter of those texts.
Yes.
Judge would like to admit defense exhibit number 15 into evidence.
Objection?
No objection, Judge.
No received.
Ms. Detman, defense exhibit 16 stated February 5th of 2024, and the blue text at the top was Kathy's number 941-258-096.
Bro, why are you giving the whole number out?
3.
Yes.
And were you the number below that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned a 786 number, but you had 2 phones, correct?
Yes.
Why did you have 2 phones?
I used one for work and one for personal.
People living.
So the blue message on top talks about Kathy just having been released from the ER for an accidental overdose. Was that one of the times that she had a suicide attempt?
Yes.
So the phone that you bought for Colin in either January or February of 2024, and I'm sorry if you already answered this, but he didn't keep that after the brief period that he lived with you then, did he?
He went home with it and I had it back.
Brooklyn said Big Sue is covering up for her grandson-in-law. Why do you say that? Old Bag says, yes, it feels awful. Why do you guys think she's covering for Colin? Fever said, Esso. Four Loco, that's my drink, baby. I like the green. Well, okay. Yeah, I don't know. What did Susan do for work? She has two trailers. One she doesn't pay taxes on, according to her daughter. And she has a dog that's also not licensed. And then she has a home in the Keys. I've never looked up. I've always wanted to go to. I want to go to Key West. Okay. I've never looked up real estate in the Keys, but it does sound pretty expensive. Okay. So Fever is a city boy. Definitely knows about Four Loco. Okay. Four Loco and a chopped cheese. All right. So Callie, Old Bag, they agree with Brooklyn. It seems like she's covering up for Collin.
Back on the weekend.
Okay. So shortly after he went back home to Kathy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Kathy, it sounds like off and on had estrangement from various family members.
About this?
You mentioned that you and she didn't speak for quite some time after your cancer diagnosis. Had she cut other members of the family off at other times in her life?
Her and John Paul were not speaking.
Do you know why?
Yes.
Why does
got
that
mad
matter?
at-
Prosecution, what are you doing? Why does it matter? Why is it relevant? Why are you not objecting?
At his wife because the house wasn't clean to her standard.
I mean, I don't want to go to a nasty house either.
And she said, I'm going to call DHS, which in our
Objection, hearsay.
state is Child Protective Services, that
Come on, prosecution. Prosecution needs to wake up. Maybe he needed co-counsel.
Isabella was not.
Who's Isabella? Why do we have to know about Isabella?
Taken care of, that she was in danger, something. I know DHS, and then coming up
Objection, relevance, objection, hearsay. Come on.
to John Melanges' house. Of course, the investigation proved that there wasn't a problem.
Prosecutor, what are you doing?
And John just said, I will never have anything to do with her again. She crossed the line.
Any other family estrangements from Kathy besides you and her brother John?
So Kevin and Kathy were supposed to go to Washington, D.C. together.
Kevin is your son with
Yes, and Kevin
Inaki.
and Kathy were pretty close. They were supposed to go to Washington, D.C. together.
I'm objecting.
Because Kevin was in officer basic training in Virginia for the Florida National Guard. He just graduated from college.
Objection.
And he had time off during the 4th of July. And Kathy said, it'd be great if Collin and I could meet up with John Paul.
Okay, so Fever agrees with Brooklyn as well.
In Washington, D.C.
Do you mean Kevin or?
Kevin, I'm sorry, Kevin would meet up. I was supposed to go because, of course, my cancer.
No, Brooklyn, it's the first husband. He apparently lost his license. I don't know why. The prosecutor did not object, but
Okay. Miss Valentis, I'm sorry. I know you're nervous, but the estrangement, how that.
So Callie has an interesting take. Callie says, I feel like Susan is overcompensating with her grandson. I've yet to see evidence that shows she tried to get him professional help for all his behavior. I know she's been on the stand for quite some time, so maybe we get into it. Okay, Old Bag thinks she looks young. All right. Maybe he needs to do what? What are you saying? He needs to fire them? Old bag, so why is she looking down whenever she answers? I do not know that she has a script. If she has a script, she's definitely going off script. She's going off
So
script.
what happened is Kathy contacted Kevin and said, unless you help me get your father
It could be a sign of deception, though. No eye contact.
arrested, meaning
Closing her eyes, trying to remember.
Inaki Markovich, I don't want you coming to.
Wait, what? Who's trying to get arrested again?
Kathy contacted Kevin and said, unless
Objection, hearsay.
you help me get your father arrested, meaning Inaki Markovich,
Why would he get arrested? Why is any of this relevant?
I don't want you coming to Washington, D.C. with me.
Do you know what Kathy was referring to as far as helping her get your husband arrested?
Yes, they had an altercation in our farm in Arcadia.
Oh, they had a farm in Arcadia. They have some properties, these people. What altercation?
During COVID, so it was during 2020, around Easter time. It's before Easter. And
why is your husband fighting with your daughter? What's going on?
And she threatened him with a
prosecutor. Why are you not objecting? What's going on?
baseball bat, and she said she was going to get her gun and shoot him. And my husband brought a shotgun out and said, "I have a shotgun here."
I don't know, but if she's still married, why did the first husband? Why was there a need for the first husband to take care of her? I don't know. Something's going on here. Why is the husband, who's the stepfather, bring out a shotgun involving your daughter? What?
We're not going to be doing this. And later, she said that he used the shotgun, fired the shotgun. And I said, it was a double wide. I think
the prosecutor is definitely, I don't know, he's asleep.
I would know if a shotgun had been fired in the ceiling in a double wide.
So after that interaction between Kathy and Kevin, were they estranged from each other for a while? But it sounds like she would kind of change her mind about who she was close with or wanted to
objection, improper comment. Just ask the question.
Have communication with. Is that?
Yes, because she called Kevin the next day and said, "I'm sorry."
Objection, hearsay. Prosecutor, what are you doing?
Come on to Washington, D.C. with us. And Kevin said, "I already told my cadre, my leave's been canceled."
Okay. Are you aware of threats that Kathy had made to commit suicide?
Yes.
How many are you aware of, if you know?
I'm aware of 5.
Okay.
No, 6.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 14.
All right.
See if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
I'd like to admit Defense Exhibit 14 into evidence, please.
Objection.
What's that?
No objection, Judge.
Be received.
Of course, no objection, because you're not even objecting when you're supposed to.
What is this exhibit?
I wasn't sure if Kathy showed that to me. I
Ma'am, answer the question.
wasn't sure if it was blood or a magic marker because I didn't see it physically. she said that it had something to do with a song she was listening to. And she was upset
Objecting.
because of the divorce.
What
And
divorce?
you can't quite see it now, but did you see a video of, so you can see the triangle for play. Had you seen the actual video of this?
Yes.
In it, can you see what's written on the left side of Kathy's arm? I mean, you can't see it right now, but do you remember what it said?
I don't remember what it said because it was just so horrific that that she was doing this to herself.
I'm coming up here, so don't forget to give it to the clerk.
Yeah. 6, according to the mom.
Have you actually called law enforcement on occasion when Kathy made suicidal statements to you?
Yes.
All right. So you said you know of about 6 threats. What about actual attempts by Kathy to kill herself? Or was that the 6 and I misunderstood?
Those were the 6 attempts.
Okay. Can you describe some of those for the jury?
Yes. So the first one was while she was still married, and she was very upset, and she had overdosed on her trazodone. And she told me, I was in Key Largo, and she lived in Key Largo at the time. And I said, I'm going to have to take you in right now to emergency room. You're going to die. And she said, no, I'm not going in.
Ms. Detman, it's okay. You don't have to give all of those details. That's all
I know
right.
why prosecution
I
is
understand.
Objecting.
So that was one attempt. What about other attempts that you're aware of?
So the second attempt was when she was in Port Charlotte. I had to go over the fence and open the sliding glass door. And she was in her bed, all dressed in black, and with a revolver in her hand.
And had she done anything with any medications that
Yes, she
time?
had overdosed on the oxycodone.
Did she end up going to the hospital that time?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Any other attempts that you remember?
Yes. There was another attempt with oxycodone again, about 4 months later. Then there was an attempt with
How much longer do you have?
medication and Everclear. The second attempt, she went back to the emergency room and was admitted, vapoactive. The third time, when I called Port Charlotte Police, they got there and said, she appears fine to me. If she wants to drink in her own house, that there's nothing we can do.
Sheesh.
And then the most recent time was just in August of this year, August 21st. She called me and said she had overdosed on metoprolol, heart and blood pressure medication, because the other ones didn't work. So she said, I did that. And I said, have Collin take you to the ER. No, I don't want to go. Have Collin take you. Finally, I talked Collin into taking her to the emergency room.
So, to your knowledge, Collin was home when she overdosed and actually had to drive her to the
Yes.
emergency room in August of 2024.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe I don't understand what an overdose is, because if I don't know, I'm just questioning a little bit, because in my mind, when somebody is overdosing or they overdosed, I do not know that they are capable of engaging in a conversation with a mother about overdosing and debating about being taken to a hospital. So I don't know. I question that part a little bit.
You mentioned that Kathy had been Baker acted. Was that more than one time?
Yes.
The jury has heard a lot about some things that Kathy claimed that were maybe not true. How would you describe Kathy's reliability or her reputation for truthfulness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Judge, can we go sidebar?
What's up, Susu? All right, what's going on? What time is it? Zeta needs to get off that phone in a little bit. What time is it? Come on, Kathy. Oh, that's not Kathy. I'm sorry. Susan. It's a lengthy sidebar. Okay, what's going on, Susan? I don't want to miss anything, but okay.
Ms. Detman, I'm going to go through some individual things and ask you about them, okay? First, I'm going to approach with defense exhibit number 17 as it's been marked. Just read it and see if you recognize it as being a text from Kathy to you.
What do you mean, Brooklyn?
Do you
Yes, I do.
I'd ask the defense.
Yeah, I have serious questions about that. To me, that doesn't. I don't believe that. I do not believe that. It would be one thing to, say that she was threatening to do something, but to say that she overdosed and she was arguing about whether the son should take her to the ER or not, no.
That number 17 be admitted into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It is received.
Because the pathologist has no dog in this fight, Brooklyn, and he pretty much testified that that was not accidental. And you'd pretty much have to get into, if that was the case, you'd have to get into mechanics of it being what? They'd have had to go into whether she's right-handed, left-handed, blah, 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 and a whole lot of other optics.
In this text from June 27th of 2024, Kathy.
Then again, saying that she did it to herself is probably a better argument than claiming that she fell on a knife.
He says that she was here and pressing charges, going to 77 Hewitt Drive. That's your address, correct?
That was the address in Auburndale.
Okay. To check on you and to pick up Inaki for charges of attempted murder and assault against you. Meaning she's claiming that Inaki actually tried to murder you, correct?
Who's Anarchy?
Is that true?
No, he's never tried to murder me.
Who's Anarchy? Her current husband? I don't know. These folks they have some stuff. Okay, they have some.
So that's something that Kathy threatened and claimed that just simply wasn't true, right?
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Has she done that on other occasions, make things up?
Yes. Yes. She made up that I was diagnosed with Lynch disease, which is a
I'd object. Like, prosecutor, what are you doing?
it's an auto-recessive disorder where people have to have they're more prone to cancer. So she said that her insurance
Objection, out of court statement, hearsay. Prosecutor, what's going on?
company was forcing her to have a hysterectomy because of that. She also told Christy, and Christy was so distraught.
Okay, Ms. Detman,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. No, it's okay. I understand. So she made up that you had a disease that you do not in fact have.
No, I verified with my oncologist that I didn't have.
She also made up that John Paul Volantis had been neglecting his child, right?
Yes.
Has she ever made anything up about Robert Volantis?
Yes.
What did she make up about Robert Volantis?
When she was younger, she said that Robert raped her.
And how do you
I thought that's what the response was going to be. I thought that's what the response was going to be.
know that that's not true?
It went to court, so I don't know. I only.
Did she ever tell you that she had made it up?
Oh, yes. Later, as an adult, she
Oh, now she remembers.
told me she had made that up.
Did she say why she made it up?
Yes, because she was mad at the situation between Robert and I.
What on earth is going on with these people?
Okay.
Even the defense doesn't know how to proceed anymore.
Has she ever made anything up about her being
Objection leading. Come on, prosecutor, what are you doing?
being responsible for everybody else's successes in the family?
Yes, she went as far to say that no one in the family would have any of their degrees, and that she, in fact, the only reason that I got my doctorate was because of
Big shout out to Dr. Big Sue.
her.
Okay. And did she actually make a threat to you regarding this
Yes,
belief
she
she
did.
had?
She said she was going to, when she was mad at me one time, she said she was going to contact the university where I work at, and I said, go right ahead. No, I had to.
What did she tell you she was going to
She said
say
she's
to
going
them?
to call the university, my dean, and tell him that she did all of my coursework and that I didn't do anything and that I was a phony.
Did she make up at any time that you're aware of?
There's no such strategy, Olbag. That is not a strategy. That is not a real strategy, because everything that he's allowing in is pretty much destroying the prosecution's case. Because now the jury is hearing all this information about how problematic Kathy was, whereas this information would otherwise not come in. And then Kylie says Susan failed Kathy. In what way? What did you spot? Olbag says, what happened to Susan? What do you mean, Olbag?
That Collin was failing school.
Yes, she said that he had been failing school.
Objection out of
And
court
that
statement.
when he was staying at my house, that it was my fault because I wasn't observing him on the computer to make sure he was doing his work.
Was Collin ever failing to your knowledge?
No,
But big shout out to the thing is, I was about to talk about Mr. Walantes, but you cannot go by what he's saying.
When did Collin graduate from high school?
He graduated last June.
Was that actually ahead of schedule?
Yes, that was a year ahead of schedule.
And did he, in addition to graduating early, did he ever, did he get college credit?
Yes,
At the same time.
He was dually enrolled in college.
You mentioned earlier that you had paid for some trips.
Big
the trip
two.
for Kathy to go visit Robert Walantes and meet his mother. Did you pay for other trips for Kathy?
Yes, the cruises that they went on, I paid for.
And the other trips that
Who's they?
the jury has seen pictures of Kathy and Collin, who paid for all of those trips?
I did.
Did you also have, you mentioned points and using points for things.
That's our DVC, our Disney Vacation Club, as well as
Those clubs are pretty expensive. There was a story sometime last year where a couple lost their membership. I don't remember. I don't know if they did, but they lost their membership. I think those folks were in California as well. And the amount that you have to pay to be part of this club, I'm like, I don't know. It did not make sense to me, but
I have points
probably makes sense to wealthy people. Okay. It doesn't make sense to me.
through Hilton Honors.
Have you ever witnessed
Apparently so, Brooklyn. From what I remember, he is all A's and B's.
Kathy not being able to control her temper?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those
Yes.
times?
She went at.
Your Honor, if we may approach for a moment. Another sidebar, the headset that Mr. Griffith is using is on mute somehow. I can't figure out how to unmute it. It doesn't appear to have any buttons on it at all, but I may not just know how it works. It indicates that it's on mute. It has like a little, that's the one I've been using.
All right, let's skip. Let's skip. I cannot believe it's Friday tomorrow. I cannot believe I'm going back to work next week. So much for a week off. I would have been in Cuba. I still would have been in Cuba by now. All right, come on.
Ask that you step. All right, members of the jury, I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for just a few moments while I discuss a matter with the lawyers. We'll be with you soon.
All right.
All right. I want to see more cases in this courtroom, or at least before this judge, with these attorneys. Okay, so Kelly's saying the rape allegation Kathy made confirmed the suspicion she had about Kathy in her childhood. between Kathy getting pregnant at 13 and that mixture of resentment and sadness Susan is displaying. There's something going on. Olbag was thinking that as well, and that the father was to be. Why did they get divorced? Why did they get divorced? I'd like to know that. Yeah, why did they get divorced? Olbag says, Callie, are you in psychology? But she needs to. She needs to get into psychology. Olbag says, what? This doesn't feel like Cuba? I don't know. Callie, if you were in the UK, I'd tell you to take. I know. It's February. I only have It's February. I only have, what is this? How many vacations? No, not vacation. I only have how many what is this? I only have how many sick days. I only have 6 days a year. I'm in February and I only have 3 left. So that's not good. That's not good. I don't know that I'd go that far. I don't like it. I don't like speculating about stuff like that, but I'd like to know why the parents got divorced. What is actually interesting? What is interesting is the fact that when Susan did not know the outcome, or it sounded like she didn't know the outcome of the so-called case that involved her husband or ex-husband and Kathy. Now I'm going back to the damaged goods. I'm going back to the damaged good comment. What is meant by damaged goods? I don't know. My mind is racing. Olbag said, hi, Allie. Is Allie here? Allie, are you into psychology? Or are you saying Callie? Yeah, that is, and that's what I'm saying. Folks look at government workers and they're like X, Y, and Z. In government, I have far more days than I have working for a solo practitioner. I don't know. Let me move on. You guys know I can rant and go on about things I have no business going on about. I'll give it about another 20 minutes and then I need to go. Zeta needs to get off the phone. She needs food and she needs to take a bath. What's going on, Dad? Yeah, I don't know how you don't know the I don't know how you don't know the outcome. And Callie says that damaged goods comment really got to me. It's such a weird thing for a dad to say about. Yeah, I don't know. There's something going on. What's going on?
Specific instances need to be known to the defendant as far as I read the instructions. As for reputation, there are 2 instructions, one when the reputation is known and one when it's not, but it's offered to prove that the alleged victim acted in conformity with that reputation, which is, I need you to talk me through how you're doing that, or are you not using that?
No, I think it is relevant because the defense is that Kathy grabbed the knife in the house in Auburndale, and that fits with past instances where she pulled a gun on Collin, where she attacked Inaki with a baseball bat and said she was going to get a gun, where she pinned her
Okay, so Anaki is the husband.
and husband against the house with a car, that she stabbed her husband and burned him against that. Pinned her then husband against the house with a car, that she stabbed her husband and burned him, and those were in front of Collin. And she has independent knowledge of those too. So those are the specific instances.
Judge, I have nothing further to elaborate on besides my objection in the hallway. And I object to anything that will be contrary to what Your Honor just read
Oh my goodness! So in at least in Florida, they call it a hallway, not just
in the
sidewalk.
jury instructions, Your Honor. It might be I don't know, it might be a question by question journey to see what, if anything, is admissible or relevant based upon the application of the question asked by Ms. Thornhill, the jury instruction differentiating between, as Your Honor pointed out, the reputation or things that the defendant has to have been present for, have personal knowledge of, and Ms. Detman, depending on how narrow, or maybe I should say how wide her answers are going to be.
As far as her reputation, it's my understanding that her reputation within the family was for being dangerous and violent, and people were scared of what she might do at any given moment. So I was going to ask about both.
While I understand the community for purposes of this type of reputation evidence may be narrower, you're still going to need to lay that predicate.
Sure.
This is a family of estrangement after all, it seems.
Yeah.
So,
Because of her violence.
well,
yeah.
But I don't know who's estranged from who else. So,
well, it,
she needs to understand and know that
There's definitely something about the family as a whole. There's something going on.
family community.
Okay.
So,
and even if somebody's not still a part
Actually, I'm gonna go. Never mind. We'll leave it alone.
of that community
I'll make a comment for myself, though. A note for
on
myself.
this particular day, I mean, they don't.
I'm not suggesting it has to be at some particular instant in time, but I haven't heard a lot about her closeness with others who may share that in that reputation or have knowledge of that reputation.
Okay. I will do my best. Is
And
this
we'll
a-
just take it question by question as Mr. Levine suggests.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and just take our mid-morning recess?
That's what I was going to ask, if I could request.
Mr. Levine?
Yeah, that's fine, Judge.
All right, we'll take 10 minutes.
All right.
We're back on the record. Defendant is present, both lawyers, state counsel is present. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Rise, please.
All right.
Ms. Detman, I'm going to ask you about some specific instances and may ask you to describe a little bit about them. So starting with, are you aware of Kathy having pinned her then husband to the wall of the house with her running car?
Yes, ma'am, I know.
Okay. And were you present for that?
No,
Have you ever, are you aware if Collin was aware of that incident?
yes,
He was aware.
yes.
What about an incident where Kathy stabbed her then husband with a corkscrew and then burned him with a terrarium light? Are you aware of that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware that Collin was present for that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness.
Are you aware of Kathy threatening to kill her then ex-husband's girlfriend's family in Homestead?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that she actually started driving toward their house to follow through on her plan?
Yes,
Did you actually speak with her on the phone then?
yes. I was telling her that what she was doing was crazy. She was going to get in trouble.
Did you
that
call
she
law
couldn't
enforcement?
take it out on 3 innocent lives in Homestead. She needed to turn around and go back home.
Are you aware if Collin was aware of that incident?
I'm not aware.
The incident where you said Kathy attacked your husband with a baseball bat.
Yes,
Are you aware if Collin was aware of that incident?
I'm not aware of that.
And have you ever personally witnessed Kathy engage in a physical act of violence towards Collin?
I know that there was a
No, ma'am.
fight at the house in Port Charlotte, and the fight started because she was beating him with a belt and making him do push-ups, sit-ups, push-ups, and then holding a weight above his head while he was running in place.
Okay. When you say that she beat him with a belt, were you actually there for
Yes,
that?
I was, and I tried to stop it.
Right.
Did you call the police?
What about, are you aware that Kathy pulled a gun on Collin?
Yes, and then later she said that she
Objection,
originally she
hearsay.
denied it. Then she said yes. She pulled out the gun
I don't know what the
and
prosecutor is doing.
handed it to Collin and said, "Just kill me, shoot me."
So she actually admitted that to you.
Okay.
And obviously Collin was aware of that because he was the one who was present with her.
Yes, and Corporal Rendos was aware of that also,
How was Corporal Rentis aware of this?
because he and I and Kathy were talking about that. There's a difference when you take a gun out and give it to somebody and say, "Here, kill me with this," versus somebody pulling a gun out and putting it to their head or to their chest.
What?
And so
How's he
Corporal
aware?
Rentis was a part of this conversation where Kathy admitted she pulled a gun
Yes.
and she said she handed it to Collin.
Yes.
Did she ever admit that she actually threatened to kill Collin with it?
No, she never did.
Within your family, you've talked about some of the family members. Despite some of the estrangements that Kathy had, would the family sort of maybe not talk to her for a while and then everybody would come back together, take trips together? I mean,
I was the constant in her life.
Yeah.
My oldest daughter didn't talk with her while she was married.
okay, what I'm asking about is, did the family talk about Kathy with each other?
Yes.
Okay. And whether or not Kathy was estranged from anyone at any one particular moment, did the family continue to have discussions about Kathy?
Yes.
And was there, did Kathy have a reputation within your family as being violent?
Yes.
Did she have a reputation as being unpredictable
Yes.
and volatile?
Yes.
Despite all of this, did you still love Kathy?
Yes, very much. Very much. I always wanted to help her.
All right, come on. Thornhill.
It appears that Kathy
Apparently
at
not.
times wanted Collin with her at all costs, and then at other times wanted nothing to do with him.
Yes, when she had Collin back for about a month, she spoke with me and she said, Mom, I have to get up every morning at 6 o'clock, take him to school, and then I have to go back and pick him up. And I said, you don't have to, let him ride the bus.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 26 for identification.
Sorry, what number is that?
26. Will you read this and see if you recognize it as a text from Kathy?
Yes.
Can I ask that Defense Exhibit number 26 be admitted into evidence?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You receive.
In this particular text, is Kathy saying she's done with this, and she can't take Collin to school anymore?
Yes.
So that was a specific example of what you just described to the jury.
Yes.
As part of this vacillating back and forth that Kathy seemed to have about whether she wanted to have Collin live with her or didn't want Collin to live with her, did you all agree eventually to a concurrent custody plan?
Yes, we did.
And that was something, did anybody force Kathy to sign those papers?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Were there times when Kathy wanted to cancel the 751 plan, the concurrent custody plan?
Yes.
And then would she change her mind back?
Yes.
Okay, so it's safe to say she wasn't consistent.
She was not consistent.
All right. Yeah, the sidebar, that.
Obviously, Kathy owned a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So at some point, did Kathy give her gun to you to have it out of the home in Fort Charlotte?
Yes.
Right.
Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it was in, it's right after
And do you remember when? Yes,
the incident where Officer Rentis and Lacey got involved when Collin came back to the home. So that must have been somewhere
That's not
in
what
the
thought.
October timeframe of 2023.
Okay.
Okay.
How long did you have the gun at your home and away from Kathy and Collin's house in Fort Charlotte?
Less than a week.
Okay, why did you have it for less than a week?
Because she demanded that I give it back. She said, it's my gun, you can't have it. And I said, but we discussed with Officer Rentis and Lacey that I would keep it. No,
Okay.
it's my gun, you can't have it. And how do I know Nikki won't use it to kill you?
Wow.
So Kathy got the gun back, and so far as you know,
I don't
she
know. Why
had-
would Nikki kill the mother? What is going on? What's going on?
With her,
She had told me that she'd given it to her next door neighbor Melanie for safekeeping. And then a couple months later, she said, "No, Mom, I lied to you. I've had it all along."
Okay.
Yeah.
Finally, you had a lot of communication with Kathy on September 7th and September 8th,
Yes.
right? You also had communication with Collin during that time.
Yes.
Did you allow Collin to go to your house in Auburndale when Kathy kicked him out?
Yes.
And why did you allow that?
Because a child can't be just roaming around the street by himself. Colin told me he didn't have gas in his car. He had like half a tank, that was it. He didn't have his phone. He was using his computer somehow to talk with me. I told him, I said,
I thought the phone was in
you
the
have
car.
to get to Auburndale before dark, because otherwise the gates will be closed. During the day, the gates are open.
Okay.
And go in through the back sliding glass door, because there's no lock on the back sliding glass door. And I will be there Sunday. Don't talk to anybody and don't leave the house.
At some point, obviously, Kathy, as the jury's heard on some videos, was trying to find out if Collin was actually at your house.
Yes.
When did she finally discover that he was at your house?
I let her know around 11 that night.
On the 7th, so
Yes.
Saturday the 7th.
And what time did you
And
talk
how
to
did she
your
react?
grandkid?
She said, "You lied to me." And I said, "I told you I didn't know if Collin was there." I said, "Because I don't want you going over there and grabbing him. You just threw him out. Give him some time, give you some time. Let's not have a huge problem associated."
Oh no, these folks there's a lot going on. All right, folks, I am going to stop here. I'll come back tonight. Let's start early. Okay. I think let's do 8:15 because we have about 2 hours to go. Yeah, I think this is straight testimony. We have about 2 hours to go. So let's start 8:15. 8:15 p.m. Let us resume, okay? I want to be done with this day 4 because tomorrow I'm not opening this computer. Friday, I'm not opening this computer. I'm parenting. All right. So thank you guys for being out here, keeping me company. And I'll be back. I'll be back tonight, 8:15 p.m. 8:15 p.m. That's usually sooner than I get up here. But I want to be done with this testimony and I have stuff to do after the fact. All right. Shout out to Benji. Benji said sounds good. Benji always lets me know he's here. All right. 8:15. That is when we get started, or at least when we resume. Again, tomorrow, Friday, I'll not be up here. Saturday, I'm going to have to take a look at how much more there is to this case because we really want to get into closing. And I want to put it in such a position that we can listen to closing and the verdict at the same time. All right, I need to go. I'm going to parent. I'll see you guys later. Bye.